Okay, we're going to get started. Good morning, everybody. Good to see all your shiny faces out there in the audience, and welcome to our board meeting of June 27th. And if we could have a roll call, please.
Good morning. Supervisor Arroyo? Yeah, here. Supervisor Wilson?
Presente.
Supervisor Madrone?
Here.
Supervisor Bohn?
Hi.
Supervisor Bushnell? Good morning. Thank you.
Great. And if you would please join us for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And we'll go to our CAO. Hayes, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Madrone. There is one modification. Item D21 has been pulled for discussion.
Is that D21 or is it D? Yes, it is D21. Okay. Thank you for that. And with that, we're going to start our consent calendar. And I will ask the board first if there's any questions or anything you want to bring forward on the consent. Then I'm going to go to a couple of resolutions to read, and then we'll get to public comment both in Zoom and here in the audience today. And then we'll bring it back to the board for a final decision. Any comments, questions, clarifications from the board?
Yeah, I want to thank DHHS. There's a few items on here that for housing and for interim housing and youth housing and family housing. So I always appreciate them working with our other local agencies to make sure that those needs are met.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Bohn. And we only have 59 items on our consent agenda today. It's not a record, believe it or not. I guess 65 is the record or something like that. What's that? End of the year, yes, it's absolutely end of the year. And I also wanted to commend DHHS in particular, but also other departments. Part of the reason the consent's so huge today is because there are a lot of contract approvals that are annual. And we used to get these later in the year, and I am so pleased and want to thank DHHS for the hard work to bring these forward in June before the contracts actually begin. So great work on your part there in DHHS. Not an easy thing to corral the state into actually acting in a timely fashion. So appreciate that. Any other clarifications? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and we're going to read two resolutions, and I believe the first one is to, it's a retirement resolution. I don't know if we want him to retire or not. I don't think we do, but he is going to retire, and that is for Michael Richardson. And I have a proclamation I'm going to read here. It's only 10 pages long, so bear with me. Michael, welcome. So I'm going to go ahead and read this for you, and then we'll bring it up, and then you can give us some of your parting comments and words of wisdom. So I've had the pleasure of knowing Michael for decades, and your service to the community has just been impeccable. So thank you for that. The proclamation or the resolution reads, okay, we're going to start on this other page here. Whereas on March 14th, 1991, Michael Richardson began working for Humboldt County Planning and Building Department as a planner 2, possessing extensive knowledge from his prior experience working on major planning projects like a housing element update and economic studies for the county of Marin. Whereas on October 10th, 1993, Michael was promoted to senior planner in the planning department. And whereas in 1995, Michael approved to be resilient by working outside his normal assignment, he learned the complexities of the voicemail system. You all remember that, right? No voicemail system. And spearheaded the work of rewriting the antiquated phone system. In the process, he established an effective independent voicemail system, including a zone phone. In this effort, he resolved a tough situation. whereas Michael's dedication and hard work exemplified his contributions to bringing forth major projects such as revising the housing element of the Humboldt County General Plan, and whereas Michael has spearheaded the update of the housing element for the last 4 cycles, the county housing policies have been shaped and implemented by Michael's diligent work, and this includes the formation of a Citizens Advisory Committee, or a CAC, to assist with the housing element revisions, which provided guidance on many housing policies. And whereas Director Kirk Gerard, Michael's previous department director, commended him highly because his work product was completed with the highest degree of professionalism and technical skill, and that he was fortunate to have Mad Max on the team. That's a new one. And whereas Michael has been a vital resource to the organization due to his knowledge of the people, places, and issues that have been part of the policy-making process over his 32-year tenure. And whereas Michael may be the only person to ever be involved in a general plan process from start to finish, quite a yeoman's effort, I will say, a process that took 17 years to complete, and his perseverance in that is to be commended. And whereas Michael's customer service skills are exemplary as he served county residents with a level of fairness and professionalism, ensuring the public is heard and represented, and whereas on January 1st, 2017, Michael was promoted to supervising planner, responsible for the long-range planning team, and whereas Michael is highly respected by those he has supervised, as he has always modeled respectful collaboration, and whereas during the past 32 years, Michael has shared a vast technical expertise with his fellow colleagues while having an elevated enthusiasm for his work and dedication to the community. And whereas Michael has had a fruitful career with the County of Humboldt, contributing many policy documents and project approvals, he will be missed by his coworkers, agency partners, and engaged community members. And the last whereas, as a testament to his tenaciousness, Michael has successfully navigated through the Planning and Building Department's permit process and obtained the necessary permits to build his own dream house. And after 20 years of persistence, has recently been able to move in. Congratulations on that. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors and citizens of Humboldt County hereby commend and thank Michael Richardson for his dedication and service to the citizens of Humboldt County, and wish him a long and prosperous retirement. So this is a good chance to go ahead. We're going to allow clapping in the chambers. John, you got something with a camera or something? You want to get Michael a picture? This momentous occasion here. We have to do this. I guess he does have to. I'm trying to. Sure. Let me turn that mic on, sorry. There you go.
Thank you, Board. It's been a great honor to serve the county for as long as I have. It makes me feel old to think that I've been here for 32 years. I don't feel like I'm that old, really, but I guess that means that I'll have a long retirement as well. I love that messaging about my home, how tenacious I've been in pursuing that dream and finally moving in. My wife, Tamara, would just say I'm slow, but I like that term tenacious. I'm gonna use that, slow and tenacious. Very kind of you, and very kind of everybody here in the audience and out there on Zoom. I appreciate all of you. When I first came here, I think one of the striking memories when I first got here was coming from Marin, we all had our own laptops and computers, and we had a GIS system that was run off of this huge supercomputer. And came here to Humboldt. We didn't have a GIS. It was in the works, but we had a couple of word processors that were in a room, and we had to compete. The planners had to compete for those with the admin staff, and we didn't fare very well. And so we were doing a lot of cutting and pasting, literally cutting and pasting for our staff reports. And we've just come such a long ways. And I guess my overarching message to you and to the community and to staff is I don't think we've ever been as well positioned to be successful into the future. We've got some huge challenges facing us. We've got climate change, we've got sea level rise, we've got communities that really need help, and we've got an amazing staff to do that work. Your board has been amazingly supportive. I just appreciate so much your continued commitment to our department and to giving us the tools we need to do our jobs. And Director Ford, you're just an amazing person and leader. I don't know that we've ever had anybody as capable as he is in leading us forward through these huge challenges that we're going to be facing. And then the staff that I work with are just, I can't speak more highly of them. They are committed and they just have they're community minded, and the young planners that we just brought on board all the way up through the management team is just so good. My jaw just drops really when I think of the commitment and their focus on helping the community. I'm just super impressed, and so you've got a great organization. You're doing really well, and I look forward to watching you succeed into the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I also wanted to mention that we have a massive agenda here today, and so I'm going to institute a 2-minute time limit on public comment today on all items, just to help us be able to get through our agenda. And of course, you don't have to use all of the time, and I appreciate all of us at the board and in the public trying to be concise, to the point. It's not so much about talking about what other people said as much as tell us what you think. Share with us your thoughts. So hopefully we can be efficient and get everything done today by 5, but we'll see how it goes. With that, if there is any public comment specifically on Michael Richardson, let's do that right now, and then we'll go to our next resolution. Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair. John Ford, Director of Planning and Building. I just want to say a couple brief things. One is that you just saw it. One of Michael's great strengths is his positivism. He brings a positive spin to just about everything and sees light in darkness, and really appreciate that. I think that one of the other things that is hard to understand is how much of an institution Michael is. Just about everything associated with the Planning and Building Department, Michael has been associated with. He in many ways represents the heart and soul of the department. He can often be found doing things, covering for people at the counter, writing staff reports, helping out in ways that you can't ask for that, you can't teach that, you can't train that kind of a giving heart. And that is part of who Michael is. And I just, one of the other things that I'm always amazed and amused by is that Michael is such a calm individual, easygoing, that even in public meetings where people really want to be angry with him, they want to oppose him, they look at him, he's easygoing, he's smiling, and they realize it would really be a foul to start yelling at somebody who is so calm. And so he has the ability to really bring the temperature down in the meeting greatly. He will be missed. He is appreciated for what he's accomplished. I know I speak for the entire department when I say that he is loved. Thank you for honoring him today.
Thank you so much. Next.
Hi, I'm Keenan. I've worked for Michael for the last 2 years, and yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of the sentiments have been spoken to, but it's like every day when I walked by his office, he just, without fail, meets me with a smile. Like, it's like he's seeing me for the first time in 2 months. He goes, Keenan, how are you doing? And I'm not exaggerating. This is like basically on a daily basis. Like a kinder, bigger heart is rare. He is just such a kind person, led by compassion, led by love for the community, and as was spoken to, just an unbelievable amount of experience. I mean, regardless of the topic that you went to him to discuss, you know, he's had the experience. He can think of, oh, right, I think that was, you know, in the late 90s, let's go to this corner of the network drive that I didn't even know was there to find the document that speaks to, you know, or maybe he'll say, oh, give me a half an hour. I think I'll be able to find it. But anyway, just a wealth of knowledge, the kindest person, just really committed to the good of the county. It has been such a pleasure to work with you and work for you, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Cade McNamara, Planning and Building. Yeah, I just want to, you know, also say that, you know, Michael often leads by example, and I've seen him do so in a couple ways. One is that he comes to work every day with an excitement for the work that he does, and as a leader in a department, that makes it so much easier for us young guns that want to come to work and complain about some of the difficult tasks that we go through. And Michael always meets those tasks with enthusiasm and support for those he works with. Another thing is that typically people who come into the planning and building department get two answers, yes or no. And something that I appreciate about Michael is, even if it is a no, he always lays out a pathway forward for customers to be able to try and at least achieve what they want to achieve, which is something that I think that as a department we strive to do for folks. So thank you for leading with excitement and compassion, and thank you for leading as an example for some of us younger people within the department. You'll be missed.
Thank you. Welcome.
Ditto to what the prior people said. I'll shortcut that one. A little bit more history on Michael. I ran across something in dealing with the city of Blue Lake, that when he was in school, he I guess in school or one of his projects there, he actually worked on the general plan for the city of Blue Lake back in 1985. I believe Supervisor Steve Madrone was also on the city council or had some function there at that time. So he started out locally, and that general plan has not been updated sufficiently over the time. So maybe, Michael, if you need a job, you can come help Blue Lake out a little bit there. Really needs an update. I appreciate the fact, and when I read the thing for Michael there, that the 20 years, you know, and we call it moseying, so maybe you're a tenacious mosier, and hopefully Michael's McMansion is all completed, and he's moved in, and he's all happy with, but his steadfast going after things is one of his greatest assets. Thank you, Michael. I really appreciated working with you over the years, and like I say, maybe Blue Lake could use you.
Thank you, commenter, and left a minute on the table. Thank you. Any final comments on Michael? I'm sure many of you would like to say many things, but we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I'm going to keep it really brief because I think we're just going to have to get a beer later and really hash it out. But I really do appreciate Michael's years of work, and I've been both adjacent and in it with him with relationship to all of the land use issues, and you know, it's that vision that helps not just create an amazing community, but preserve the things that we have so cherished in this place. And we talk about it, and this is like one of the, we all live here because it's one of the most beautiful, wonderful places to be in the world. And it's not by accident. You really got to work hard at it. And Michael's one of the warriors in that, and so I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Michael, I just want to say congratulations for a long, successful career. I know that, you know, the thoughts of moving or retiring are, I'm sure, bittersweet, and you'll probably fumble a lot wondering what you're supposed to do each day, but I want to commend you for your commitment to this county and to the public service that you have done for 32 years. My husband says he can't remember a time when you weren't here, and your knowledge is just vast. Congratulations to you and your family, and I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Well, we haven't had the pleasure of working together too much, sadly, although I, as a planner, you know, much power to you. I am really sad to see you go because I know you have this wealth of institutional knowledge, but I have already benefited from your Zen-like spirit and presence, and I will reflect on that idea that you know, it helps bring the temperature down and helps everyone try to find a way to move forward. And I think you've exemplified that, and I want to carry that forward myself. So thank you for that inspiration.
That's great. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
I think I started Redwood Fields about the same time you started. And Conlon, Gerard, and you used to see that little tow-headed guy running around, young guy running around in there. And I don't know if it's going to be so bittersweet or not. I think he's going to go out of here like his ass is on fire and get out of here as quick as he can. But I think you've done a great job. I think what we have with John Ford is a big reason he turned to you a lot for your leadership, knowledge, and institutional knowledge. So your compliments back to him are a direct result of your guidance and leadership. So built a few gas stations and built Redwood Fields and had a few interactions, actually more than I probably should have with the building and planning, probably why I ended up here. But I think John hit it calming, smiling. I always wondered if you were smiling and giggling at the person that was mad at you, but you were one of the few people. I remember 10, 12 years ago when I came on, one of the big things I wanted to know, since planning and building department is the only one that sells that permit, that widget, you were never one that acted like we were the only one that sold that widget. You thought of customer service. You weren't the only one that slammed the door. We have a lot of people up there that have that attitude, and we need to have that attitude, because at the end of the day, we're not here if it isn't for the public we serve. So, and you did that rather stellar. So thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. And so now we'll go to our next resolution, another wonderful long career, and that is a retirement resolution for Kevin Miller with the Sheriff's Department, and we're going to have Supervisor Bohn read the proclamation. And I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure working with you, Kevin, when you were in McKinleyville and other duties, and look forward to the accolades you're going to receive here now. So please come forward, and Supervisor Bohn will read the resolution.
How do you know they're going to be accolades? Hi, buddy.
Fingers are crossed they are.
Kodak moment. Resolution Board of Supervisors. Whereas from 1990 to 1993, Kevin Miller started his career in law enforcement as a police explorer and public safety aide with the Eureka Police Department. And whereas from 1993 to 1995, Kevin Miller worked as a police officer for the Trinidad Police Department. And whereas from 1994 to 1997, Kevin first worked as a reserve police officer and then as a full-time police officer for the Blue Lake Police Department. Whereas in 1996, while still working as a full-time police officer in Blue Lake, Kevin Miller began working as a deputy marshal for the Humboldt County Marshal's Office. And whereas in 1997, Kevin Miller was hired as a deputy sheriff 2 with the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. Out of all the people you've worked for, we're still the only one left in business. You know that, just so you...
That hasn't escaped me.
Yeah, I know. Okay, just... In 1998, Kevin Miller was assigned to the HCSO Special Enforcement Team, SET, but later changed to SWAT because they had a TV show. And whereas in 2001, Kevin Miller was assigned to the HCSO Drug Enforcement Unit, the DEU. And whereas in 2003, Kevin Miller was promoted to the rank of sergeant, and through 2014, he served in the capacity as Hupa Substation, then McKinleyville Substation, then the main station in Eureka. In 2014, Kevin Miller was promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Whereas in 2015, Kevin Miller was appointed to the assistant commander on the SWAT team. Whereas in 2022, Kevin Miller was transferred to oversee the Professional Standards Division, where he served until his retirement. Whereas in 2022, Kevin Miller graduated from the prestigious FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia. Wow. Whereas Kevin Miller has served with honor and dignity at the HCSO, receiving numerous awards, commendations for compassion, investigative prowess, bravery, etc. Whereas Kevin Miller had many duties and responsibilities during his 26-year career, including SWAT team member, leader, commander, patrol admin sergeant, DEU DT instructor, taser instructor, impact weapon instructor, OC instructor, EOD commander, CMCI instructor, acting captain, and many more. Whereas Kevin Miller had also been a longtime instructor at the College of the Redwoods Police Academy, helped with law enforcement explorer programs, and assisted with youth and public trainings whenever asked. I think he coached a little soccer in there too. Whereas Kevin Miller leaves a legacy of enthusiasm, hard work, character, compassion for those he served and those he served with. Now therefore be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, Sheriff William F. Hansel, and the staff of the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office hereby commends and thanks Lieutenant Kevin Miller for his dedicated 26 years of service to the citizens of Humboldt County and the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. We wish him well in his so-called retirement. Thank you. On the seat now.
Whereas Kevin Miller is extremely thankful for this resolution. So I can definitely tell you that 26 years goes by really, really fast, especially now that I've made the decision to retire. You start reflecting on all those things. But it's been a great ride, I guess you could say. I've been, blessed to work with the sheriff's office. I've worked for 4 separate sheriffs. It's been an honor to serve the citizens of Humboldt County. But really, I've done a lot in my career. I've had a lot of successes and stuff, but I'm only as good as the people that I have behind me. So I want to thank all of them. Because, without their support, I wouldn't have got to where I am, today. So I'm extremely thankful for that. And I'm thankful for the kind words here and everything. And Steve, we had a good time working in McKinleyville, and I'll be out in Blue Lake after this in my semi-retirement. So I'm still be doing work for the county of Humboldt and the Blue Lake Rancheria. So I'll be around still. So thank you all very much. And again, thank you to everybody who's here to support me today and has supported me throughout my entire career. I can't thank them enough. So, right.
Hey, Kevin, don't go away because we're going to keep talking about you here, okay? So, thank you, Chair. Oh, yeah, no. We got plenty of time here. Chair Madrone, Board of Supervisors, thank you very much for honoring Kevin here. It's been 26 years, but he's been in law enforcement for over 30 years. Kevin and I went to high school together. We were part of the Explorer program at the Eureka Police Department together. We go way back, and for him to be a part of this team and seeing all the things that he's done over the last 26 years at the Sheriff's Office, it's quite remarkable. Because Kevin is one of those guys that really truly cares about people. And that's really what our job is all about. And so when he takes time and he sincerely listens to people, he wants to fix the problem. He wants to hear the problem. He wants to address the problem. And he is a compassionate person that really, really is dedicated to our community. Though I'm bummed we're losing him, he is going to be such an asset for the Blue Lake Rancheria and the city of Blue Lake, being the police chief of the Blue Lake Rancheria tribe. And it's going to be, again, an essential partnership, because he's still going to be a deputy sheriff. He's still going to be able to enforce state law and be a part of the sheriff's office, and really be a part of the leadership team that we have here in the county that is really cohesive. And when it comes to law enforcement, it is really about all of the team, but he is also an outstanding team member, and he's been a vital person as far as our command team, and really has led change, positive change within the sheriff's office since he really took over. And so I really want to thank him and really wish him the best of luck. So Kevin, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here to honor Kevin. It's a wonderful day when we're able to do that. These folks, we owe them a great debt of service for their dedication to our community. With that, bring it back to the board for comments on this particular item. Supervisor
Thank you.
Bushnell.
Congratulations, Kevin. And it sounds like while we're losing you, Blue Lake is gaining you. And so that's awesome that you'll still be involved. I didn't have an opportunity to work with you very long, but appreciated all that you have done during my time as being a supervisor. And how humble you are, that's just amazing. You're definitely going to be missed by your coworkers. And I just excited to see what you do for Blue Lake. Congratulations.
Thank you. And with that, Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to say the best thing about these retirements is that you get to hear all these nice things about you while you're still alive. And so that is really great. I just want to put it that just really, I mean, honestly, we just don't tell each other enough how much we value our, the service within our community. I do want to speak, my interactions with Mr. Miller have been pretty few, but I want to say they have been marked with, I noticed, a dedicated, really wanting a person who wants to listen and care. And I think it was reflected in that long list of achievements. A lot of them were about giving instruction, helping people learn, like that interaction and building a community that speaks to a sharing heart. And I really wanted to I just wanted to commend you for that and thank you. There you go.
Supervisor Arroyo.
And I haven't had the pleasure of working with you hardly at all, but I will say that I was really struck by the amount of education that you've been able to do within different departments throughout the community, and the opportunity to teach at the police academy, and now to bring your incredible skill set to the Blue Lake Rancheria. So I know we always, in every profession, we need people who are experienced to lead the next wave of folks. And I'm grateful that you'll be able to continue providing that, and that you've provided that here. It sounds like in an impeccable way, and people really, as you can see, folks really love you here. So thank you, and wish you all the best. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you around.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Supervisor Bohn.
You're a good man, Miller.
That's great. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, with that, are there any other comments or concerns about the consent agenda from board members before we go to public comment?
I'd like to say something.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I have an appointment today to the Fish and Game Advisory Committee, and while I want to say that I'm very supportive of my appointment, and oftentimes people question a person maybe for issues that they have had in the past, or past businesses, or is there a conflict? And I think everybody on this board recognizes that people that donate their time to public service always have other interests in life, and so there can always become a conflict. And addressing those things are super important, and knowing when you have one and when you don't, and just addressing those going forward. And I'm confident every appointment that I've ever done recognizes that, and I just want to address that.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Anything else from the board? All right, we'll go to public comment, and we'll start in Zoom as usual. And there is one hand up in Zoom, and that is 8859, the last 4 digits. And you'll have 2 minutes, *6 to unmute. And for those in Zoom, please turn off any audio feed you may be listening to on our what we project out through Access Humboldt, because there is a delay there. So 8859, it is your opportunity. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Alicia Heyman. I'm the director for Friends of the Eel River, and I promise my toddler won't interrupt my comments this morning like she did last time. Supervisor Bushnell, I just want to say thank you for addressing the appointment to the Fish and Game Commission. That is what I'd like to talk about today. I just want to say it's my understanding that the Fish and Game Commission serves to advise the supervisors on issues regarding fishing and game hunting in Humboldt County, and of course, by necessity, a part of that advisory role has to include preserving public access to access these fishing and hunting grounds. So I was pretty surprised to hear about Supervisor Bushnell's appointment, given Mr. Patton's recent efforts to restrict public access to a historic fishing spot and the Commission's efforts to preserve that access. It seems a little counterintuitive. I, like many members of the Fish and Game Commission and the broader community, believe that there is an amicable solution that strikes the appropriate balance between preserving public access and dissuading improper use like camping or dumping. And I really hope the county is still working towards such a solution for Fisher Road. Supervisor Bushnell, I would be interested to hear if you're able to share any additional rationale for appointing Mr. Patton. I appreciate that he is volunteering his time on this commission, but I would like to emphasize that elected officials serve a wide variety of constituents, and the need to find balance to fairly represent everyone can be difficult. So I just appreciate you to keep that in mind as you serve the broader public good and work with everyone to find a solution to this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0526 or 0528. What is it? 0326. I guess I should need some glasses. 0326, this is your chance. You've got *6. There you go. Welcome.
Oh, this is Genevieve Wilson. I want to thank you for Sheriff Miller. He's positive and encouraging, helping the public to be understanding for everything. This is very important to be a public servant. You help people to understand and bring a positive schedule, positive attitude, and uphold our Constitution. I appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And I have nobody else with hands up in Zoom, so we'll go to those in the audience here today that would like to make a public comment on our consent agenda. Please come forward.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
There is one more in Zoom.
Yes, there is one more that popped up at the last second, and that is 1942. So 1942, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisors. This is Karen Underwood from Hydesville, calling in on agenda item 23707. I'm representing the Humboldt Trails Council. Our interest is that Kelly Patton, if he's appointed to the commission, that he would recuse himself from any issues such as Fisher Road, where he would have a conflict of interest. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, commenter. And I believe that is the final hands up in Zoom. And we'll go to those in the audience here today. And again, let us know, appreciate the last commenter letting us know what they're commenting on, what item on the consent agenda. Welcome.
Ken Swatsky, I'd like to comment on item number 49. I thought Friends of the Eel were going to go ahead and speak to the fact that they have acquired $1.6 million worth of our funds for good deeds they do out there. Regarding their comments, I strongly support Michelle Bushnell in making whatever appointment she feels is most appropriate, and that just because it doesn't happen to agree with me or certain people doesn't mean it's not representing a lot of the people out there in the public. Diversified things on this is imperative as far as I'm concerned. And so anyway, that's my comment on that. Regarding our retiring Miller, I went out to the Blue Lake Casino the other day, and I had an appointment with Jason Ramos, a brief conversation there. And then Floyd Stokes was out there, and I'm so pleased to see that hopefully we can form a partnership, which we've totally been lacking with the Blue Lake Rancheria out there. There's been a major infighting there between our city staff, city manager, and the rancheria out there. And when I was talking to Jason, I said, what I'd really like to do, and I call it building tombstones, is put together a coalition between Blue Lake and the rancheria where we work together, such as things as on law enforcement. And so looking forward to that, and I mentioned to Sheriff Billy, I really want to talk to the guy out there. So nice to have somebody out there, and for those of you who know law enforcement, Floyd Stokes probably taught him at CR back in the day. But the partnership that hopefully will be formed here to provide effective law enforcement to the city of Blue Lake and to the rancheria, I think will be a great thing. Look forward to working with him. He sounded like he's easy to work with and a great guy to have out around Blue Lake. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter, and once again, you left time on the table. I appreciate that. Okay, that's all the public comment on the consent agenda, so we'll bring that back here to the board for consideration of a motion. Supervisor Arroyo.
Chair, may I make a comment before
Please.
we move forward? I fully agree that we have the right to make our own appointments to boards and commissions, especially when they're, not at large seats. And I do appreciate diversity of thought. And by the same token, I was a little surprised to see this appointment, given that there's been some concern from the commission about this particular, the person recommended for appointment and their property, so it felt a little soon. But I also understand that, we all have the right to make our appointments, and that person brings a specific perspective that could be helpful at times to that commission. I do just want to note that I, support public access being maintained. I in places where it has existed. I know that every situation is different, and we need to look into the specifics of each individual situation. But generally speaking, I want people to be able to have river access and access to, public amenities that are part of public trust resources. And then, I also really support the Great Redwood Trail, which, has a leg, a spur, the Carlotta Spur, that would be close by to the property that we've had numerous discussions around on Fisher Road. So that said, I'm not going to oppose it, but I do think I just wanted to state my perspective on those particular matters.
Thank you for that. Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Bushnell?
I'm glad you don't oppose it, because it is my decision, and Kelly has a lot of things to bring to the Fish and Game Committee Advisory Committee, and that's why I chose to see him there. Not anything to do with the Fisher Road. Had long discussions with council and him prior to. He will not be speaking about Fisher Road at all at that advisory committee, nor do I suspect that we'll have anything come from them again, as they are advisory and they already sent their letter. Likewise, there's someone else on the commission now that has been pushing their agenda forward on the Fisher Road, and I feel strong about that as well. My decision to appoint Kelly has absolutely not one thing to do with Fisher Road. He has a vast knowledge of things that are interesting to the Fish and Game Committee. He already went to a meeting last week and stated that he will not be speaking on Fisher Road and will recuse himself. I'm happy to speak to anyone about my appointment if they so choose to. Maybe talk to me before we get on the dais. That would have been appropriate. And anybody in the public, I also can remove Kelly on a dime, and will if it goes south, and I don't anticipate that it will.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And any other comments from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
Just want to second the motion.
Well, we haven't had a motion yet.
I'll move
She did
approval.
not. Yes, there we go.
I apologize.
No worries. So we now have a motion to approve by Supervisor Arroyo and a second by Supervisor Wilson. Any final comments? Seeing none, do we have voting tabs today, or are we doing roll call? Okay. Technology, isn't it fun? All right. I've got one. Not up on yours. Let's go ahead and do roll call then, please.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Okay, and with that, we will next go to items pulled from consent, and we only had one item pulled. The agenda is a little wonky today on that. They kind of listed that together as consent agenda and items pulled, or actually under modifications. So we'll do item 21, and I pulled the item, and you want me to explain why? Should I? Would you guys like to know why? Yeah, okay. That sounds reasonable. And hopefully you got a heads up only yesterday, probably. But at any rate, I pulled it because I felt like it's really just to discuss the final item on the budget, which was the Measure Z final decisions. And we made that decision at about 6:30, almost 7 o'clock at night after a very long day. I know I was tired. I felt like the decision was a bit rushed. And primarily my concern was that we had been asking every single department in the budget, every single project under Measure Z to take a significant cut in their request, and everybody did that. And the ambulance services had basically taken, I mean, the Kamal one on 299 took about a $100,000 cut. And they've told us this is our bottom line. This is as far as we can cut these funds down. But then ultimately the motion that we all approved, 5-0 as a board, approved additional cuts to both ambulance services in order to fully fund the drug task force in Fortuna. There was a little bit of discussion about that in regards to how come they're not taking a cut, and it was mentioned, well, there were actually two proposals, one for an SRO and one for the drug task force. The SRO one was not being funded at all. So in some ways that was suggested as a cut, but in reality, the other item, there were separate items on the Measure Z consideration. The other item for the drug task force did not cut its amount at all. We all approved that, I recognize that, but I've had second thoughts about that, which is why I wanted to bring it back to the board. Ultimately, to approve the budget, we need a 4/5 vote. So we know that. So anyway, that's a little background on why I pulled the item. I thought it would be good to have maybe a little more discussion. I'm not looking for a 2-hour discussion here at all. I think we can probably do this pretty quickly, but it's up to the pleasure of the board. So at that point, did CIO Hayes, you have anything else, or did I cover it, you think?
No, Chair Madrone, I think you did a good job describing why this is up for discussion at this point in time. I do have the numbers of what the original requests are, what they've reduced, and what the actual approved allocation was at the public hearings on June 12th. So I stand ready to help you mathematically compute who shall get what.
Why don't you give us those numbers right away? That gives us some good background.
Sure. If I could just share screen, I could slap
Great.
this up. Thank you. Okay, so
Can you make that bigger?
yep, I sure will. So we have this column B shows what was the original request, just over $3 million for the Fire Chiefs Association, $468,000 for Kamau, $197,000 for Star, and $207,000 for Fortuna's Drug Task Force officer. Through the Measure Z process,
It says 207
in column B,
in the
this
first
is what
column.
the application was as submitted, yeah.
Right.
Through the Measure Z process, a number of agencies made voluntary reductions, STAR being one of those who reduced down to $182,000, and the Drug Task Force officer being reduced down to $195,000. Furthermore, in column D, through the public hearings and the discussion with your board, Kamau and STAR both made additional reductions. Kamau saying $350,000 was their sort of bare bones minimum that they would need in order to effectuate this service, and STAR stating $150,000 to do the same. STAR originally had come in at $160,000, and then through deliberations with your board had said $150,000, and that's really the bottom line. And column E indicates the motion of your board of what those allocations were. That left $566,673 for the fire chiefs, $320,000 for Kamau, $120,000 for STAR, and $195,438 for Fortuna DTF, for a total allocation of $1,202,111, which is the amount that remains available for allocation should your board switch this up at all.
Thank you very much. That provides good background, and I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I'm ready to prove it as is. I was probably one of the big proponents years ago of the Drug Task Force after sitting down with Sheriff Downey and then Sheriff Hansel. The biggest problem we had with our Drug Task Force was Fortuna would try to put somebody on it, and then they would have to pull them back because they would be short an officer. And then that put the Drug Task Force. And if you're familiar how the Drug Task Force works, all the agencies that are involved, those officers go back and talk to their people in the area and say, hey, we have a problem area here, we have a huge problem area here. I've followed it on a few cases, and the last 4.5 years, the drug confiscations and busts have gone up 200-300%. We just had a 12-pound methamphetamine bust that started. This is stuff that's coming onto the streets of our, the fentanyl's involved with it and everything else. And what we're talking about is a little minor error they made. They should have just said, okay, we would like for our department, and again, the SRO serves the whole Eel River Valley, so it was one of the things the first district got out of this. But the Drug Task Force serves the whole Eel River Valley, and we need to get that off of our streets, and it's been successful because they've been able to keep somebody there. So I remember fighting for this 4, 5, 6 years ago and said that I would be committed to this. Where they made an error, they should have just come in and asked for $440,000 for an SRO and a Drug Task Force, and then says, I'll tell you what, we'll cut it in half and do the SRO, and they would have taken a 50% reduction. We're taking a clerical position going, it's actually two separate things. It's not. It was $440,000 to the Fortuna Police Department, and they've cut it in half. So, and I understand with Kim Wah, I understand that they would like to have more. I was here 8 years ago when they first got their first 262,000, and now it's up to 400 and whatever to start with. And 8 years ago, it was going to be a bridge funding so they could put a parcel tax or work towards something to get a fee for the property owners up there. Now, is it true that the property owners up there shouldn't have to cover it? Because a lot of them are vacation owners. A lot of them, live up there. And most of the responses are on 2 state highways. So it seems to me the state highway somewhere on 90, on 299 or 96, somewhere near they should be parlaying some of this cash into it. But I think the 320,000 is, we haven't made any effort to do that in 8 years. And I remember the discussion. I went back and looked at the tape, and they were going to start working on it immediately for a parcel tax. And I think it was down to $20 a parcel. I mean, it was a fairly to provide. But again, it's the whole county. And I know a lot of people in Fortuna says, we don't go to Willow Creek. We don't, but I always hear that, but they do. They go over Reading, they go to the water slides. Everybody uses everybody's roads. That's why we do this all encompassing. But this is all coming down to a clerical error. I think what Fortuna is doing is cutting their demand or request, not demand, but request in half. And figuring out how through grants and everything else, how to fund the SRO, which I think is just as important as a drug task force. But I appreciate what Chief Day has done there. And I can't support that because if we don't get this crap off the streets, we're going to have more problems. I mean, that's the trickle down. I know we're going to spend a lot of time on river access. We're going to spend a lot of time on all these other things. But if you want to cure homeless, you want to cure mental health, you want to cure everything else, let's get these goddamn drugs off the streets.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I also am not willing to change my vote. I am supportive of Measure Z as it stands and also would like to adopt the budget the way it is.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I don't think anyone is saying that these projects don't have merit or aren't worth funding. If I could fund the entire list, I certainly would, because they all have significant merit and value within their communities. I will admit that I had a little bit more of a process like hiccup, because similar to the last item, we have the Brown Act, so we can't talk to more than one other person about it. And coming into the meeting to discuss the Measure Z allocations, it took me by surprise at the end, towards the end of the meeting, when we had been talking about, like, could we eke out funding from anywhere else in our county budget to help support the ambulance services, and then at the what felt like at the final decision point, we included the drug task force agent. And again, this is no statement about the value of that. It just took me by surprise because I thought we were talking about essentially funding the Fire Chiefs Association to the maximum degree, and then we started changing the conversation, which is fine. That's part of what happens up here, and sometimes it's awkward, and it's just part of the deal. That said, everyone else is getting funded between like 20%-ish, the Fire Chiefs Association, of their request, to 65% or 70%, and then there was no further reduction here. So I found that a little surprising. That said, it sounds like we don't want to change course, and we would need more of us to want to do that. So I'm okay with just moving forward with this. I don't think it's worth holding up the county budget for, a small reduction there. But I do think in the future we need to find a different way of saying, we're gonna have to cut across the board this amount, or again, this percentage-based allocation that I hope the Measure Z committee will come back with. So, all that said, I think it was just a surprise when these things happen, kind of late in the game. But that's how it sometimes goes up here. So I'm okay to move forward.
Supervisor Wilson.
If this wasn't such a big agenda today, I would say we'd have some time to grind into this a bit more. And I align with Supervisor Arroyo on this, but I also want to speak to Supervisor Bohn's observation with relationship to the expectation of the communities that are in real need of these ambulance services, and the expectation that there would be some sort of parcel tax or something that would be worked on. And we're going to have to come back to this next year. And I for one, am going to be really disappointed if we don't see some movement that we can help with. I mean, we do that to get to that place where there is some self-funding with relationship to these services in those areas. I concur with Supervisor Bohn on that. And for me, I'm going to say that this is going to be a more serious conversation about that funding in the coming years. So that's all I have to say. I think I'm ready to make a motion that we move forward with the budget as proposed.
I'll second that motion.
Well, as always, we'll wait on the motion until we get public comment on this to have respect for that public input. And I know nobody was being disrespectful. It's just part of the way I try to chair. And so is there any other comments from the board at this point? Supervisor Bohn?
And I'm hopefully staff and Supervisor Madrone, it being his district and everything else, we move forward on this, because this was the same thing we discussed 8 years ago about moving forward, and we've gone from 242,000 to 480. We're funding, Kimwell, I think the original request was we're coming close to 80% of their original request. 80% of their original request. And I have a hard time looking at the fire chiefs in the eye because we're coming nowhere near 80% of their request. In turn, we have given Measure Z, given our sales tax position and the lower sales tax, we have been able to help our volunteer departments to the tune of about $15 million, $14 million over the last 8 years. So it has been successful. I drive by the fire stations that are going up, the new engines with Measure Z stickers on them and everything. So I appreciate that, and hopefully we can get our economy back and we can go back to funding you guys at a level so the volunteers have the safest and best facilities available. And I think that's a commitment we have to make. But what we have to do up here too is we have to promote business to get sales tax dollars. So as we move along, we need to look at everything that helps business and not restrict it, but promote it.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Bohn. And I'll just add a comment for myself, and that is that there's been a lot of talk about how the sheriff's eating up all the Measure Z, or the 4 county departments are eating up all the Measure Z. And I just wanted to try and reframe that conversation, because I think that what's happened is that the departments have made requests, and yes, those costs go up every year. That's part of what's happened. And our revenues are down in sales tax, so that's part of the big problem. But you know, really what happened here from my perspective is that we've put a lot of resources into the sheriff's department to get us to a place of, in many ways, the minimum standard, not the maximum standard, but the minimum standard of what's needed for people to feel that we're actually handling that element of public safety in a positive way. And unfortunately, what that's meant is that we really don't have the money to support ambulance and fire services and other things. And so I agree, we need to act on. This is a year we absolutely need to act on. I'm hearing a majority of the board perhaps give direction here without a motion to staff that we need to be working on possibly the parcel tax or another way to be able to try and help fund these ambulance services and fire services. I mean, these are all critical services in our community. I don't think anybody thinks one is more important than the other. They're all important. They all touch on public safety, including roads. I mean, roads really didn't get much from Measure Z either, and that's a very direct link to public safety in terms of the condition of our roads and stuff. So we've got a lot of work to do, but I just wanted to reframe the discussion a little bit, and it's not so much that we've ate up all the money over here. That's what it took to get these things, the Sheriff's Department and other departments, to a place where we hopefully can be providing better service. And I think we've got more people on duty now than we've had for years in talking to Sheriff Hansel about this. So I just wanted to offer that reframing of that conversation. Some of you may know we're considering a road tax. Hopefully that will happen, and that might help that, but the parcel tax idea is another really important one. I'm just not sure. I mean, if Kamal and Star told us this is our bottom line to be able to provide this service, I'm not sure. We haven't really heard back from them. Are they able to provide the service for that reduced amount or not? Has the county staff gotten any input from either of the 2 ambulance services in regards to that further reduction that we made of 30,000? Deputy Director Sean Quincy.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer. Gotten minimal feedback from Kamal Medical Center, although they have expressed some level of disappointment, I guess. They came in and Dr. Stephen State came to your board during the public hearing and said that $350,000 was kind of their baseline. They're very grateful to receive the amount of funding that was recommended to be allocated, but they also have recognized that the cost of the service is what they presented at the time.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. Appreciate it. So with that, you know, I agree we have a huge agenda today, and to do anything different than simply approving what's already been proposed and approved previously would eat up significant time, because basically it would take, if there was only 3 out of 5 of us that voted for this budget, then we'd have to try and go back to figuring out how to make that work. Because we need to approve this budget. We need to let staff and departments know this is what we have. We need to move forward. I'm not interested in delaying this. But that's what it would take, and then we'd have to go back and forth trying to find a motion that actually got 4/5 vote. Hearing from the board here today, I think I heard pretty clearly that while if we had a small agenda, we might be willing to do that, given the timelines and the agenda, it seems like there's a taste for the majority of the board to just move forward with what we already approved before, but reapprove that today. Supervisor Bohn.
If it takes more work, I'm willing to do it. I don't think the last meeting was cut short. I think I was fully aware. I was fully aware that the number 3 or 4 item was $550,000 worth of road repairs for the Madrone Road. I don't get a lot of money sent in my first district, but I did get the request that the first amount of monies in the mid-year, we will look at the Madrone Road. That's directly in my district. If you don't think I got something handed to me for not voting on that, but I did that so we could still meet some monies for the fire chiefs, so we could still meet the monies of Kimwa. We're trying to spread that so we could still have public safety. With that, I commend Tom Mattson and the crew out there. I think I have one of the best road bosses out there happening right now. They have done great improvements out there, and because I hear from Dylan Mattoll about it all the time, but I mean, they're doing some good road improvements out there, and I've got the promise of future road improvements if there's monies left over to mid-year, which I'm hoping our sales tax dollars prove. So in turn, I was fully aware of what I voted on last time, was not surprised, was not happy with it, but we all have to take a hit and be aware of what we're doing. So if we need to spend more time on this, we meet once a week, sometimes every other week. This is the one day we have to show up. If we have to put the time in, I'm willing to put the time in. But I think what our staff, what our auditor controller and our CAO's office and everybody has put together is a functioning budget with what we have to work with now. We can all wish in one hand, and that's, we're going to have to get there somehow.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. Equally, I was fully aware of what I was voting for, and I am disappointed that the fire chiefs didn't get more, and that there wasn't more to allocate there. And I just know the commitment to the drug task force officer is very big for me in my district, where we just have a lot, especially in the southern Humboldt Fortuna area. They're catching a lot of fentanyl and methamphetamines. I think they just had an 8-pound bust in the Fortuna area for methamphetamines. And I see so many young folks and just, going down the wrong path, and it breaks my heart. And I know the commitment to the drug task force officer improves that. And so while I share your sentiments for the ambulances as well, I do think that I'm hopeful that they'll find that extra money. As the CMA said, they'll go to their boards there and ask. And as Star said as well, they're going to make a commitment to try to make that money up so they can run those services. I think that what you said, Supervisor Madrone, about, we are staffing what we can with Measure Z, and agree that while it has taken up a chunk, it is necessary services. But I too think if we need to have a bigger discussion, we should. Although I'm not willing to change my vote, I was fully aware of what I voted on.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Arroyo.
I also was fully aware of what I voted on. I think it's a fair point that it was a long meeting, a very robust process, and a lot of compromise. A lot of compromises had to be made to get to this point, and here we all are. So, I don't think any of us were unaware, even if it was a bit of a surprise to include the drug task force. Again, not talking about the merit of that proposal or the importance of that role. All that said, I think, we've kind of talked about this a fair amount, and I'm ready to go ahead and proceed.
All right, let's go to public comment, and we'll start with Zoom. I do not see any hands up on this item on the budget, so I'll come here to those in the audience here today. Welcome. You've got 2 minutes.
Ken Swatsky, I want to compliment your staff. You started this process in April. The city of Blue Lake is seeing its complete budget for the first time tonight. And they had a rollout, which about a third of it was there. So thank you for having this in advance. Can you imagine if you were trying to start your first thing right now on the whole budget process? Strongly support the decision that you made regarding the Measure Z funds. I strongly support and want to reiterate that the ambulance service was put on notice 8 years ago or thereabouts, and everybody should have got together, but that's kind of a little bit onus on them to help pass something. Strongly support you folks lobbying for the state to pay their fair share. And if that's done, if the state pays, let's say, half of what we need to do this, I cannot see any problem with me personally endorsing and I have multiple properties in that district, endorsing tax, including something that would go up into Trinity County where we also receive our service. So we need to have again a government-to-government conversation on that, I guess, with Trinity County. But appreciate your time that you took, all the time you do on the budget things, and hopefully it looks like you'll move forward as it is. And be ready, like has been mentioned, when you get to your 6 months from now or whatever, have all your ducks in a row, have everybody ready to go, and get it to it in advance. In other words, the city of Blue Lake, Friday was the first time I saw a budget, this last Friday, and it's just about impossible, to do any good on something. So thank you for the time you take.
Thank you, commenter. And seeing nobody else coming up to the podium, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion and a second. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
I will make a motion that we adopt staff's recommendations.
I'm sorry, but I felt I had recorded that there was already a motion. That Supervisor
I
Wilson
canceled the
moved it.
motion because it was before public comment.
Okay, thank you.
So I just tried to reiterate my policy of public comments before we do motions. So we've got a motion, and do we have a second?
I'll second that. I just, with the comment that I appreciate both the fear and anxiety around issues with relationship to public safety and ambulance service. I'm just hoping and around the scourge of these highly impactful drug issues within our communities, and so these processes aren't easy, and I appreciate everyone's work on that.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and vote on the motion in front of us. And do folks have tabs up? Yep, I see that, and I'm clicking on mine. You have your tabs, Mike? Yep, yep, everybody does. And we pass, there it is. Thank you, Tracy. Tabs up. Okay, well, there it passes, and we now have a budget. Thank you, staff, for your hard work, getting it done on time. Impressive effort on everybody's part, so we thank you all for that. And I know we have a time set at 10:30, but we also had a presentation from our health officer, and she has to leave at 11:15. So I think we can probably get that in, what do you think, in 5 minutes or so maybe? I know it's a super important issue. I don't want to cut you short. But we're going to take a break too before our time set. At any rate, welcome.
Thank you, Supervisors. And actually, I think I can do it in 2 minutes. So as you may have heard, in April of this year, the Surgeon General declared fentanyl adulterated or associated with xylazine as an emerging threat crisis.
You guys speak into the mic. Turned it on. Is there a light on? And
I turned it on. I
There
just
you
maybe
go.
not lined up quite right.
That's
Sorry.
perfect. Great.
I'll repeat. So now 2.5 minutes. So as you are probably aware, in April of this year, the Surgeon General declared fentanyl associated or adulterated xylazine as an emerging health crisis in the United States. In June 13th of this year, through monitoring in our county, we're able to confirm the presence of xylazine in unrelated individuals on more than one drug testing result. So I did want to make you aware that we have had arrival of xylazine in our county, and with that, we can be concerned about the risk of increasing overdose deaths. So xylazine is not traditionally a controlled substance. It's not approved for use in humans. It's a veterinary tranquilizer. Been around since the 60s, started kind of cropping up in illicit drug trade probably about 5 to 10 years ago, 2015 range on the East Coast, and in the last year and a half seems to have made its way to the West Coast. So that is the information I'm sharing today.
Great, thank you for that information. And as was just previously discussed, this whole issue of drugs in our community and public safety is a huge one. So I'll bring it to the board. Any questions, clarifications? Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. I had heard that the thing with the sheriff uses doesn't.
Naloxone or naloxone?
Yeah,
Sure.
doesn't bring a person out of that. Can you confirm or talk about that?
Yeah, so that actually is not a yes or no answer, but I'll try to give a brief answer. So xylazine is not an opioid. For those of you who are familiar with clonidine, which is a kind of an older style blood pressure medication that suppresses heart rate and breathing, xylazine does not respond to Narcan. Having said that, xylazine is used in combination with fentanyl, and it's the fentanyl that's the main component of death. So most people who are experiencing an overdose of fentanyl adulterated with xylazine can be reversed with Narcan still. It just increases the risk of death when they're used together, but the fentanyl component, which is the main cause of death, is actually still reversed with naloxone or Narcan. So that is actually messaging that we're really trying to get out. There's a lot of people who are saying, oh, there's no point in using it, don't even bother, it won't work anymore. It absolutely does still work. It's just that the overdose itself is more severe because of that second mechanism of suppressing breathing and heart rate.
Can I?
Great. Yes, please.
Thank you for that. I also, what you just said, I had heard, use the Narcan, and I'm sorry, thank you, I lost the word. Use it again. Sometimes it takes more than one time. And so I really appreciate you updating the community on, don't not do it. And there's no harm in doing it, is that correct? Using Narcan?
Yeah, no harm. So I should, maybe not admit this publicly, but I've done trainings on Narcan since it was first brought in kind of experimentally with law enforcement probably 15 years ago. And if you're not using opioids, you don't have them in your system at the time of use, there's basically nothing that occurs with the administration of naloxone or Narcan. So I have actually dosed myself in demonstrations before to prove the point, like this is safe, so what this does is it blocks the opioid receptors in the brain so they can't receive opioids. That's the extent of what it does, and it only lasts for about 20 to 30 minutes, the impact of it. So it is perfectly safe to use in children, in pregnant women, in your kids, and whoever. And there's no harm in administering it to somebody who is actually unconscious because they've had a stroke, or their blood sugar is low, or they fell and hit their head, or any of the other reasons that you can think of that somebody might be unresponsive or unconscious.
You're not suggesting they do that, though.
No.
I'm sorry?
You're not suggesting they go out and try it, though, right?
Don't try this at home.
Individuals dosing themselves? Probably not. But all joking aside, we are suggesting that if somebody is down and unresponsive and you don't know why, and it's a possibility it's an overdose, you will do no harm by administering it, and you might save a life if that is the cause. So you don't need to worry about whether or not you know why somebody is unresponsive before administering.
Thank you so much. That's the messaging I wanted to hear. So thank you so much.
That is great messaging. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I have a few questions that I hope can be pretty brief. So the first one is, is there a community access point for xylazine testing strips or any kind of testing apparatus?
So no, not in mainstream circulation. There are test strips that exist, but they're not widely circulated at this point, and it's unclear how effective they are.
Okay.
So that is one of the target priority areas that the Surgeon General's office has announced, is figuring out how to actually get effective test strips and how to circulate them, but at this point, no.
Okay. And then I understand that there's a risk with xylazine of wounds that won't heal, or risks with that. Are there recommendations on how, just so we know and can tell our community, how people should handle that kind of I don't know if it's a side effect, but that impact on their health?
Yeah, so xylazine, actually, one of the reasons it was not pursued for use in humans, because there are a lot of complications. One of those is that any area on your skin that's had skin trauma or damage, so like cuts, scrapes, that type of thing, can become impacted. So we tend to think of skin complications at the site where you inject. With xylazine, that's not the case. You can actually develop skin complications in any place that has disrupted skin, and it can rapidly progress from, just the earliest signs of skin damage to necrotic or dead tissue basically that becomes life and limb threatening within a period of about 24 to 48 hours. So I would say that if you are somebody who has concerns about that might be why you have a skin lesion that's not healing, pay close attention. If it does seem to be becoming infected or becoming more painful or turning black, that you need to seek medical attention immediately.
Thank you. And then lastly, since we were talking about naloxone, and I realize it doesn't address the issue with xylazine, but since they're often in the same people who are using xylazine, perhaps unknowingly, are also using opiates in many cases, it sounds like. Where can people get naloxone in this community?
Great. So yes, actually, xylazine is not sold independently as a drug of abuse. It's used with fentanyl to boost the effects and slow the withdrawal from fentanyl. So you're not going to see people just using xylazine. So having protection from fentanyl overdoses is incredibly important. You can get that through our substance use prevention services program at Public Health. You can Google free Narcan or free naloxone on the internet. You can do online trainings where people will mail it to you. You can get it through Hatcher. The Humboldt IPA has a program that they're sending out to schools to do training. There are a number of resources in the community for actually getting naloxone or Narcan. And if, just for clarification's sake, naloxone is the generic name of the brand name. Narcan is a brand name, which is why you'll see me try to avoid using the term Narcan just because we try not to do free advertising for people, but Narcan is the name that most people know, so it slips out sometimes.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
And very much appreciate your efforts on this. This is a huge issue in our community. And with that, we'll have public comment on this item, and then we'll bring it back to the board for a motion to accept and receive the report, I believe. So, Sheriff Hansel.
Yes, thank you very
Welcome.
much. Appreciate Public Health bringing up this crisis. It is an epidemic in our community. I just talked with several sheriffs throughout the state, and there are certain counties that are seeing decline in overdose in their fentanyl. I wish that was the case here in Humboldt County. It is not. Over the last 3 years, we've essentially doubled our overdose rates, overdose deaths, I should say. 15 3 years ago, 30 2 years ago, close to 70 last year. We're on track to meet that number, just under 70 this year so far. And so this is definitely an epidemic, and this is a huge problem with drugs in our area, is that they mix with xylazine and whatever else. And it's not just the opioids, it's the methamphetamine and everything else that's coming with it. So it's a very scary part of it. We have a medication-assisted treatment program here in the county. And I just urge people, if they are addicted to opioids, to please see a physician. Please see one of these areas where you can get medication-assisted treatment to get yourself off of it. If we truly care about our community, we want to get people off these drugs because they are killing our people. And so I appreciate Public Health being serious and bringing this to our attention. We'll be looking out for that, but also education is very important. We want to stress that. And if you don't have the access to naloxone or Narcan or whatever else, please, there's several areas where you can get that, but also get your loved one into medication-assisted treatment. It is working. We have it in our jail, and we have it in our community, and it does truly make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Hansel. Okay, with that, we'll go to public comment, and I do see in Zoom there's one hand up. That was a late hand on the last item. So I'll just check with the person and see if they wanted to comment on this particular item, and that is 0326. I believe that's you, Genevieve. Did you have a comment on this item? And I'm sorry, we saw your hand up too late on the last item. Star 6 to unmute, Genevieve. Seeing no movement there, I'll come to the audience. Is there anybody that wanted to provide public comment that's here today on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion to accept and receive, I believe.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, no, that's you. So we have a motion by Supervisor Wilson and a second by Supervisor Arroyo. And Genevieve has just unmuted. Genevieve, we're moving forward, sorry. And so we have a motion and a second, and do we have vote tabs up? It looks like we do, so. We'll cast our votes. 5-0. Great, thank you very much. And so just to give folks a sense of where we're heading on the agenda, we have two time sets at 10:30. We are going to take a brief break because I believe these two items will go for a while. So we may start just a few minutes late on that. And that is both of the cannabis items that are time set for 10:30. And then we have a closed session time set for 1 o'clock. It may very well be that these two items take quite a while and then we go to our closed session. I'm hopeful that they won't and that we can be concise again with our comments and input. So it's a little hard to predict, but after the two 10:30 time sets, if there is time before our 1 o'clock, we will go to the Film Commission annual report and the other items on the agenda in order. But first thing we'll need to do after the two 10:30 time sets is do public comment on non-agenda items, which is being bumped a little bit. So my apologies for that. So at this point, public comment on non-agenda items could be here in an hour and a half or two before 1 o'clock, but if we don't get it in before then the public comment on non-agenda items will happen sometime after about 1:30 or 2. That's my best guess on the agenda and how we'll proceed today. So at this point, we're going to take a Supervisor Bushnell.
Chair, could you remind people the public comment for the new folks that came in is going to be how long?
The public comment today has been abbreviated to 2 minutes because we have a massive agenda today that I'm managing to try and get done in a timely fashion. So thank you for that, Supervisor Bushnell, that heads up. Okay, so we're going to take a brief recess. Let's get back here as quickly as we can, no more than 10 minutes, hopefully a little less. So thank you. If you want to find your seats, close out your conversations. We're going to reopen the meeting here. We're waiting on Supervisor Wilson, but we're going to go ahead and get started, and he can join in as soon as he gets back here. All right, thank you, everybody. So we are back in session, June 27th meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and we have two time set items for 10:30, and the first one is a report from Humboldt County Cannabis Reform Initiative Ad Hoc Committee, and I believe that Director Ford is going to prepare us on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, John Ford with the Planning and Building. Just to introduce the report from the Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative Ad Hoc Committee. The Ad Hoc Committee was given the assignment to meet with the sponsors of the Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative to determine if there were alternative actions that to the voter consideration of the initiative, whether or not something was feasible, and to work with the HCRA sponsors and the public and the cannabis industry stakeholders and staff to develop ordinance modifications if that was desirable. And then if neither one of those were feasible, to develop a strategy to respond to the HCRI. The purposes of the initial formation of the ad hoc were fulfilled. The meetings did take place. I think the meetings were fruitful. I think the meetings brought understanding, but really at this point, I think it's important for the ad hoc to simply report out to the board and provide their perceptions on what the takeaway from those meetings were.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And so with that, we'll bring it to the ad hoc. Supervisor Arroyo and Supervisor Bushnell were the ad hoc, so we'll start with those two.
Thank you. And thank you to Director Ford for convening those meetings and hosting and helping, lead the conversation in many ways. So I concur with that. So we had a couple meetings, and then Director Ford had a meeting without either of us, but to get into some of the nitty-gritty in between. So our meetings with the ad hoc members bookended that process. So there were 3 meetings in total. Was there additional one? Okay, no, 3 in total. And we started our first one with a discussion about just really understanding where the initiative proponents were coming from. I think we were able to achieve some understanding, as Director Ford said. But it was pretty clear that the proponents of the initiative really wanted to ensure that that this item went to the voters, and that and that an ordinance update would not satisfy their concerns, and that they wanted something that was really codified in a different way by the voters of the county. So we talked about the narrow range of options given that perspective, and I think that at this point we're sort of at a temporary stopping point where depending on what happens in the future, we may be able to meet again and talk about some of the definitions of terms. I think there were some questions about how some of the language was defined and what the implications of that would be that are still unanswered, honestly. But we were able to talk about some of the intent and just understand it a little bit better. So that's what I took away from it. I wouldn't say that it helped us define clear actions when it comes to any ordinance changes, but should those be needed in the future, I think we'll have a starting point for a productive conversation.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I think Supervisor Arroyo summarized well, and I don't have much to add, although are Betsy and Mark still here?
They are here, yes.
Oh, okay. I don't see them.
They're
Hi, Betsy. So I'm glad they're both here. Natalie and I had both reassured them to please come, that the process was good, and to have the good discussion. And so I'm glad to see them both here, as well as the cannabis community. So I look forward to a good discussion today. And I do concur with Supervisor Arroyo that if in the future it is voted in by the voters, I think we have 2 years to implement. And so we would have some work to do in the future if that so happens.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And again, we have 2 items here today before us. This is the first one. And the second item is to talk more about the issue of fair political practices, what the board can or can't do in regards to the initiative and statements of support or opposition. I believe that's the focus of the second item here today. So we'll stay focused on this first item, which is a report out on the ad hoc committee at this point. I think it'd probably be appropriate at this point to ask the other members of the ad hoc, the initiative supporters, to come forward and at least give us their brief comments on the ad hoc process for us. So we'll welcome them to the podium, and I can make both mics work if one of you want to sit at the
Is
table.
it on?
Okay, you got it. Welcome.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. My name is Betsy Watson. I am one of the sponsors of the initiative. The charge to the ad hoc committee was for 2 supervisors, Mr. Ford, and 2 initiative sponsors and members of the public to meet. A number of residents volunteered, but the public was not included. We met 4 times, 3 with the supervisors and Mr. Ford, and just once with Mr. Ford. My intention going into the ad hoc was to work on implementing ordinance to clarify the initiative, and I think that was done to some extent. As reported yesterday in the Lost Coast Outpost, we were to either, and I quote, either modify existing county rules or find an alternative to the ballot measure, end quote. The Outpost article continued by quoting the Planning Commission staff report. And I quote, during the first meeting, the initiative sponsors made it clear to the ad hoc committee that they had no interest in working collaboratively to develop an alternative ordinance. This, I don't think, is true. The collaboration, we were fully intending to collaborate, and I think did. We had very good conversations. After several meetings, it became apparent to me that the planning department staff and the county supervisors present didn't really have a good understanding of the initiative, so we worked on that. The initiative amends the general plan, and ordinances to implement the general plan are developed and become the actual implementing rules. We are eager to work on the implementing rules and remain so. We were not interested in withdrawing the initiative because the purpose and the intention of the initiative are valid. The fact that it cannot be changed except by vote of the people is positive because it puts limits on cannabis cultivation that our elected officials are not willing to do. The initiative has a provision, 7F, that allows for adjustments such as implementing ordinance. The initiative prevents a future Board of Supervisors from weakening the essential protections while offering flexibility to support the initiative's purposes and intent, which is clearly stated. The initiative seeks to promote environmentally responsible cannabis cultivation practices and support watershed health for residents, property owners, ecosystems affected by cannabis cultivation activities. And I'd like to end by saying that I really appreciated John Ford's attitude towards this, and I learned a lot attending these meetings. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much. And with that, Mark, would you like to make some comments, please?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm Mark Thurmond, co-sponsor. I would agree with everything Betsy just said and state again that our main objective was to work collaboratively with the committee to identify means by which the initiative could be implemented. If it were to pass, the implementation language would need to be ready to go. And so I think it was important to get started on that. The main objective of the committee was to get us to withdraw the initiative in exchange for changes that planning would make in the current ordinance. It was proposed that the new ordinance changes would address some of the provisions in the initiative, but those weren't specified. After we had reaffirmed that we just wouldn't be able to withdraw the initiative, we were told that the names of those who signed the initiative petition would be obtained, and those people would be contacted. This would be illegal. So what are some other reasons that we could not withdraw the initiative? One reason was that the committee acknowledged that any change made to an ordinance today could readily be undone next week or next year, depending on the makeup and the mood of the board. Thus, there's no guarantee that any agreed upon language actually would survive more than a year, if that. This is what happened with Resolution 1843, approved by the board over 5 years ago, promising annual in-depth reviews of cannabis activities. Despite that promise, no annual review has ever taken place. The main reason for not withdrawing the initiative, however, was our moral obligation to those 7,000 plus registered voters who signed the petition. They were not told that we might consider brokering a deal or negotiating in some way to not represent the initiative that they signed on, thereby giving up key provisions that mandated change. We have an obligation to honor the agreement made by those 7,000 citizens. We would hope that the ad hoc committee could be continued. We think that cannabis reform, more reform, is critically needed, and it's important that we get to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And back to Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you to Betsy and Mark both for those thoughts. I do want to say for myself that when we as the ad hoc were talking and had realized that they weren't willing to withdraw the initiative, then they wanted to continue work. And I felt with the group, we talked about how much staff time that would take with the planning department and what that looked like for the workload and whether or not the initiative passes or doesn't in March, whether those things would be implemented in the going forward if it hadn't passed. For myself, I feel the strain on the planning department doing that work, without having direction from the voters, was going to strain the planning department some, and also a lot of staff time and money. And so my thoughts were going that way to see, well, let's see what happens in March to see whether we need to do this work. And so those were where my thoughts were when we were discussing that.
Thank you for that. And Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments, Betsy and Mark. And I agree that that excerpt in the article in the Los Gatos Outpost didn't fully reflect, I think, what we had talked about or where you were coming from. But I did hear that there wasn't interest in solely modifying the ordinance, the land use ordinance pertaining to cannabis, and then withdrawing the initiative. So that's by all accounts, I think where we understood that you stand. So I will say that we talked about in our first meeting a relatively difficult to achieve alternative, which we then all, I think, collectively walked away from, which was potentially developing a measure for the ballot that would encapsulate a lot of the things that you want to see, while also addressing some of the concerns that staff had about definitions of terms, clarifying some of the language, and then addressing a bit of the implementation from a staff perspective to make it less, perhaps less time consuming on our staff's behalf to implement this while still being true to the intent of it. But we all, after our first meeting, I think I had the idea that we might be considering that, and then it became apparent afterwards that wasn't going to be a viable option. So we did explore that because the options were fairly limited, as this board had already kind of taken action to go ahead and put it on the ballot in March. So, or accept that it would be on the ballot in March. So, and we recognized that was actually a really heavy lift to develop something in preparation as an alternative ballot measure for the March ballot, and not very viable. So I would agree that we have the option to come back together as an ad hoc, depending on the outcome in March, and talk about, and I think the reason we decided to defer that conversation, in addition to our staff's workload, was really that the conversation will look a bit different if we were talking about how could we update the ordinance with a group of community members who are impacted, and including the initiative proponents, to talk about, broadly speaking, how we would update this ordinance like now versus to respond to the initiative and all of its provisions. So those might be a little bit different conversations. So I think it makes sense to go ahead and wait on opening up the ordinance for revisions until that point. So I think it's pretty clear where we're at right now. We're in a moment of pause, and then the county, just really needs to figure out how we will respond. And that'll be the next item on our agenda. So I really appreciate folks being willing to talk. And I also will note that it wasn't my understanding that we were going to invite other community members to this particular process. I do think the ordinance revision process might look very different and would follow a different trajectory. So that might have been a point where we had a different understanding of what we were going to do, because I thought that we were really limiting it to that group of people for expediency, and to have a frank conversation and bring back the results to this board. So I think that's what we've done here today. And I know it might not make the outcome might not be what everyone had thought it might be, but I do believe that a level of understanding was reached that we previously didn't have.
Thank you for that. And we've heard verbal comments as a report from Director Ford, as well as all of the various ad hoc members. But is there a written report that is being put together that we will receive at some point in the future or not? Because my understanding was there were some fruitful discussions around getting some clarity around what the intentions of the initiative were. Because ultimately, when an initiative passes, one has to then take that and develop policy, which requires a look very closely at what was the intent of the initiative, to then develop policy, which then goes to develop ordinances to implement that policy, right? So is there a written report coming from the ad hoc, or is this it, pretty much, verbal?
This is it.
This is the report?
Yes,
Okay.
and I just want to add, we had struggled a little bit with that, and came, as we thoroughly thought through the initiative really does impose policy because it is modifying the general plan.
Okay.
And then the zoning ordinance needs to be conformed to that policy.
Okay.
And so while intent is a marvelous thing, the other thing that we ran up against was wanting to be very cautious about what the four corners of the initiative actually said and what the voters are going to be responding to.
Okay, great. Appreciate that clarification. Any other questions, comments from the board before we go to public comment? Seeing none here. And again, this is the first of two items. And really, this is just about the ad hoc's work and what you have just heard in regards to the verbal report on the activities. And again, I want to thank all the members of the ad hoc for their willingness to have made some good attempts at trying to find some common ground and move us forward. So, and again, we have another item coming up right after this that really deals with the whole issue of what we as a board can or can't do in regards to support or opposition and all that kind of stuff. If that's fair to say as the second item, would you say? Okay. So with that, we'll go to public comment in the Zoom at first. And again, we have a 2-minute limit today for public comment because of our very large agenda. And the first four numbers I have are 8804. And you can press *6 to unmute, and you will have 2 minutes. There you go. Welcome. Yes, you are.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Furman, and I'm one of those 7,000 plus people that signed the petition. And I believe that this initiative is a pretty important one because it would stop cannabis cultivation expansions, and it would require wider neighborhood involvement. Large cultivation sites are kind of inappropriate for rural areas like us I'm out in Neyland, because then we become more of an industrial area, and there are already too many big trucks, but this brings even more big trucks hauling water or water pipes or water tanks or fertilizers, and there are many more cars and trucks that are driven by workers and employees all hours of the night. And the noise and light pollution of lights and generators, etc. It sounds all through night at times, at all hours. And meanwhile, these expansions continue to be approved by the Planning Commission. The current county ordinance used to permit cannabis cultivation notifies the neighbors that are within, I believe it's 350 feet of the applicant property. And this initiative also widens this noticing area to 1 mile. And out here, that's not a lot, but it is a lot more than 350 feet. The community needs to be consulted and have an opportunity for meaningful participation before a project like this is undertaken. This initiative offers much-needed reform for cannabis cultivation in Humboldt County. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. And the next person in Zoom is last four digits of 4278. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me today. I'm here to support the Cannabis Reform Initiative. Upon reading a number of local media articles, I became alarmed at some of the claims made about the initiative. So I went to the website and I read it. One of the things that concerned me was the claim that legally permitted cultivation sites would either have the conditions of their permits changed or canceled if over 10,000 square feet. Upon reading the initiative, I found that the initiative process protects the vested rights of current permit holders. Nothing in this initiative shall apply to prohibit any person or entity from exercising a vested right obtained pursuant to local or state law as of the effective date of this initiative is in Section A. Section B gives even more detail on takings. Another claim is that the initiative will prevent farmers from getting any new permits for construction, for processing, etc. The initiative clearly states that this is considering only cultivation permits. The initiative definition of cannabis cultivation permit includes only planting, growing, harvesting, drying, curing, or grading, trimming of cannabis. That is on page 7. There is no mention of processing, manufacturing, distribution, dispensing, delivery, and sale in the definition. I recommend reading the actual initiative, which starts out with the county council summary required for all county initiatives. As it reads, the purpose of this cannabis reform initiative is to protect the county's residents and natural environment from harm caused by large-scale cannabis cultivation. Specifically, the initiative
Thank you,
seeks to
commenter.
promote
Apologies, 2 minutes goes very quickly. Thank you for your comments. And next we have 3053. You're up, and *6 to unmute. 2 minutes, folks. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. Just want to confirm you can hear me, Chair, while
Yes,
I'm working.
yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. So mainly my comments is I appreciate the subcommittee stopping communications, stopping wasting taxpayer dollars. That's all these people are trying to do is waste taxpayer dollars. They don't know how to understand things. I don't know how many untruths I've read, how many untruths I've heard. It's very hard not to really say a lot of words I want to say right now, but I'm going to be politically correct and not say them. It's really unfortunate that 2 individuals or 3 individuals decided to judge a whole generation of people and community members, and really were just frustrated because their local supervisor wouldn't come out and listen to them because someone wanted to put a 1-acre grow in their view state. We know that. Please don't waste any more taxpayer dollars meeting with them. Obviously, they don't want to negotiate. It's frustrating how many dollars have been wasted, and I hope you guys, when this initiative fails, I hope you guys can countersue them because they've wasted so many dollars in this county. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 9235. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hey, thank you very much. My name is Adrian Keys. I'm from Trinity County. I'm the president of the board of the Trinity County Agriculture Alliance, our local cannabis trade association. I would like to speak towards the initiative process, which I have some experience in. A few years back, we ran a successful tax initiative. We were meticulous with our wording. We had legal counsel, so on and so forth. After it was passed, it was interpreted differently and implemented differently than as it was written. So regardless of my best intent and my desire to see this tax initiative implemented in the way it's intended, it in fact was implemented exactly as it said on paper. And on paper, we had made a mistake. And so I feel poorly for all the farms who I costing money to by a poorly written initiative. But I can say that this costs some farms a little bit more a year in taxes. What the HCRI would do would be to completely disenfranchise all the small farms there. As a small farmer at 10,000 square feet, I can tell you for certain that not being able to do any further activities would impede my ability to succeed. If I could change that language today, I would, and I wish that it didn't hurt the people in my community. I think the building permit issue in the initiative, which states, banning packaging, trimming, so on and so forth, that is processing. So if you were to pull a building permit for an improved drying, trimming, packaging facility, you wouldn't be able to, or you become non-conforming, or however that would work at the end of the day.
30 seconds.
I really hope that the supervisors today choose to use whatever can come out of the next agenda item to do what they can to protect the cultivators in your county, and I wish you all well. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And that's it in Zoom. So at this point, we'll ask for comments from those here in the audience today. If you have comments on this ad hoc report, which is what we're discussing, please come forward and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Kent Swatsky, I will stay on point. I really appreciate the ad hoc committee taking the process and what they were doing there. You've had all kinds of other comments on things which I don't feel, although relevant, were actually what we're here to talk about. And I think the main thing as far as the ad hoc, from the reports I've gotten, actually some very good work was done. Some understandings were come to. Hopefully these misconceptions about what is actually intended here, will be rectified, and actually what has been said by the people and understood by you, and to come to an understanding is the first process. I strongly support the fact that, if you wish to pass another ordinance, you can form your ad hoc and do another one later, but to follow the process. And, people are threatening litigation, and I'm sure you guys might have discussed that in your ad hoc or not as far as complications. But, I think that this initiative, as you saw it in your ad hoc, was that it was put together, although not totally clear to everybody, but by a very professional, one of the largest firms that does these kind of things. And it's always great to have something like, and I think the clarity can come from your further work of your ad hoc, should the voters decide, and I strongly support the voters having a choice to make their own decision on this, with an informed decision made from a viewpoint, as you would see in your ad hoc committee, that's not biased, that is totally understanding exactly what has been come before your ad hoc committee and the understanding that you've had. So thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And next. And anybody that's going to want to speak on this item, please come on over so we can be efficient with our time. Welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Executive Director, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I'd like to add a little backstory to this discussion based on my experience. In late 2021, I spent hours of my time communicating with Mark and Betsy about the state of the cannabis industry and shared goals. They shared goals documents, but never a policy document. And throughout the time, I suggested ways for them to work with the county to amend the ordinance, recommended creating a community planning area for Neeland, and other ways to meet their needs while cautioning against an initiative. The proponents of the HCRI never shared the final policy document with the public before it was submitted to the elections office, at which time it could never be changed and voters are left with only a yes or no decision. When HCGA reviewed the document, we found that 12 of the 13 policies within the document target existing small legal cannabis farmers. We wrote to Betsy saying their process skipped the step between shared goals and a final policy strategy, to which Betsy replied, "It is true, we had no intent or ability to negotiate with anyone, and for HCGA to invent some middle step is just crazy." Some crazy middle step? You mean transparent public review of a document that creates an entirely new section for the county general plan, one that can only be changed by a future vote of the people? Policies that rewrite Humboldt's existing cannabis operations with zero review from the affected industry, review by the implementing agency, legal review by outside counsel, or policy review with environmental organizations or State Department officials? No, the HCRI proponents skipped those steps because they were rushing to get enough signatures on the November 2022 ballot. I think it's crazy that a few people with zero expertise in cannabis policy and a hired San Francisco law firm think that they know more than everybody else in the community and are choosing to disregard thousands of hours of public policy experience and development. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we can do this, but let's keep the clapping down, please. We don't want to influence one way or the other. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Martin Raub. I own the Christmas Tree Farm on Table Bluff in Lolita. I'm here once again to tell you that the post-permit inspection compliance process is broken. It does not work. I'll give you an example. My neighbors are 5 years into their conditional use permit, and they were required to perform a standard pump test with my well as a reference well within a year. It hasn't happened. What did happen was that they proposed to do a test at the end of the wet season, which is contrary to the State Water Board rules. And I agreed to that with the condition that they perform another test at the end of the dry season, which is when it should have been done. And the dialogue stopped at that point. The permittees told the inspector that I had refused the test. The inspector accepted that, did not contact me for comment or any other information. The inspector checked the compliant box, and it would have stayed that way if I hadn't complained. The inspector had no idea what a standard pump test was, what the rules were, what the timing was, anything like that. So I had to ask him to go do his homework. So the reality is that as long as the box is checked, compliant, one way or another, Director Ford can stand up here and tell you that his well-oiled machine is working smoothly when in fact permittees are not compliant.
Thank you, commenter. Next.
Good morning, supervisors and everyone. My name is Paul Hagan, and I'll speak about the initiative in front of you. Briefly, my background, my credentials. I've lived in Humboldt County for 24 years. Before that, I specialized in land use. I am both a lawyer and an attorney. I have taught land use. I've taught environmental law in the first half of the 90s. After I arrived here in Humboldt County, I worked in this courthouse for 8 years as an environmental prosecutor. I've also spent 4 years as a city attorney here in different cities in Humboldt County, and I spent 9 years as a planning commissioner for the city of Arcata, so I understand a few things about land use law and planning as a profession and local governance. And I come here to take time out of my own day today to share with you my concerns about the future of Humboldt County and how it treats itself, really. This initiative is a bad idea on its face, and I'll give you 3 reasons why. Number 1, it cannot be changed but by further initiative, and that makes it an anti-representative government by dismissing the board's authority to do anything about the initiative itself. It's enormously detailed, and it imposes policy, as you heard from your staff earlier today, on the county by amending the general plan, and that's very deep and serious stuff. Everybody knows that the general plan is considered to be the constitution of development for the local government. It'll take a lot of legislation and further ordinances and staff time to get through this. It's a complex legislation by initiative fiat is what it is. There's no public input of any type into the initiative itself, and that's very problematic. It purports to protect us from harm from large-scale
30
grows,
seconds.
but large-scale grows is not at all what other counties see large-scale grows as. So what is the purpose of the initiative? It states its purpose in front, and I tell you that this initiative has been put up by people from the Good Intentions Paving Company, and that's the road we're on now. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, supervisors, for listening to me today. I am here to support the initiative, and I support the initiative after reading and thinking about the economics of the situation. The cannabis crisis is due to overproduction of the initiative, and the initiative has not caused this, just might be the solution. Capping the size and number of cannabis cultivation sites would be helpful in decreasing the glut of marijuana on the market. Many cannabis growers seem to think that the initiative is to blame for the crisis. They may not understand what the initiative is designed to accomplish. It appears they don't want to understand the initiative because they can use it as a scapegoat for the current crisis. Many growers want to grow larger amounts of cannabis without considering the effects on the environment and the neighbors. Capping the size and number of cannabis farms will address the water issues in the local hills. With more people living in our remote areas, water availability has been an increasing problem. But with the constantly increasing number of cannabis growing sites and the trend to expand the size, water has become a crisis in the number of areas in the county. Capping the number and size of cannabis farms has other advantages. There is already less pressure on our county roads from less soil, water, and diesel tankers. There will also be less light pollution and less diesel generated noise and smell. The initiative limits only cultivation sites, does not speak to the various other kinds of permits issued by the county. Hopefully the county will assist the surviving farms in vertical integration, processing, wholesaling, retail on the farm, bud and breakfast, cannabis tours, etc. I support the initiative because it offers a more balanced path forward, both environmentally and economically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, welcome.
Hi there. My name is Sandy DeLuca. I'm a local real estate agent. I've been doing real estate in Humboldt County for a little over 20 years. I work with land quite a bit, and I've been out on hundreds and hundreds of farms during this process, and I've gone through hundreds and hundreds of permits with folks as I'm trying to help them understand the value of their property to sell it, or the condition of a permit in order for someone to buy it. So I've been through many, many, many of these, and I've had my feet on so many farms. And so I do think that one of the things I tell people over and over again is that when we had our deadline to apply for 1.0 was December of 2016. During that time, we gave our planning department and our community, our engineers, our you know, all the entities that are involved in helping you get your permit approved. We gave them 10 years worth of work in about 3 months. And so with that, we're 8 years in, or a little more than 8 years in. We're getting there. What I believe is, as I'm up here to stand, and I'm taking time out of my day, my busy day too, to speak against this, because I think that they put together this agenda for us all to spend our time and money on without researching the agenda well enough. And I think I was here last time and I heard John Ford say that it doesn't look like something that's going to be very easily to implement. So I think that we need to step back and really understand what we're trying to put in front of our voters before we put that in front of our voters, because we heard here last time too that people signed without knowing what they were signing. And I can guarantee you that lots and lots of people walked past that and said, oh, help the small farmer? Sure, let me sign here. And they didn't know what they were signing. And I think we just need to do some more research before we give our county another 10 years worth of work in a day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next?
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Craig Johnson, owner and operator of a small cannabis farm in southern Humboldt, under 10,000 square feet, rain catchment, solar, and all sun-grown. I just want to pull up the staff report. I pulled out my highlighter. I just want to read one line that I highlighted. Put my reading glasses on. There were no errors or inaccurate conclusions in the analysis. This is in reference to the report that John Ford and his department brought forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we'll close public comment on this agenda item. And I saw there was some hands that came up late in Zoom, but just FYI, I call on all the Zoom folks, and when all the hands are called upon, then I move on to those in the audience, and I don't go back to the Zoom. So we're going to bring it back to the board here. We've closed public comment, and I believe we're looking for a motion, unless there's additional questions or discussion in regards to receiving the report. Supervisor Wilson.
Oh, thanks. I just want a couple of clarifying things. I think that with relationship to interpretation and about who was supposed to be at the meeting or meetings, I'm going to say that the intent, when we were talking about this with relationship to other community members, was that we were going to allow the two committee members access to be able to bring in other people, expertise or whatever, to reach out to do that. It was not the intent that there would be open meetings and so that was really left up to the discretion of the thing. And again, it speaks to intent, right? There was an intent at that time to speak to with relationship to whether or not there would be some negotiating around another path, one that because of really the sort of absolutist nature that initiatives can be, especially these kinds of things, or these types of initiatives, and especially the concern around, was there an opportunity for us to invest some time and effort to come up with a way or a path that that might provide some more public input and in that process, and come up with something that may be an alternative. But what we heard was today was that I think one of the questions, and I want to ask John Ford about this, there was the concern by the folks, that the proponents, that essentially the county or local government not to be trusted because there was some report that had not been done. And so there was kind of two, what we heard was two reasons. One was that there was some annual report that had not been done, and the other was a moral obligation. So can we go to the first part of that? Because I just wanted to ask you, what was that? And
So that's relative to the resolution that often gets cited, which is 1843, that established the caps for both number of permits and acreages. And the original intent there was to continue to monitor what was going on in the watercourses, to see if there were dramatic changes, whether or not things were improving, And at the time, it was understood that the Regional Water Quality Control Board and Department of Fish and Wildlife would be installing stream gauges, so we would be getting reports back in terms of what was actually happening in the streams. And that has not happened. And we have not given annual reports to the board, but we have incorporated into the findings that we make as part of the analysis of every single permit, whether or not it's in compliance with that resolution, and whether or not the number of permits or the acreages would be exceeded.
And if we were doing an annual report, I mean, this, can you gauge for me sort of the scale of what that would be? Would it be just like a memo that just basically gives the numbers, or would it be something in more depth with relationship to sort of the progress, or what would that kind of look like, do you think?
So over the last 5 years, the reports would summarize the numbers, which I believe are in the analysis right now, and then would identify what's being done to monitor the amount of water, the flow within the streams. And that is particularly important given the fact that we have been in a drought condition this last winter. Changed the perspective on that a little bit, but we're still obviously very concerned about what's going on within the surface waters.
Okay, and so maybe we could start doing this report. I don't think it's not very in-depth. I mean, you almost gave the report just now. If you just put numbers in there and a few sentences about where things are at with relationship to these processes, that would be a report, and I think we could do that. And you know, maybe we could remove that anxiety with relationship to moving forward. And I appreciate both all the committee members, both the proponents and our supervisors that worked on this. But again, it's like it was basically to see if there was another path, and if there wasn't, I mean, what I heard from the proponents is that they have a moral obligation to move forward with this. A commitment of sorts, and so I don't know. Again, it's a bit absolutist from my perspective in terms of like the practicality of how we govern in the best way we can. So we're kind of stuck with it from my perspective, which also means that the investment. I was hoping that we would get a no-go or no-go with relationship to the investment of time that we could put into something to move something forward, because it's not in. I agree with the other board members on this. What I've heard today a bit is like our investment of time into something that could just be completely sort of like put aside by a vote is it's something we have to really think about, because we have a lot on our plates, and so it's a tough decision to make. But I think from my perspective, it's sort of a wait and see. Unless there's something to negotiate about, and it sounds like there's not. So, because it is a very detailed and long initiative, and I want to speak to that a little bit, because we also had intentions around Measure S that we thought we were implementing, but a judge saw that differently. That a judge looked at those intentions and said, well, those intentions are interesting, but what's really written in the what's really written here in the policy of the initiative. And so I think that ultimately is the core issue, that the debate between the county staff and the initiative proponents is on that issue. Because I think what could trigger that ultimately is basically a landowner suing for writ of mandate to the county to look at the letter of an initiative versus the intent of the initiative, or what their attorneys believed it to be. And it's happened before. We heard testimony that it's happened in other places. It's a concern, and I think it's a reasonable point of discussion with relationship to how people interpret the initiative, whether they support it or don't support it, or whatever that may be. And I think that's something that we need to, in that discussion. I heard also, with relationship to vested rights. And the vested right, what I don't think people are people are concerned about, but what I'm saying is, I think there's less dispute about the vested right at the time of the passing of an initiative, and more about the ability to make modifications moving forward, and then basically that and the challenge to that vested right with relationship to those modifications. And I think that is, and by modifications, we mean modifications that might make something better, like more environmentally sound or whatever, function in a good way. Those are some of those concerns, and we're just going to have to kind of work through some of those things. But I don't know if we can work through them until the initiative is voted on. That's the other part about the implementation part of this. How much effort should we be putting before an initiative is actually voted on? With the intent, all our efforts would be with the concept that it would be voted yes in the current context. Otherwise, if it's voted no, we can take a different direction, and there is an intention I believe, on this board and within this community to improve upon these things. But it's hard to put a lot of effort into that without the outcome being known with relationship to the initiative. Those are my comments for this, and I appreciate the efforts of our committee, and and if there is opportunity to move forward and with more committee work, and I'm happy to be supportive of that, but understanding I will have a bit of just concern about putting efforts into something that may not be fruitful. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that when I say we reached more understanding, some of that was a chance to talk about, for example, consultation with other resource management agencies, and how some of those things that are outlined in the initiative do already in fact take place. So I think there was the opportunity to share that some of the things that are described as potentially new steps to take are things that our staff are doing. So I think that was helpful to be able to cover that. And then the definitions of a number of terms in the initiative, I know that the sponsors of the initiative were able to help us understand what the intention was. And I think our remaining outstanding question that we'll have to come to grips with, after March is would a judge see it the same way? And are we, potentially going to have some additional legal questions? And I believe there may still be some that, were not intended, but regardless, those are the types of clarifying conversations we had that I think were fruitful and helpful. And should it pass, I think we'll be able to further discuss that intent, but there may be some things that we would see it a certain way, and the sponsors might see it a certain way, and a judge might see it differently. So I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I do think, I think the recommendation to this board is to pause and to not expend more staff time and resources on it at this time for all the reasons we've already discussed, and but to not, do away with the committee entirely so it can be reactivated as outcomes proceed. So anyway, thank you for participating in that. All of the, the small but hardworking group that did, and I found it very informative.
Thank you for that. And any other comments from the board before we have a motion? Seeing none? Comment? Go ahead, Supervisor Wilson.
And I do want to say, just kind of circling back and reiterating that there are neighborhood scale solutions. They require work to be done. with relationship to Q zones and those other things. But again, that's going to be tough to do under the now while we're in this process. We'll just have to wait till after March to get to that place. Yeah, I just won't just. I think this is going to be what it is. So.
Okay. Is there a motion? Supervisor Bohn, excuse me.
How many acres do we have permitted in Humboldt County? 435?
That's approximately correct, yes.
And it's dropping, right? Or holding stable compared to last year?
It's, in terms of permitted, it's holding stable. The actual number that's being cultivated is dropping.
Okay. And so that's out of 2.6 million acres in Humboldt County. I'm just trying to get the perspective on, because we have 1.5 million acres of forest, and I'm wondering, I just feel that when this was put, I'd feel much more comfortable with all of this if I could get one small cannabis farmer call me and says, this is going to save me. It was mentioned earlier that this will help the glut. You might want to stop that 100 or 80 acre grow that was just approved in Lake County and the 100 acre one that's already up in San Bernardino. I think we cap out, our ginormous commercial grows cap out at 8 acres, and you have to have how many thousand acres to do that. And this was a process that, and good, bad, or indifferent, I think I was the only guy up here back in 14, 15, 16, and watched a lot of this moving target, and the way we have changed 1.0, 2.0, begging for 3.0, as we change all these things and work with all our consultants and thousands of hours of meetings, and then without any input, it just, I appreciate you guys, the initiative you took to getting your initiative and sliding it in there. That's great. But it was to help the small grower. I heard that at more than one table. But I don't see any small growers saying this is going to help me. And so I look back, and I don't mean this disrespectful, I look back on the state lottery. Remember how that was going to help the schools, and we were never going to have to, and every election there's a school bond act because the schools are out of money. Prop 47, Prop 57, talk to our police departments about those. Very well worded, very poorly put together. And I think with consultation with what the other agencies, the agencies and the other parties involved, I think you might have come up with something that would have worked for everybody. But it was so one-sided. It's got us here. And we're spending all these hours on 435 acres in Humboldt, which I think needs to be addressed, and I think it is addressed. I actually think the process worked really well up on the one that got you upset. It went down to 10,000 feet, and I've talked with a couple of the neighbors up there, and they're not here because they do think it worked. So I'm sorry we're at this point. I wish we could have a kumbaya moment. I appreciate the ad hoc that worked on it. A lot of time spent to get nowhere. We tried to put some frosting on that cake, but it didn't work too well. We didn't get anywhere. So I think as we move forward, we're going to spend a whole bunch more money going to March. So I think it could have been a lot easier and a lot less painless.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, Supervisor Bushnell, and then Wilson.
So I want to make a motion, but I'm going to ask Supervisor Wilson if he wanted to make a comment before that motion.
Thank you.
No, I
Supervisor Wilson?
can I can second your motion if you want, and then I can reference. It's fine.
So I will make a motion to receive the report and to pause the ad hoc work at this time and to keep the ad hoc intact and reconvene after March if need be.
I will second and speak to my second, which is, I want to be really clear, like, I voted no on the last ordinance for, cannabis ordinance. I voted no because I thought it didn't go far enough from an environmental perspective. I didn't believe it went far enough with relationship to protections within sensitive watersheds. I just want to be really clear about that. I do believe there is work that needs to be done. So whatever concerns I have around this initiative process, they are process oriented. I believe there is intent around environmental issues that we need to address, but I do have concerns about the construct of the initiative process in the way that would get us there. Willing to have more discussions about that, but I just want to be real clear about where I am on that. Thanks.
All right, well, we've had some great input and robust discussion. We have a motion by Supervisor Bushnell to approve staff recommendation with the addition of pausing the ad hoc until after the initiative. That's been seconded, and so we'll vote on this motion.
So yours isn't working? Or
Mike?
Super, oh, I don't have, okay, there. Now it came over. Thank you, motion carries 5-0.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody, for that good discussion. And again, thank the ad hoc and initiative members for having good discussions. And hopefully there'll be even more. So at this point, we have our second time set, and that is amended analysis and recommendations regarding Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative and responses to Kevin Bundy letter dated April 20th, 2023. And I'll ask Director Ford to again give us some context.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Madrone, members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford again, to present the amended analysis of the Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative. The original analysis was presented to the board on March 7th, 2023. And coming out of that, the ad hoc was formed, and towards the latter meetings of the ad hoc, a letter dated April 20th, 2023 was received from Kevin Bundy of Chute, Mahali, and Weinberger. The letter takes issue with the analysis, takes issue or makes reference to the Fair Political Practices Act, and asks the county to either withdraw the analysis or promptly correct the errors therein and refrain from using any public resources to further disseminate its inaccurate conclusions. In order to provide the best context to address Mr. Bundy's letter, the responses were embedded within the original report that was provided to you as an attachment to the board report. The objective is to provide information for the board, provide information for the public, to increase understanding. We attempted in preparing this to avoid prolonged dialogue, and we attempted to not be argumentative. The review of the letter in relationship to the original analysis finds the original analysis is correct. A modification was made that not all mixed light cultivators would become non-conforming. One of the concerns expressed in the letter is that the analysis misconstrued the intent of the HCRI. The analysis is not looking at the intent of the HCRI, but solely what is written and expresses concerns about how that may be interpreted. And that is primarily focused on the fact that there will be an implementation and by the county, and also it will have to do with how the public perceives that the initiative is structured. So I'm not going to go through all the responses. I just want to really address two primary concerns. And the first of those would be related to what a project is, and the second is related to what a non-conforming use is. And so relative to the idea of a permit or a project, the county looks at the whole of a project. It looks at all the activities, all the permits, all together as part of a collective whole, the whole of the action, if you will. And so when the term permits is used, that's understood to be the permits that are within a project. And so it doesn't view just an isolated view of a permit as a cultivation permit in isolation. And that's the perspective of the HCRI. It's not wrong. I'm not trying to to discredit that or to identify that's incorrect. It's just that's not how land use is evaluated. So that difference alone leads to different conclusions. The other has been mentioned in the last discussion by Supervisor Wilson. It has to do with non-conforming uses. It's not that a non-conforming use is having its rights or vested rights taken away. It's not. The purpose of a non-conforming use is to identify it as being something that exists. It no longer complies with ordinance requirements. It can continue to exist, but it can't expand. It can't add activities. And that seems to be another difference in understanding of how things would be implemented relative to what's being done with the HCRI. I'd be happy to answer questions about anything within the report. I do want to add that given that this is a very unique circumstance, it involves a topic that we don't normally deal with, which is an initiative and an implementation of an initiative. And the fact that there are, in this particular case, two different attorneys taking diametrically opposed positions in this, that Michael Colantino is on the Zoom call and available as outside counsel to answer the board's questions. And so with that, I will stop and be available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Ford. And so, again, just to frame this conversation on this agenda item, it is listed as an amended analysis and recommendations regarding the Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative and responses to the Kevin Bundy letter. So that's what it's narrowly focused on. In addition, there was some discussion about the board's role, what we can and can't do. Is that an appropriate part of this discussion? Because I think that there are a lot of people here today on both sides of the issue who probably wonder, you know, what is the legal authority of the board to weigh in, at what level and in what way? So is that part of this discussion?
That is part of the discussion, given the fact that the Fair Political Practices Act was identified within that April 20th letter.
Okay, great. Okay, I just wanted to clarify for everybody here that that is our discussion at hand. And so I'll bring it to the board. Are there any clarifying questions, concerns? And again, as Director Ford said, our outside counsel is available and online, Michael Colantino. So anybody at the board have any clarifying questions at this point? Supervisor Wilson and then Arroyo.
I just want to state that most of my questions around, I referenced them in the last item, so I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And I know we've received some information about this already, and there's information in the agenda, but since we do have Mr. Colantino on the line, and I appreciate that resource being available through the chair, I was hoping we could ask for a short distillation of some of the options available to us at this time, so that the public can be brought along with us and understand.
That sounds like a very good recommendation, and I will ask our outside counsel, Michael Colantino, to give us a very brief synopsis, or as was mentioned, a distillation of what our options are as a board. Michael,
Good
welcome.
morning.
Morning.
And you can, so I think a couple of points are worth making. One is individual supervisors, as elected officials, voters, residents, citizens, have the same free speech rights that everybody else has. So both in the board chambers and elsewhere, they can speak their mind as they think fit. Secondly, the board as an institution and the county that it serves also have First Amendment rights and can express their point of view. What you cannot do is use public resources to engage in what the cases call express advocacy. You can't say vote yes, and you can't say vote no. But you absolutely can ask your staff to apply their professional expertise to help you and the public you serve understand what the choice is. It is very clear that reports like that before you are authorized. One of the things you can do when an initiative is presented to you is ask for a report, just like the one you got. It is very clear that the board chooses to, it can adopt a resolution expressing an opinion on the initiative. That's up to you. One can argue about how persuasive that is to the voters, and the existence of such a resolution can be cited to suggest that other things you might do later are intended as express advocacy. You should weigh that. Where local governments have gotten in trouble with the use of public resources is when they do the kinds of things that look like campaign activities, sending out mailings, doing electronic communications, that sort of thing. But having an informed debate in your board chambers is absolutely within your rights. The last thing I would say is that as you start to accumulate a body of written materials that will inform the public debate about this measure, you should take care to cultivate all points of view. Just as you did today, you've got a staff report with staff analysis, and you've got a letter from the initiative proponents stating their point of view, and you have a letter from critics of the measure stating their point of view. Promoting that dialogue and providing all of that information very much in the interest of an informed public. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions there might be.
Thank you, Michael. You did cut out just for a brief second there, but basically you're saying that having informed debate is a good thing. And we have to be careful about how we use public resources in this process. But to do these reports and responses to provide clarity to the public is an okay thing, is what I've been hearing. Any follow-ups to that, Director Ford? Okay. And bring it back to the board, and then we'll go to public comment. Seeing no board member asking for opportunity, we will go to the Zoom. And again, framing this conversation is really about the amended analysis and recommendations, but it's also about this informed debate on, you know, what we think is appropriate here with this, and allowing all voices to be heard. So again, if you support one side or the other, let's just use this deal here and not put folks in an uncomfortable place with clapping. So with that, we'll go to the Zoom, and we have 8438 is the first number in Zoom. Again, you'll have 2 minutes, and *6 to unmute. And if you are listening on Zoom, please turn off your audio feed because it is delayed. Just listen in on your phone. 8438, we've tried this before. Let's see if we can get you to unmute, *6. Okay, you're going to stay in the queue as long as we have Zoom hands up, but we're going to drop to the next number. Again, that audio feed will lead you astray because it is delayed. The next number is 4599. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Supervisors. My name is Janine Coleman. I'm the Executive Director of Origins Council, a statewide nonprofit cannabis research, education, and advocacy organization. We advocate collectively on behalf of California's rural legacy cannabis producing regions on the state and federal level. We're grateful for our partnership with our regional trade associations doing the critical local advocacy work in partnership with their local governments, including the Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Today, I am commenting on behalf of Origins Council and our other regional partner organizations in the Emerald Triangle, the Trinity County Agriculture Alliance, and the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. In both Mendocino and Trinity counties, local ordinances restrict essentially all licensed cannabis cultivation to farms 10,000 square feet or less. In other words, these cultivators are almost exclusively the small farmers who the HCRI proponents have claimed they wish to protect. While the HCRI would only apply to Humboldt County farmers, and it is not currently proposed for adoption in these counties, our futures as small farmers in the Emerald Triangle are interdependent. We would like to express our very strong opposition to the Humboldt County Reform Initiative. This initiative, if passed, would be catastrophic to the existing Humboldt cannabis industry, in turn devastating the Emerald Triangle cannabis community and our world-renowned Emerald Triangle brand. If these provisions were to advance in Mendocino and Trinity counties, the legacy of the Emerald Triangle would cease to exist. The HCRI raises important issues regarding public process and representation, which apply equally to each of our regions. Our organizations have engaged extensively with our local governments on cannabis land use issues for many years. And from this experience, it is clear to us that a viable cannabis ordinance can only be produced through an open public process. Formulating cannabis land use policy behind closed doors, absent input from these stakeholders, as the HCRI has done, is a recipe for producing non-functional policy outcomes.
Thank you, commenter. Apologize, the 2 minutes goes very quick. Thank you for your comments. And next we have 8438. We'll give you a second chance here. *6 to unmute. 8438, *6 to unmute. All right, we're going to go to the next number, which is 2527, *6. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Madrone and members of the board. This is Kevin Bundy. I'm an attorney at Shute, Mahali & Weinberger. As you probably know, we represent the proponents of the Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative. We submitted a letter late yesterday to the board addressing the amended analysis. We also responded on the Political Reform Act and campaign issues in a letter dated June 21st. That's in your packet. I won't try to repeat all those points here. I just want to focus on a couple things in the amended analysis, which we understood was the main focus of this agenda item. In general, I have to say we've made a good faith effort to identify ways to implement the initiative consistent with its text and purposes that also respond to county staff's concerns. We would urge the board at this point not to commit itself to the unfounded interpretations advanced by the initiative's opponents. And just turning to a couple of specific points. One, on expanded uses and multiple permits. The amended analysis raises a new objection that adding processing, distribution, or micro-business activities would be considered expanded uses. But these are not cannabis cultivation activities under the initiative's definition and would not be affected by the initiative's limitations on commercial cannabis cultivation permits. This goes for both limitations on expanded uses and limitations on persons holding multiple permits. Second, on Category 4 roads, just want to be clear, the initiative does only one thing. It requires an engineer to verify a conclusion that a road meets Category 4 standards or the same practical effects, but only where the existing ordinance already requires a road to meet that standard for a new or expanded permit.
30 seconds.
The initiative would prevent the county from accepting an applicant's self-assessment of road standards, but that's all that it does. In closing, I want to reiterate what Mark and Betsy said in the prior agenda item. They're willing to keep talking with county staff about their concerns, but at this point, we would urge the board to keep the county's role in this neutral and factual. Thank you so much for considering this comment.
Thank you for your comments. And next we have 7241, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Riccio, and I'm the Executive Director of Cannabis for Conservation, a local 501c3 nonprofit establishing environmental conservation programs for licensed cannabis farms. I'm calling in today as a concerned environmental stakeholder in regards to HCRI. While it claims to be an environmental initiative, it is in fact not. Its regulations and practice would not actually result in a conservation benefit, and it fails to cite relevant peer-reviewed research to support its claims. Because of the lack of quality of this initiative and its facade as an environmental policy, you should be aware that prominent environmental interests are coalescing and strategizing against it. HCRI failed in not including environmental nonprofits or agencies in the review process, including CFC. The lack of consultation or collaboration is blatantly evident to anyone involved in cannabis and environmental research. This initiative relies heavily on antiquated obstructionist theory that was standard with advocacy groups decades ago and does not adhere to modern conservation strategy practiced by the state of California and contemporary ecologists. Known widely as Pathways to 30 by 30, through strategies implement Pathways for Nature-Based Solutions Executive Order N8220 and were collaboratively finalized by statewide environmental interests. They prioritize the conservation of working land, primarily farmland, in the fight against climate change and advancing biodiversity conservation. This is modern conservation strategy. It is not fundamentally impacting small farmers, which the reform initiative does.
30
It
seconds.
also is not hiring outside consultants, none of whom have any biological credentials, to draft an ordinance based in obsolete Descartesian colonial theory that people are unable to have a positive ecological impact at scale. HCRI entirely undercuts evidence-supported conservation strategies and the collaborative environmental resolutions already underway in the county that are far more biologically effective than any practice in this initiative could ever be. As a scientist, it is incredibly disturbing that individuals with no environmental qualifications.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 1935, *6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
Good morning, supervisors. We're right on the cusp here. My name is Leanne Green, and I'm a workforce development professional and former director of the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce. For years, I've called Southern Humboldt my home, and it pains me to witness the struggles our community faces. In my role, I assist Southern Humboldt residents who are transitioning out of the cannabis industry by connecting them with employment opportunities in other sectors. Through these experiences, I have witnessed firsthand the challenges and hardships faced by our community. Southern Humboldt's once vibrant economy now hangs by a worn and frazzled thread. The bustling streets, thriving farms, and diverse workforce have all diminished. Families are forced to leave, farms are closing their doors, lives are being lost, and financial ruin looms over many. We are in a green exodus, not a green rush. Today, we've seen a staggering 85% reduction in cannabis cultivation since 2015, with 850 legal farms remaining in the county. Our focus should be on supporting these legal farms and encouraging those outside the system to come
30
into
seconds.
compliance. Thank you very much. The most critical thing to understand, the fundamental problem with HCRI is that it targets all existing small legal farmers with unworkable requirements and restrictions. Let us stand together to protect our progress and advocate for a thriving, regulated cannabis industry that supports our community well-being and economic stability. The future of Humboldt depends on it. I ask each of you to...
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 9005, *6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
Hello, I'm a lifelong resident of Humboldt County, and I'm here in support of HCRI. Upon reading a number of local media articles, I became alarmed at some of the claims made about the initiative, so I went to the website and read it. One of the things that concerned me was the claim that legally permitted cultivation sites would either have the conditions of their permits changed or canceled if over 10,000 square feet. Upon reading the initiative, I found that the initiative protects the vested rights of current permit holders. It states nothing in this initiative shall apply to prohibit any person or entity from exercising a vested right obtained pursuant to local or state law as of the effective date of this initiative. Another claim is that the initiative will prevent farmers from getting any new permits for construction, for processing, etc. This initiative clearly states that it is considering only cultivation permits. The initiative defines cultivation permits only including planting, growing, harvesting, drying, curing, gardening, or trimming of cannabis. There's no mention of processing, manufacturing, distribution, dispensing, delivery, or sale in the definition. I recommend reading the initiative, which starts out with the County Council summary required for all county initiatives. It reads, the purpose of HCRI is to protect the county's residents and natural environment from harm caused by large-scale cannabis cultivation. Specifically, the initiative seeks to promote environmentally responsible cultivation practices and support watershed health for residents, property owners, and ecosystems affected by cannabis cultivation activities. I feel that this initiative is good for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 9687, *6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
Thank you, Supervisors. Kelly Flores with Margaret Advisors. I want to be clear that we've assisted dozens of cannabis farmers in applying for over $3 million in environmental grants, from drought resilience infrastructure to new solar energy arrays to stream restoration and revegetation. And I want to make it clear that the non-conforming status that Director Ford just discussed will put these millions of dollars in environmental improvements at risk, because the initiative does not allow these improvements, because it considers them expansion for these permit holders, because the water use is for cultivation, the energy is for cultivation. So this would be considered expansion. I'd also like you to note that it's clear that the initiative supporters talk about things like hauling water and diesel generators. It's clear they do not know at all the hundreds of pages of regulations from multiple agencies that these farmers are required to follow, which do not allow those things. By creating a cost-prohibitive restrictions, this initiative will be pushing small legal farmers out of the industry. It will derail millions of dollars of environmental improvements and the jobs that they will create in Humboldt County. And as the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 7108, *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. I just had a few comments about the staff report where it says there's only one new application for cannabis cultivation forthcoming other than the one application. And I'm just wondering if that's the one application for 12 acres in the Ultra Point area under the 1.0. I think Supervisor Bohn was talking about the 2.0 ordinance with the cap for 8 acres, but it's my understanding that there is a 12-acre plus going through currently. Just to recap, Mendocino is in 10,000 square feet as the maximum for their county. And so I don't know how many acres the county has, but so the 10,000 square feet is not so unreasonable. I was really hoping that the county
30 seconds.
would get involved in making some changes, such as Mike Wilson brought up about issues that need to be looked at. And our ordinance definitions themselves are not really clear of what was intended, and then what the words say, and then what we end up with. So thanks for listening, and good luck. Okay.
Thank you very much, and I believe we'll have Director Ford respond at the end of all the comments and provide any clarification to questions that have been asked or comments made. Our next person on Zoom is 3053, *6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
Hello, Thomas Mulder again. Good afternoon. I am just commenting on my dissatisfaction of the way this process has gone. It's really unfortunate that the people behind this say one thing and really everything says another thing. I actually agree with Supervisor Wilson's belief of it doesn't matter what the intent was, it matters what it says. So that's actually a good thing to focus on. And what it says, you have a staff report of what it says, and what it says is it ruined everything. You've taken an industry, over $1 billion industry, and regulated it almost completely to death. This thing will just be the final straw that broke the camel's back, or whatever you want to use your analogy, but it is the worst thing for Humboldt County. As a grandfather, I don't want to see this move forward, because it would mean the chance of seeing my grandchild be able to grow in this county, like as a kid, not grow, but it's just not there, because there's just you're going to squash out economic viability within the county. So please do everything in your First Amendment right, if you care about this community, if you care about this county, to fight this as much as you can without using public resources. But thank you for having a report that spells out what the negative effects would be. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, commenter. And next we have 8496. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Laura Lassiter, and I'm the Director of Operations for the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau. The primary goal of the SHBVB is to accelerate sustainable economic growth through tourism, marketing management, and destination development, inclusive of the cannabis industry. The Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative, HCRI, looms as a grave peril to Humboldt's rural economy, casting a shadow over the potential of cannabis tourism in our region. If enacted, this initiative would deliver a devastating blow before our cannabis tourism industry has even had a chance to blossom at all. Humboldt County has long been synonymous with cannabis excellence, attracting visitors from all around the world. The HCRI jeopardizes this rich heritage by imposing unworkable restrictions on our local cannabis businesses. Specifically, the HCRI's definition of expansion prevents any farm greater than 10,000 square feet from increasing water, energy use, or new structures. Safely accommodating the public on a farm would require additional resources usage, which is prohibited according to the initiative. Whether intended or not, the specific provisions within HCRI would stifle innovation, hinder growth, and suffocate the economic potential that cannabis tourism holds for our community.
30 seconds.
By undermining the foundation of our rural economy, the HCRI threatens to dissimulate the very essence of Humboldt's identity. It would deprive us of the opportunity to showcase the craftsmanship and quality that have made our region a beacon of excellence in the cannabis industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, commenter. And the last person in Zoom, this will be your third and last try here, and that is 8438, star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you for your patience with my technological incompetence.
No worries.
My comments are, the whole initiative process was born out of a single incident, a permit application for a grow that was so egregiously unsuited for the local community as to prompt a gathering of very concerned citizens opposed to the location and scope of the grow. The group was informed, basically, by local officials that, sorry, you have essentially no say in the decision-making process that directly affects the quality of your lives, that affects the very reason that you purchased, built, and cared for the land you love decades ago. This measured, well thought out, and limited in scope initiative is the response to the frustration emanating from that small gathering, and judging by the response of the signatories of the initiative, very many other Humboldt residents as well. Excessive state taxation and the continued illegal status at the federal level are the two most overridingly important factors that keep legal Humboldt County cultivation in peril, not the minor tweaks to the local ordinances, which merely attempt to protect the beauty of the local environment while maintaining the viability of the local cannabis farming community. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you, commenter. And that concludes all of the hands up in Zoom. So now we'll go to those here in the audience today. Please step forward, and thanks for being all lined up and ready to go. Welcome. You've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Craig Johnson, and I'm going to take off my farmer hat this time. And now I'm a taxpayer and a citizen and a property owner. And I'm asking the board, now that we know the fair political practices are able to do this, but I asked the board to do an analysis of the cost effect. The cost effect on the planning department, which is not revenue neutral from permitting. The cost effect on the trickle down into the other departments. We heard the budget problems with Measure Z and the budget being pulled thinner and thinner. Measure S, which is currently suspended, I see no light at the end of that tunnel if this is passed. Our small business that we operate is doing okay right now. And if this passes, we would further be under more regulatory and budget restraints. And I think the proponent's intention was to compress, but I think it's going to depress the Humboldt County economy in a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next commenter. Welcome.
Hello, Supervisors. Thank you. My name is Dylan Matole. I serve as the chair of HCGA. I also serve as the president of the Lost Coast Farmers Guild, and I also helped co-found a local cannabis cooperative called Uplift Co-op. I've lived in Matole. I'm a second-generation resident of the Matole. Currently, there's 3 generations of my family, partially being supported by my farm. I cultivate 1 acre of cannabis outdoors, and I've been sitting here for years in these chambers talking about all this policy, and I always look at these posters and I see 2 things: beautiful Humboldt County and agriculture happening right down on the river. And this is the history of Humboldt County. This isn't something new. So when I sit out there, I stare at those as well as watching you folks, and I always think about that. So I stand here today in staunch opposition of the HCRI. Please understand that the reason is that 90% of the policies within the HCRI directly and fundamentally harm farms like mine. If the HCRI were only about stopping new large grows, I would not actually be here today. I personally oppose the Rolling Meadows project. At HCGA as an organization, we took a very public stand against Sun Valley's oversized project proposal. I have read the initiative, as has the county planning department, so many policy experts, lawyers, and at HC and HCGA, and we all agree with what we read the first time. The HCRI would have dire consequences for all currently permitted cannabis farms of any size. The public deserves to know the initiative's price tag. What will it cost to administer? What are the costs if the county gets stuck in an endless quagmire of litigation and stumbles through implementing this broken policy? If the taxpayers want to be in a never-ending vortex of spending money and meeting after meeting and meeting of talking about cannabis policy, that's the direction that they will, that's where we're going to end up if the HCRI passes.
Thank you. Next, welcome.
Hello, Chair, Board, Drew Barber, a co-founder of Uplift Cooperative. I'm also a owner-operator of a 10,000 square foot farm out in Petrolia. Something I just wanted to speak for cooperatives regarding the HCRI, and that I know there's varying opinions that we hear from the public. When I hear the opinion from county staff, I tend to think that that's probably how things are going to go in terms of being implemented. So when the initiative talks about cultivation, it includes language that in the state definition of processing is included. So the initiative includes sorting and trimming cannabis in the cultivation definition. At the state level, that's a processing license. So as a cooperative, we intend to take small farmers, and I'm here to speak today for our small farmer membership. We intend to take all of these people together, their voice as small farmers, to help them access some degree of vertical integration in this marketplace so we can maintain the value of our crop here in Humboldt County. The way we do that is by accessing greater efficiency through processing. For example, a processing license owned by the farmers is something we can probably all support. That, through the county report and all of our understanding, except for the folks who are proponents of the initiative, looks like it would be impossible, right? Because the co-op is owned by the farmers who already have a cultivation license. So that's a pretty significant issue. How that comes down to play, just like the board was saying, we don't want to spend, the board was here just saying moments ago, we don't want to spend more time working on the ad hoc committee because we don't know what's going to happen. The same is true with business. The damage for this is already happening right now. It's very difficult to invest economically into a business when you don't know what's going to happen. So I'm terribly sorry that we've come to this place. I'm hoping we can get through this as quick as possible. I encourage the board to take a stand against this as best they possibly can within their legal means. Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Good afternoon. Melanie Johnson.
My family and I have been homesteading off the grid for 21 years. We also have a state licensed cannabis farm, one in which years ago California Fish and Wildlife asked us to be part of their marketing campaign, as we are an exemplary example of compliance and beyond. I am the small family farm that this initiative claims to be protecting, and I'm telling you that this initiative is not going to protect me. And to say that it will, it's the term they use these days, it's called gaslighting. I'm telling you that this is my truth and my lived experience, and it's not going to be helpful in any way. I am so exhausted and I'm so frustrated. All these years, I have done everything right. And to get to this point, only to have some vigilante group come for me, it's so disheartening. Kevin Bundy, I believe, just spoke, and he asked that you remain neutral. And what was the other word he said? And factual. And I respectfully ask that you do the same, that you state the truth of this initiative to your community and to your constituents, and that you state the facts of how this is going to impact us emotionally and financially, despite how people feel about that truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm still Paul Hagan. For those who can't see me, I'm still Paul Hagan. I spoke earlier. We have a second item on the agenda. The first item was about the report and the initiative. This is a little more fuzzy. It's really, in my mind, a tale of two things at this point, good intentions and bad governance. That's what we're looking at under this agenda item. I think the issue at the moment is whether or not the board can speak individually. We've already hashed back and forth about what the ordinance says and what it can do and doesn't do and all these things that it, et cetera. But really, to my mind, what's most important are the supervisors and individual elected officials willing to take a stance. And your own attorney has said that you can. The FPPC says that you can. The Fair Political Practices Commission says that you as individuals have First Amendment rights and the board as an entity has First Amendment rights, and that is absolutely the case. I'd like to point out that Willie Brown, who used to be the Speaker of the California Senate and then Mayor of San Francisco for many years, actively engaged in lobbying while he was in those positions, and he always got an FPPC clearance ahead of time. So if you have the FPPC weigh in on what you're going to do and they say it's okay, then you can do it. The idea that you've been urged to remain factual is a good idea. The idea that you've been urged to remain neutral neuters you. Why are you elected officials if you have to remain neutral? You've been told to say nothing either side, and that's not acceptable to me. I'm not asking you to say one side or the other about your position.
30 seconds.
I'm just asking you to take a position if you think you should, and to speak for your community as elected representatives, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't speak as elected representatives. I'll say it again, this is good intentions, and the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It's not about the intentions, it's about the purpose and the effect and what the judge says when it's done. Listen to your staff, listen to the people, listen to everybody, make your decisions, and speak your minds on behalf of your constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Taylor Lefebvre, one of the co-owners of Bear Humboldt, situated in the Arcata Innovation Zone. In 2016, Bear was established through a partnership among local owners. Throughout the years, our business has provided numerous safe, quality, and living jobs to hundreds of local individuals. Our focus has always been on sourcing cannabis exclusively from the hills of Humboldt County, thus contributing to the region's economy. As a business owner and a community member, I wholeheartedly oppose the Humboldt County Reform Initiative. The HCRI is a broken policy with non-viable regulations that will severely affect all existing legal farmers in our county, and it will limit their ability to adapt and thrive amidst evolving markets and eventual end of federal prohibition. Moreover, businesses like mine and other manufacturers, processors, distributors that serve Humboldt County's producers will face significant challenges, resulting in fewer jobs and less economic productivity for our region, unless manufacturers start importing cannabis from Santa Barbara and we lose the Humboldt name, which would be a travesty and lost opportunity. Here at Bear Humboldt, we're proud of where we come from, Humboldt's reputation for high quality craft cannabis, which is why we keep Humboldt in our name. Because of the county of origin protection laws, we must source 100% of our cannabis from Humboldt, or not use the Humboldt County name in our branding. If our ability to access cannabis from local farms is compromised, it directly jeopardizes our brands and our availability to consumers. As a result, individuals will face limitations in their ability to
30
purchase
seconds.
and relish legal Humboldt County products from licensed retailers within our community and beyond. Humboldt and cannabis are synonymous and integral to our cultural identity. The HCRI represents an overreaching policy and proposal that will dramatically harm small farmers of Humboldt or businesses like ours. I urge each of you to recognize the HCRI's negative impact extends beyond just rural areas. It also affects urban communities and our collective ability to realize our potential.
Thank you, Commenter. Next, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Madrone and the board, and through the board, the staff. My name is Praj White, and I'm a consulting engineer in the community at North Point. I have been involved in the transition of Humboldt County from the medicinal cannabis production to the regulated agricultural crop that it is today. I want to be clear that the regulations have really made cannabis in Humboldt County one of the most regulated agricultural crops probably around the world. I have assisted in at least dozens of projects through 1.0 and 2.0. I want to touch base that 2.0 is a robust ordinance, and it does have assurances for community and environmental protections. Outdoor California cannabis is the most regulated agricultural commodity, again, likely in the world. Humboldt County further regulates cannabis to a more restrictive level than the state. Changes may come in the future from eventual federal deschedulization, and there may be additional requirements for health and safety or medical requirements that come. It is still possible that cannabis becomes similar to pharmaceutical industry or others, requiring new means for production and bringing to the public. Sometimes transitions to these new coming regulations that we don't know, or even transitioning to renewable processes on each farm, could require coming back and making a modification to existing use permits, and they will be affected by this. We go back in history, at 1.0 was appropriate at the time. 2.0 was we got to put in place for the time. We need the ability to be able to change maybe a 3.0, a 4.0 over time. Over the past few years, the neighbors and communities have voiced their concerns, and they have made a difference. The fair argument standard and the bar has been raised. Some of the folks, I would just touch in on Roby, Bonnie, Kent, have really assisted in changing and raising the bar. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I am a citizen of Humboldt County, and I support the Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative. Initiatives by law cannot be changed without a vote of the people. In this case, I like that the initiative cannot be changed by politicians. Here is why this is important. In May 2018, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors passed Resolution 1843. This resolution established a countywide cap on the number of permits and acreage for commercial cannabis cultivation. The resolution also included a requirement for an annual review with a public hearing and report. The resolution states, the Board of Supervisors agrees to conduct an annual review of the limits and prescribed distribution of permitting and acreage allowances. Review shall occur at a noticed public hearing. The board shall receive and consider a report. The report shall provide information detailing the number and status of all applications received, permits approved, compliance agreements that have been executed, and code enforcement actions undertaken. In the past 5 years, there has been no annual review of cannabis cultivation permits. In the past 5 years, there has been no public hearing and no report detailing the number and status of cannabis cultivation permits. The Board of Supervisors agreed to the annual reviews starting in 2019 and to make the review and cannabis cultivation report public, but this has never happened. We need Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative because it requires environmentally responsible cannabis cultivation, supports watershed health, ensures public involvement, and does protect small-scale, environmentally minded cannabis farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And next, we welcome.
Hi, Sandy DeLuca again. So I just want to say that, you know, this whole thing has been really, really confusing. Each person's permit is really confusing. Another thing I often say is what we're doing here in Humboldt County is we're taking these, in the beginning of this, we assumed we had 10 to 15,000 illegal grows in our hills. Right now we have about 850, I think, permitted farms. So I do think that this is working. I do think it takes time. I do think that every single farm, and if the farm was a hidden farm in the past, now it's going to take a lot of money and time and energy to figure out how to turn that into something that meets the agricultural standards for cannabis. And so that takes time. And so I just want to say that a couple things I want to say, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, is one, I've heard a lot of information that I don't think is correct. I've heard a lot of people say that the farms are not being regulated, they're not being watched, they're not being this, that, and the other, and I do think that they are. And if you ask them, they've spent their life savings trying to make their farms get into compliance. And another thing, a lot of us can go home to our normal jobs, but this is their life. This is not, and I speak as a real estate agent, I speak for property rights. And so these are not just some random farm that somebody from out of the area is trying to grow a bunch of weed in your hills. What this is people's homes. And they've got a farm on the home, and they're taking care of it, and they care about our community. So I just want to encourage us that if we do, it's unfortunate that this will go to vote. If it goes to vote, I think it's our obligation to educate the public about what it really is. And I do think that I've heard from several people that it's not well written. And so it's going to throw us into a tailspin, and I don't think that's fair.
Thank you very much. Next. Welcome.
Yeah, Mark Thurman here again. Yeah, I just wanted to address the amended analysis that was to address the concerns, the Federal Fair Practices Act. I think the first letter by Bundy addressed this very well and cited not just fair practices requirements, but also case law and Supreme Court, and he's added that again in his letter today that you received. The problem here, as I see it, is the county analysis continues to present false statements and false representations of what the initiative is, which we've heard here today are being used by people in kind of a fear-mongering approach to get them upset. I'm sorry to see them upset. I hear the reasons for being upset, and I don't see those reasons in any of the language in the initiative. I do see it in language of the analysis, where false statements about tourism permits and so forth. The lady who spoke on Southern Humboldt tourism, said that she wouldn't be able to do tourism because of water restrictions from expansion. That's not true. There's nothing in there that says anything about restricting water related to non-cultivation activities. So that's an example of how this has just gotten overblown and overwhelmed. And I think the analysis from the county is responsible for most of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, folks, come on, please. Stay respectful of different opinions. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak again. I just want to say that the price of cannabis in America here has been reduced, and that's due to a huge glut in the market. There are huge farms throughout California, south of here, and it's close to impossible to compete against them. The only way to compete is to expand the farms here in Humboldt, which means using more water, using more diesel, using more greenhouses, and basically ruining the environment. I totally sympathize with the small farmers here. I understand you, but I am pro-environment first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And next. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on the amended analysis of the recommendation on the Humboldt County Cannabis Reform Initiative. My name is Riley Morrison. My wife and I, Hannah White, own and operate an outdoor Farm in Willow Creek. I serve as the chair of the Willow Creek Cannabis Alliance. I'm elected to serve on the Willow Creek Community Service District. I am also the chair of the Political Action Committee to protect small cannabis farmers, and I am a member of HCGA. We are mom and pop cannabis here in Humboldt. We work hard and are committed to public service and ensuring that my family has a place here in the future of Humboldt. I'm here today to ask for your guidance, courage, and leadership as our elected officials to inform the public on the impact of the HCRI that would have on existing farms as well as your building and planning department. The analysis and recommendations provided in March and further revised last week spell out the issues not only for farmers but for the administration of the county. My asks today are for the supervisors in this chamber to state their opposition and give direction to the county staff to discuss and disclose the impacts of the HCRI with the public, as well as additional hearings on financial costs of the initiative.
30 seconds.
A basic financial analysis conducted by the county with hearings could give us a lot more information and a place to stand from. With my last 13 seconds, I would like to read the definition of the California CDFA's cultivation. Cultivation means any activity involving planting, growing, harvesting, drying, curing, grading, trimming.
Thank you, commenter.
Thank you.
Sorry. I know that 2 minutes goes really quick. All right, welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie Delap, just Executive Director, HCGA. We've submitted extensive policy and legal memos about the HCRI and how it would impact Humboldt's existing small farmers, all of which can be read at nohcri.com and at hcga.co. I want to be crystal clear. If the HCRI were only about new expansion and preventing new grows over 10,000 square feet, we would not be here today. The initiative could fit on a single sheet of paper and would not take up 38 pages filled with complex technical legalese, which, except as specifically provided, may only be amended by a vote of the people. We are here today because 12 of the 13 policies within the HCRI directly target Humboldt's existing farmers by creating new rules, definitions, policies, and standards that would render 50% of our farmers legal nonconforming, unable to ever make any changes on their farms to support their craft cannabis businesses, and for the other 50% of operations, making any changes or modifications, including adding new structures, would be nearly impossible due to Category 4 road standards. In light of these issues and other issues identified in the Planning Department analysis, it is clear to us that if passed, the HCRI would send Humboldt's cannabis program into an existential tailspin that is marked by extensive litigation that reflects the adversarial posture already demonstrated by the initiative's proponents. We believe the county, supervisors, and staff are well within their rights to continue to inform the public on the negative consequences of the HCRI if it were to pass, and that the public deserves access to accurate analysis. How could you possibly remain neutral when you understand the impacts? You are elected to lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next commenter. Welcome.
Board of Supervisors. My name is Suzanne Mays. I'm with Margot Advisors. We have been doing Humboldt County cannabis compliance for 8 years now. This initiative is poorly written. It's cost prohibitive to implement. It's insulting to this board. It will be devastating to the small farms of Humboldt. It will create roadblocks for environmental funding coming into Humboldt. The supporters of this initiative say no reports, no oversight, no inspections. Oh my God. That is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. So uninformed. I believe we can defeat this initiative, as we've all heard that their 7,000 signatures were collected under false pretenses. I ask the board, as individuals, to speak out against this messy initiative. And I ask the board as a collective body to speak out publicly against this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And looks like one more commenter. Welcome.
Ken Swatsky, I'm the one who wrote the opposition to Measure S. I think you were warned, and I don't want to misquote Rex Bohn, but he said, be careful what you wish for when you engaged in this whole thing, in other words, getting into the legal business. You were building an airplane while you were flying it. This is what was used. That airplane crashed, and unfortunately, there are very few survivors. And one person said, for those out there who don't understand where you're at, maybe you need to go Beetlejuice, 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 which is relative to a movie. But I really feel sorry for the people here. I really feel that sorry for the people of Humboldt County, insofar as the comment made up on the dais was the information that was put into the Lost Coast article seemed to be erroneous. There are mistakes with it. Well, you can't control the newspapers, but they're getting this from somewhere. And they're acting as if it's coming from your report. So something's dysfunctional there, and that's why I think people are asking to have a real consensus. And I think the consensus should be the report should actively reflect what Mark and Betsy and you people in your ad hoc committee came to agree upon, even if that has to go further. But I really don't think you're anywhere close to having an impartial report. And the litigation that I can see coming is not going to be out there unless the growers are going to litigate. But I can't see it coming because of that, because I can see it coming because of not having an impartial thing on this, and that's my main thing. If you have to go overboard and send it out to somebody else, get completely an impartial person to draw it up from the facts as presented by both the growers and the interpretation you have, and Mark and Betsy and their attorney. Their attorney is the main one who I would be going to as far as interpretation. He's the one who would be defending it in court. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. All right, and that will conclude our public comment on this item. Thank you, everybody, for your comments, being brief. And yes. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break, but we do have a 1 o'clock time set that is pretty specific. So I would ask that we do it 5 minutes and get back here, because we need to finalize this item before we go to that next one. So 5-minute recess. Input, Director Ford, did you have any follow-up clarifications, responses?
I'll just respond to the little bit of confusion there about the reference in the amended analysis and the number of acres that are allowed. So what that was in reference to is that in the last 2 years, we've not received any applications for new cultivation. The caller referenced an application for which an EIR is currently being prepared. It is for 12 acres. That was submitted under 1.0, which at that time allowed 12 acres. That's the last one, the last of the large cultivation sites under 1.0 that's being processed. Currently, as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, CCLUO would only allow 8 acres and sets a cap at 10 for the number of those that can be approved.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that clarification. And back to the board here, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, it keeps, we get a lot of conversations that we have an annual meeting on how many permits and all that, and the annual meeting would take about 2 minutes because we haven't increased, I don't think. And then I know everybody likes to fall back on COVID, except when it actually probably did have something to do with this, with the minimal staff being there. So can you address why we haven't talked about the proliferation of new, like you said, there hasn't been any in the last 2 years, so we could have met on that and said there's been no the last 2 years. But over the last 5 years, comparatively speaking, what the increase was and why we haven't had those meetings.
Yeah, the reason that that provision was worked into that is at the time that that resolution was adopted, there was a thinking that that cap would have to be revisited. And as I mentioned, I think before, or revisited because there would be pressure for additional permits and additional acreage to be allocated. But that could only be done if the regulations that were in effect were successful reducing the amount of surface water that was being used, protecting water quality, that sort of thing. We haven't been confronted with that, in all honesty, and we have not seen information coming in from the state where the stream gauges have been put in place so that there's not the annual reporting that we were expecting to be able to have to show the success of the work that's being done to regulate cannabis, to restrict the water use, to prohibit diversionary sources of water being water taken from surface water.
And just to remind, it makes it sound like this is going to save everybody from walking in and getting their permit in a week. How many agencies do you have to regulate with that have to sign off or see a permit before it comes through?
We send referrals out once an application comes in. We review it for completeness, and then once it's complete, we send it to county departments, public works typically, environmental health. If it's near public land or something, we send it to state, federal agencies that own that public land. We send it to the affected tribes if it's within the kind of the southern part of the county. Oftentimes that's referring it to 3 different tribes. We send it to CDFW, we send it to the regional board. I'm probably leaving out some, but those are the primary agencies that we really look to get feedback from.
And I mean, just you sitting there, mindless of the position, are these being environmentally regulated to the proper level that the impact on the environment is as little, or basically it has to be none, I think, when we come through, or able to mitigate? Do you think we're there, or do you think, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make this, it made it sound like we're just throwing these permits out there, and I know I get a lot more phone calls that says we're not throwing them out quite quick enough than I get, boy, I got my permit yesterday, so.
I think we're being very diligent about looking to make sure that the environment is being protected. And I think that there are things that we've learned along the way. I think we continue to get better at what we do, and sometimes that's much to the chagrin of applicants who see that maybe somebody that got approved 2 or 3 years ago didn't have to be quite as specific about information, but as we come to understand things better, we have improved.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. There was a lot of reference about how you notice the public about permits as they go out, and I know someone said 300, 500 feet, and someone said the initiative would inform within a mile or something like that. I don't live within a mile of anybody, and I get the notices all the time. So I'm curious, can you explain what that process is?
Sure. So currently, in fact, let me take even a step a little bit back. The state law, the permit, planning, zoning, and development law, has certain requirements that you have for a public hearing. And you have to do 2 of 3 things. And we do 2 of them. We send notices out to people within 300 feet, and we do extend beyond that to make sure that we're never less than 300 feet. And if there's anybody on the borderline, we make sure that we capture them. When there are larger projects, we also we've gone out to 1,000 feet. We also put a notice in the paper. And so that's at least 10 working days in advance of the hearing, so that that appears in the time standard before the hearing. What the initiative would require is that we go out to a mile and send notices out. That's probably not too cumbersome to do. The thing that becomes difficult is, from a cost standpoint, it would require 2 notices in the paper. Every time we put a notice in the paper, it's about $600. So that adds $600 to the cost of an application. It would also require that we post the site in 3 different locations. That requires sending a staff person out and back to post the site, and obviously the applicant would be billed for the time to drive out, post it, and drive back. So it's adding between $800 and $1,000 to the cost of an application, and these are for applications of less than 10,000 square feet, just for noticing.
Thank you for that. Also, I know there's a lot of conversation around the inspection process and how that has, evolved over since permitting. And can you just update on what the inspection process is looking like currently compared to past procedures?
Yeah. So last year was a year that we really stepped into kind of full inspection process. We had inspections of 800 sites on the ground. We inspected approximately 400 using remote satellite imagery. We're also in the process of digitizing the permitted cultivation area into the GIS system so that we can look at it immediately and see exactly whether or not there's been any change based upon current imagery. This year we are intending to visit every site in person, boots on the ground inspection with every site. What we currently do now is that we work out circuits in order to be efficient of a number of sites, so that, and then we notify those people that we're going to be there on a certain day, and we try to make that notice 3 weeks to 4 weeks in advance of us being there. We send them the conditions, we send them the site plan. Here's what we're coming to look at. Here's what you're expected to be in compliance with. And then we show up and we inspect for the conditions and according to the site plan. And so there is time that's spent in preparation for that. Then there's a follow-up correspondence that's typically prepared to identify whether the site was in compliance or if there's things that need to be corrected. We do often find things that need to be corrected. Most cultivators, when we notify them that there are changes that need to be made, resolve those within a fairly short period of time.
Thank you for that. I think through the process over the last 8 years, any entity that is formed as new is evolving, and I think I know from day one to current, cannabis cultivation and the business of cannabis cultivation has evolved, and it is ever changing. The initiative, because it would be it would attach itself to the general plan with still a brand new entity forming and still a lot of changes coming forward on the business end of it. How would we adapt to that as a county?
Well, I think that's part of the struggle, the fact that it is focused on establishing policy in the general plan. It's important to understand that the zoning ordinance has to conform then to the general plan. The general plan doesn't fit into the existing cannabis ordinances. Mm-hmm. The general plan sits separate from that. Mm-hmm. And so then, like, one of the comments that was made is that, well, I won't get into specifics, but basically what we would have to do is modify the ordinance to conform to the general plan. And then if there are changes that would be needed that would be inconsistent with the general plan or desired that are inconsistent with the general plan, that work would have to then be approved by the voters before the ordinance could be amended to adapt to a changing either environment or market circumstance.
So if the county recognizes any portion of that isn't working, then the county is going to be responsible to put that back to the voters.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions, clarifications from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
I would also put in that with relationship to, there was a comment with relationship to who defends this ordinance if it passes, and that would be us. This institution would be the one on the hook for that. There is no obligation for the proponents to offer any legal resources with relationship to anything after that process. So we've seen this in other jurisdictions, and we have even in relationship to the city of Arcata and other places with relation to ordinances that, or with these initiative processes that they can be pretty confusing and really consume a lot of legal resources. So something to consider. But I'm happy to make a motion if that's.
Now's the time.
That we just receive and file this this report. I don't see any amendments I want to make to it necessarily. So I think that's as far as I want to. I believe we can take it today. I do appreciate the legal, I'd say, advice from our attorneys and from staff with relationship to our First Amendment rights to speak to this issue however we feel. I think it's relevant and real, and so with that, I just make a motion again to receive and file. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion by the board. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yeah, I do want to recognize that in our email, we got opposition from the Chamber of Commerce in Garberville and the Chamber of Commerce in Eureka, and opposing the initiative. And as a supervisor of the 2nd District in Humboldt County, I am in opposition and do not agree with the initiative. And I'm going to state that on the dais.
Thank you for that. And any other board comments? All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Wilson and a second by Supervisor Arroyo to receive the report. Do we have our voting tabs up?
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and with that, we have a 1 o'clock time set, and look at that, we're fairly close. Thank you, everybody, for your time today, both on Zoom and here in the audience. And we think this will be about a half hour, but the board's going to need a little break as well. So looking at the rest of the agenda, I believe we can get it done between 2 and 5, so I'm thinking of saying we will be back here at 2 o'clock so that the audience has a firm time. We will start with public comment on non-agenda items, and then we will go to the Film Commission annual report. So that's our schedule for this afternoon. But before we retire, we have to have the county council read into the record. If everybody could please be quiet in the room. Folks, please, we're still in session. So take your comments outside, please. County council, could you read into the record the items for closed session?
Thank you, Chair Madrone. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of Corinne Morgan Thomas and Doug Thomas et al. Versus County of Humboldt et al. Case number 1:22-CV-5725-RMI.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll take public comment, and I'm going to look at Zoom first. We do not have any hands up in Zoom. Does anybody here in the audience today wish to make comment on our closed session items? Seeing no movement towards the podium, we will be in recess until 2 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. You guys ready? Yeah, all good. Thumbs up. Okay, great. All right. Welcome back, folks. We are back from recess, and we'll have a report out on the closed session item.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. There was no reportable action taken with regard to item F3.
Okay, that's quick. Thank you. And next, we will go to public comment on non-agenda items. And I don't see we have anybody in Zoom. So we'll come here to those in the audience today that might want to make a comment on items that are not on our agenda. Yes, it's a 2-minute time limit for all speakers today.
Good afternoon. My name is Clint Dewey, and I'm here on behalf of on the Humboldt County Fair Board. We had a regular board meeting last night in which we presented with information from Tom Matson, which basically gave us the news that the grandstands at the Humboldt County Fairgrounds are not safe for public inhabitants at this point, leaving us no choice but to shut those grandstands down indefinitely. Not only the main grandstand, but 66 feet around those grandstands, which is part of the fall zone. This is a result of the major earthquakes experienced by Humboldt County earlier this year, and we just now got that report. As you may know, the buildings are the property of the Humboldt County, and we are under a service maintenance agreement as part of our lease to maintain those buildings. Unfortunately, the scope of the damage goes far beyond a normal maintenance situation and far exceeds the scope of the finance that we have available to us with our initial findings of what it will cost to do temporary and permanent repairs to those grandstands. As you probably also know, the Humboldt County Fair generates about $5 million in local revenues over the course of the 10 days. And with the current options we have available, we will not be able to run any of the horse racing situations or anywhere around the current grandstands. So this is a very fluid situation. We are getting new information to us, presented to us by the minute, with local contractors and engineers trying to come up with possible solutions. We have our Fair Board managers already sent an email to the members of the Board of Supervisors asking for your support and partnership in this, and possibly an emergency meeting if it comes to it. I thank you for your time today. I thank you for your service and all your patience with everything you've heard this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, we don't comment on public comments on non-agenda items, but I can tell you that there's things in the background in the works, as you know. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Hi, Jeff Hunterlock with the operating engineers in the Humboldt Del Norte Building and Construction Trades. I want to thank the board, chair, the rest of the supervisor, CAO Hayes, and the staff for putting together all of the meetings. I don't want to waste my time on that. What I want to talk about real quick is we talk about budget shortfalls, not bringing it up from before meeting. I'm just telling you, it's a continuous thing that we talk about. Budget shortfalls. You know, look, in these times, we need to be creating more opportunity for money to stay here in this county and quit leaving. So I want to just talk a little bit about project labor agreements, okay? That's a project labor agreement, PLA, community benefits, whatever you want to call it. There's ways to craft language inside of these agreements, you know, to help the BIPOC communities, to help disadvantaged communities, to help our local residents here in Humboldt County. Of course, we can't fill all the jobs here, but currently today, look, what we've been doing just isn't working, guys. I mean, we've been doing it forever. Do you realize, I want to make a point here, that there's never been one project labor agreement in Humboldt County? Haven't even gave it a chance to see what could happen, you know, what the outcome, how much money it could generate. But we don't have to go there. We can go to other counties. Even Yuba City, Sutter County, they have 5 project labor agreements. They never used to do them. Their revenue from these agreements, because it has the local hire, the money staying locally, they're able to hire more local guys instead of people coming from Washington or Nevada, coming over here. Look at the license plate. They're coming here, working, stealing our tax dollars, and leaving with it to feed their families in other states. So I know I'm out of time. I thank you.
Thank you for always being an advocate. Thank you, Jeff. And next, welcome.
What Jeff says. Yeah, I've always support working with Jeff. Fantastic. My understanding is we did get the bypass thing between Arcata and Eureka. That's granite construction, so we will have local jobs on that one apparently, so that's great. We kept one here. I'm going to talk a little bit about Blue Lake, and I mentioned a little earlier, they're seeing their first budget meeting tonight. On the budget, we have to address a situation where our sheriff needs to go to $315,000 as far as providing the same services within the county. And we're getting some pushback on that. And I'm strongly supporting that we find the funds somewhere. And here's a hypothetical example. If you had somebody in a power position and that person had a relative that was involved in a double homicide, and that person was being brought forward, and you made that person's family a promise that they would not be investigated, would that be a reason to not have any sheriff's service in that particular locality? So it's a hypothetical, but I think you will find out I'm willing to pay for the polygraph test regarding the circumstances, and that will be addressed tonight in the city of Blue Lake. We have an evaluation on the agenda there, and we also have, there I can put things on consent. Our city manager said, no, only the people, you know me, I go to the municipal code, says, yes, I can put things on consent. So I asked for 3 things to be on there. One is evaluation of the city manager. They're doing that one. The other one was to go ahead and enable us to Zoom the planning commission meetings. We're doing that one. The third one was to go ahead and either appoint or start the process to put someone on the planning commission. We have a vacancy. The chair passed a little while ago. And for some reason, I'm getting pushback. It's kind of like someone wants to control that position rather than moving forward. And so the public's a little irate out in Blue Lake. Thought I'd let you know that with 12 seconds to go.
Thank you. You've been saving time for us all day. Appreciate it. And any other public comments on non-agenda items? And seeing none, we will go to our next item on the agenda, which is the Film Commission Annual Report. Welcome, Cassandra. Mm-hmm.
Anywhere, yeah. I always point it wrong. We'll find out if I do it right this time. All right. Hello.
Hello.
So I'm Cassandra Hesseltine. I am the film commissioner for Humboldt County and Del Norte County, technically. And I have my annual report that I need to present to you, and it's going to be on PowerPoint here in a second. Nikki's ready. And I've got my phone out so I can time myself. I'm going to see how fast I can go, just for you guys.
Thank you. Breathe in.
I had some Star Wars ones, and they're all leaving my brain right now. I do have some exciting things. Well, first of all, I just want to say I'm always in awe of the work you all have to do, and it's really humbling and a good reminder when I come and sit and listen to the things that you have to work on before. We talk about film here locally, and I'm like, oh yeah, oof. Someone has to make those decisions and think about all those things. And so, kudos to you for taking that on, because that's a big responsibility. Hopefully you don't find my report frivolous, and that, there's positive values and all of those good things, but yeah. She ran off to get it. Oh, okay. Well, okay, I'll start with the secret. How's that? It looks like, because I was going to tell you at the end, but I can tell you now because there's no slide for it. We haven't signed, but it looks like the Film Commission will actually be moving its offices to a bigger office. We've outgrown our space, both for staff and items, as well as programs. And it looks like we'll be moving actually to Old Town into a space with a storefront. So we will be having potentially a film museum for tourists and tourism, and we will also have like film tours where we're working with a tour guide to meet out-of-towners or anyone, locals, anybody who wants to go on a film tour to go and see the film sites around. So we're really excited about that expansion. We also are excited about being able to promote Map of the Movies with the museum aspect, as well as the Forest Moon Festival. And someday, phase 2 would be a retail storefront. So if you will, we could sell merch that's film related. For instance, if we become a licensed retail space, we could even sell things like Return of the Jedi items, like little Ewoks and things like that, to help promote film tourism in the area. So we're really excited to start working on that aspect. We really promote film tourism. I'll keep stalling. Okay. What else can I say? Yeah. I do remember the first slide. So the first slide is, in case anybody doesn't know what the Film Commission is, we are the liaison between productions, and that could be anything. So that could be movies, TV shows, any type of print ads, car commercials. We get a lot of car commercials. Matter of fact, this weekend we just had a concept commercial that was to be a car commercial, and it's a big car commercial. We want this one. So I was really excited how well everybody, including Humboldt County Roads and Economic Development, helped process that permit, because there was a little glitch a few times, and then we got it back on track, and they were able to pull that off and film the concept photo here in Humboldt County, and hopefully we get then the big photo. So we help with all of those things, and so we promote film to the world, because now it's no longer Hollywood, right? They film in the whole world, and productions come from all over the place. Matter of fact, we have an indie that's going to be an international indie film that's coming to meet me next week. But so we promote, we also help them with the boots on the ground, and then we focus on film tourism when we're not promoting and we're not helping. So those are our three things. And we're required to do that free of charge to all productions. Wonderful. How we doing? That was slide one.
So I have some Ewok grandchildren.
Do you have some Ewok grandchildren? I can tell you a little bit more, because these are my notes from like slide 5. Oh, you have it? Yay! Yes.
So you can be talking more about the Forest Moon Festival?
Oh, I will. That's like slide 5. That's what this part is.
Perfect.
Yeah, because it was very successful. It was very, very successful. So, and obviously Measure J funded that. So thank you very much. So I have a lot to report on that.
Yeah, good.
Now I can't keep to my 10 minutes though.
No, that's fine. You're good.
All right. Starting from now. All right, good.
There you go. Yay.
Yay. And then will you,
Huzzah, yeah.
I'm assuming you have control over it, right? Because it's from your computer. That's okay. So if you could just go to.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Imagine that, Trinidad and all the photos.
Oh, next slide. We would have been sitting for a while. So this is just the reminder slide. And I love this picture. I think I had it last time, because you see the guy at the bottom. I often show this photo to out-of-towners to show really how the value of our trees and the paths. Go ahead.
Oh, you photoshopped that.
All right. So as usual, it's always hard to say the impact of the fiscal year, because I still am missing a whole bunch of dollar amounts from the third quarter. This is an estimate. It's probably a really low estimate, so I'm assuming these numbers will change. By first quarter, I'm always a quarter behind as far as getting the dollar amounts from production. But we had so far this year, which is going to end here in a couple days, about 27 inquiries for scouting trips. And again, scouting trips brings in money because they stay in our hotels, eat in our restaurants, buy gas, and 16 film shoots. And we've always said we have about 20 to 25 productions throughout the region, and we're right on track. We're coming back where we had a little lull there, and Del Norte had 4. So we're at 20 for this fiscal year. So we're back on track as far as getting the number of productions. So the impact is roughly a little over $500,000. And then that's direct dollars. That's the hotels, the gas, the eating out, or sorry, that's not eating out. That's food on set. Then what the economic multiplier, it really feels more like a little over 1.6 million. And that's, again, outside dollars that are coming into the area. And again, this is all very low ball right now. The amount will change and go higher once I get the remainder of the spending. And this is year 13, but my previous 12 years, we've done approximately 12 million estimated direct dollars that have come in from outside for filming. And that felt more like 35 million before it left the area after you add the multiplier, because they don't get dinner. They go, they have usually a day or two off between weeks if they're here for multiple weeks. And so they're spending money outside of the direct dollars. This year, out of the 16 productions that I can talk about, we had, obviously, season 2 came back and filmed for The Craftsman, which is amazing. Guy Fieri came and did a special edition that he filmed down in Ferndale, which was great. And we did have a Jesse Eisenberg movie that filmed here for the month of December. I can't tell you anything about it, but I can tell you I have a fake log prop in my garage. Like a huge one, a huge redwood log prop with handles and everything and floaties. It was really interesting how they made that, and I have that. It'll be going in the museum. Well, the smaller one probably, not the huge one. We'll see. But that I can't tell you anything else about that movie yet, but we're excited for that one to come out.
Nice.
When you're ready. Okay. Oh, it took a second. A delay. So what is coming up? Usually I can't tell you much, but as teasers, I can tell you right now we do have the 2 indie feature films that are supposedly slated for fall. One of them keeps pushing, but she's making huge progress, and she'd be filming about a week here, and then the remainder over in Europe. And the other European movie that would be coming here, as I said, I'm meeting them next week to find out what their plans are, but supposedly right now it's about fall. We do also have our studio feature film that finally did get greenlit, so we're very excited. And they are filming in winter. They're filming for approximately 3 weeks here, which is great because that's downtime. That's when the hotels and the restaurants usually have a lull. And so we're really excited about, they will be filming throughout Humboldt County. And it definitely has, household name, major stars in the movie with a major director. So we're pretty excited about them choosing to stay with us. We've been working on this movie for 4 years, so it's kind of a big deal that it's finally coming together.
How'd you get that photo with that streak down the middle there? That's interesting.
I think that's Wilson's, isn't it? Or what's his name? Blanking out on his name right now, but it's one of our local.
That's an actual photograph, huh?
Yeah,
Amazing.
yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Highlighted, yeah.
It's amazing. It's beautiful.
Am I the only one that doesn't know what indie films are?
Oh, sorry about that.
It's
Thank you
okay.
for asking. So indie is an independent feature film. They're usually way lower in budget, and they also are not attached to a studio. Okay. So though it gets kind of confusing now that there's platforms like Netflix is, not technically a studio like Warner Brothers or like what MGM and all those ones used to be, but they are such a big streaming platform. They're kind of considered like a pseudo studio. They have a lot of indie films, but a lot of times it's a lower budget, still can have major stars, and usually isn't like affiliated with a major studio.
Okay.
So the studio film is a major studio, one of the 6 that exist, and then the indie films are going to be the smaller ones, but still could have major stars.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for asking. So thanks to a Headwaters grant that we received a couple years ago, we were able to finally launch in November this fiscal year, when it was safer to do so, a familiarity tour. So we brought up 7 location managers, and we were able to show them all our great locations throughout Humboldt County, and it was really amazing. And the posters are basically their resumes. Those are the type of movies that these 7 worked on. And it's always amazing to see them see our area for the first time. They see pictures, it's not the same thing as actually seeing it in person. And so they've all kept in touch and reached out, for possible projects and things. So we're still waiting to see if one of them brings something back. But they were definitely thrilled with the train museum. That was really actually the highlight of one of the unique locations that they loved. Did we have the delay? Okay. And again, thanks to Headwaters Fund mini grant, we were able to this year create a whole bunch of collateral for the map of the movies. As you know, we've had over 200,000 views, from printed maps to downloaded app to the view on our website, where you can download the map on there, but it is available now on iOS and Android. And we've been pushing this out, and we've gotten a lot of feedback, as I've mentioned before in the past, from the parks, from hotels. Many hotels have told me they've had guests stay an extra day once they stumble upon it, and they stay longer and go check out the sites of where filming has taken place. And our next goal is to add some voiceover to this and kind of beef it up a little bit. It's pretty simple right now, but it's still really exciting and shows you where productions have filmed in the area. And as I said, that'll be part of what we'll be putting in the museum as well, is information about this and having tours for it.
The Big Trees is one of my favorite movies.
Yeah?
It's a great movie.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. We've had filming since 1917 here, so over 100 years of filming, which is outrageous. It's crazy. Yeah. So we did do a Return of the Jedi celebration, the Star Wars Return of the Jedi celebration, the Forest Moon Festival, which was funded by Measure J. It was pretty exciting. We made it in the New York Times before we even launched it, and we did receive a lot of outside press, including San Francisco Chronicle and a Santa Rosa paper. We also had a out-of-town journalist come up from, believe it or not, it's a side shoot from ARP because they're highlighting Gen Xers. And so they actually toured around with us and are doing a whole spread on it. It hasn't come out yet, but we're pretty excited that they came up just for this. We had over 50 different costumers come up from the different groups, depending on if they were Endor, or if they were part of the rebellion, or all the different things. These costumers have their costumes to tee and spend like $3,000 to $4,000 to $5,000 in some cases. The R2-D2 was a $20,000 built R2-D2, and they travel and come here for free just for this. So it's pretty amazing. We did have a huge group, probably because it was the 40th anniversary, so we'll see if there's a lull or not in that. Also, in the middle photograph, if you look to the left of Chewbacca, there's a woman in a green jacket. You might recognize her as Supervisor Arroyo. She's in there. She did attend. As well as it was to the right, the gentleman on the screen there zoomed in he is Jim Bloom, who was a producer of Return of the Jedi, and so he attended our panel for Cal Poly, which was lovely. And we were everywhere from down at the Mateel, all the way up to Trinidad, in Fortuna, Blue Lake. We were at Arts Alive, to Farmers Market in Arcata, to Sequoia Park. The zoo contributed, as well as City of Eureka did a whole obstacle course and fun activities. And then we were at Cal Poly as well. So it was all over the place, including also in Del Norte. And it was just an amazing regional event. We had over about approximately 6,000 people in attendance. About 4,000 of them were in Humboldt County. And it really goes to the quality of life and tourism and art part of Measure J. I had a lot of locals and out-of-towners, like literally a couple people come to me with tears in their eyes saying this was amazing for them. We had costumers from LA, San Francisco, and even including from North Carolina, who actually flew in with his costume just to participate for us. We had volunteers from San Diego. A mom and her son drove all the way up and said they'll come up every year just to volunteer for us. And on our website, we had over 25,000 views. 21 of them were unique views just in 3.5 months. And it's hard to tell how much of the financial impact it was for production, for something like this, because everybody is out of town and, or in town, and we don't know who's attending the event. It's hard to collect the information. But if 100, which we're pretty sure we had at least 100 out-of-towners, especially with the costumers, volunteers, and then a handful of people who introduced themselves to me, came into town for 2 nights and paid $150 a night, that would be $30,000 right there, just in hotel stays. So 100 people is a big deal for that. And also I would like to thank my staff and Tiffany Miller and her team for helping us through that in 4 months, because that was really a big venture that we did. So our other projects, we are working still with economic development, which they've been amazing, helping us with a whole bunch of different areas, including we're still working on trying to have some type of tax incentive, local tax incentive, for when productions come here. It's not enough anymore to have a state or a country one. It's better if you also have a regional one. So Shasta has one, San Francisco has one, and we're still trying to focus on how can we implement and have one here. We also have done some tours in regards to trying to find some type of studio, or covered set for when productions come here. And believe it or not, first question out of the studio feature film that's coming in the winter was, do you have some type of covered set? And I went, we're trying. So we are in the middle right now of working with economic development to see if we can find something maybe that would temporarily suffice, because they want to bring up a whole bunch of props and have them stored, if not also film in this thing, which keeps them here longer. So that is our goal, is to try to find something between now and winter that would at least give us that next baby stepping stone to moving forward with that. That was also the place where we wanted to be able to train local crew and vendors and certify them, basically, so when productions come, we can say, hey, they've been certified through the Film Commission. So we're thinking about trying to launch that regardless if we have a studio and attach it to that once we do. We were able to throw our red carpet in person for the first time this year, as well as you could have saw it in a second. We were in the Swiss International newspaper for attending Sundance. And the last thing I think it said on there was that I'm actually getting the Distinguished Alumni Award from Cal Poly this year. As well as we are able to throw movies in the park for the first time in 3 years in person back in the park. And we're hoping to expand that too, so that someday it'll say parks. So we're thinking about doing that next summer as well. that's all the things we've done in 12 months.
That's awesome. Did I hear that Del Norte wants to establish the Forest Moon Festival for their county?
Let me clarify.
There's something I heard.
A lot of people, okay, so as everyone knows, sometimes we all play well nice with each other, and other times, it's like two siblings that get. I think what happened was a misunderstanding, because I did ask the journalist who called me that same day and let me know, what do you think about that? And I said, well, was it a hostile takeover, or is it just someone brainstorming in case we're not, and I was told they were just brainstorming. So I don't think it was a hostile takeover, but so everyone feels comfortable, the Film Commission has trademarked the Forest Moon Festival, and it belongs to the Film Commission.
And you cover both counties. So
and I
there you
cover
go.
both counties.
You,
so.
you're the parent, you're the parent bringing the siblings to peace. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Questions? Yes, please. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you for the report. I heard a lot of really good things about the Star Wars festival, Forest Moon Festival, I think.
Yes.
I'm curious, though, you have received monies from Measure J already, or anticipated monies?
No, the year and a half monies that was designated, so that 44,000 was earmarked for that. So that's what we used it for. Was for that. I believe that it just came in. So
Okay,
yeah, they
yeah.
just gave it to us, but we fronted it, and then we were paid back.
Okay, that's awesome, and thanks for tallying up how many people you thought came in from out of town, and because that's always trying to get people here is so important, and heads in beds, as they say. So thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, and we were actually notified by people like in New Zealand who said we can't make it this year, but we'll come next year. I met a woman from Ohio, people from Alameda, San Diego. I mean, there's people that came all over the place for this.
My grandson had a baseball game that day, and there was quite a few, like 8 people there that are like, we're off to the whatever the festival, the day of that festival was up here, which was really cool, and they were getting in costume down in southern Humboldt and gonna spend the whole day up here, and so that was kind of exciting to hear, that it touched all of Humboldt, and that's really great.
I feel really like we accomplished what we wanted to set out, which was make it more like a holiday, like a 4th of July, where it was everywhere, and we really did do that, to the best of our ability with 4 months, of really quickly trying to launch something once we got permission. I did fail to mention, I did reach back out to Lucasfilm afterwards and said, I don't know if you heard back from the costumers, because they regulate all the costumers and approve whether they can come or not. And I said, but they're posting, and some posts have gotten like 1.4 thousand likes on their post that they were here. I said, they're posting that this is one of the most well-organized events that they've ever attended. And these people attend Comic-Con. And my contact at Lucasfilm said, yes, we did see that. Matter of fact, I think I might come next year. So that was pretty exciting. So
Nice. Very good. I love seeing the commercials on TV, the car commercials where, oh, that's Neeland,
Yeah.
I mean, we got these beautiful windy roads through meadows and forests, and you see them a lot in the car commercials. I'm glad that we don't get the ones where they're thrashing through the wetlands with the big four-wheel drive trucks in the car commercials and stuff, but not in Humboldt. But at any rate, it is interesting to, notice locations that are here in the area in those commercials. I guess they had a car or truck drive out on the beach at Moonstone and got stuck at high tide a few years ago, a car commercial. So sometimes these guys don't use the best sense in their...
Right. Well, they were told not to by 3 different entities,
Yes.
including county,
Yes.
parks, but they did it anyways. And so
Paid the price.
things do happen. Yes,
they did.
yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you so much. This is exciting. And I wondered if you could say where the new office is, or is it still a secret?
Well, I could tell you. We just haven't officially signed yet. So if something goes wrong, this is what the current plans are. Is just my type, that storefront down there at the bottom that has the big windows. So we will start with having displays in the windows, and then we'll move to opening the front as like a foyer museum in that part, and then we'll be in the back part of it. So we're very excited because we'd be part of Arts Alive, part of Friday Night Market, and being the mecca of, where tourists like to go. So we're pretty excited about being down there.
That's
Hopefully it all works
wonderful.
out.
What a
Yeah.
beautiful location. Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
be really a visitor-serving location. And I just want to add more to the appreciation for the Forest Moon Festival. It was really fun, and I didn't undertake an in-depth poll of people, but I did talk with a number of folks who were at a couple of the different events who had come from out of town. One man and his husband came from the Bay Area and go to all kinds of Star Wars related things, and we're like, we'll be back, we'll bring friends. You know, we've come here like for a long weekend, and they were really like making the most of it and staying in a really high-end hotel. And so I think there is a lot of economic impact. We obviously know that, but I talked to, you know, just so many people in the course of just chatting with folks who had come from out of town, brought their whole family, brought their partner, and were planning to return. So that was excellent to hear that, you know, it's another one of those events that kind of fits into a little bit earlier part of the season when we're always wanting to draw folks to our community. So thank you for being part of that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll take public comment on this item. Anybody here? There's nobody in Zoom. We got one person in the audience. Welcome.
Well, I appreciate the clarity. I was really excited. I thought we had two Indiana Jones movies coming here. You know, I thought that would be a great thing for it. I did want to point out, I appreciate you acknowledging what a neat facility that the Timber Heritage Association has out there with the trains. It's always been a love of mine regarding one train out there, the Annie and Mary train. Someday, if I have my way, we will put the tracks in at the end of the trail, which is the trailhead by my Emporium store, and run the tracks out through Corbell for a wonderful tourist train. We can put a trail with it, rail with trail. But I think it'd be a perfect place to put that Annie and Mary train to go through one of the most beautiful places in Humboldt County. And it could be a heck of a tourist draw, also open for speeders or any of those other people who want to have those things. Just, we always have to dream big or don't dream at all. I don't know what it is. But anyway, appreciate what you do. And I think it's really important. Best of luck in your cycle here.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion to accept the presentation, I believe.
Motion to receive and file.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wilson, a second by Supervisor Arroyo. No further comments. To go ahead and vote on our screens if they're up. Mine is. Bam.
I'm going to do a roll call.
Please.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn? Yep. Supervisor Bushnell? Yes, and thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
With thanks.
Supervisor Madrone? Yes. And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
That was a bad impersonation.
It's all right.
Chewbacca. Wasn't even close. I know, right?
I thought it was a pirate. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. Moving right along, we have item G2, which is consider closing county offices and encourage staff to voluntarily furlough on July 3rd, 2023. Supervisor Bohn and/or CAO Hayes.
Well, it sounds like I may have brought this a little bit late to be under consideration, but July 3rd, I'll be here July 3rd, but you're going to be able to shoot a cannon through this place. So I was thinking having offices open and all the power and everything else. I think the courts have 12 cases. They usually have 90. So it's going to be pretty quiet, and just like Christmas Eve and everything else, I don't know how much we'll get accomplished. I appreciate the hardworking staff that will be here. But it's tough on a 4-day weekend in the middle of summer when it actually looks like this may be the first time we have any heat of starting all this summer from the looks of the weather. So I just brought it forward because we brought this up during budgets about what a voluntary furlough would look like and everything like that. So I threw it out there to see if anybody bit on the hook. And I'm not going to live or die because I'll be here anyway. So.
All right. Thank you for that. And CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. We did do some outreach to department heads to just determine how they sort of felt about this idea. And I guess I would say it was a 50-50 split. There was a little bit of angst about the late notice to it, but still some departments felt like that was okay. They could make do. I think if your board were going to approve a closure of county offices, less those 24-hour services, that in doing so you would provide department heads a lot of latitude to make decisions as for their programs and their staffing needs. And further, I want to very explicitly say this is not mandatory should your board choose to close services, and that staff who find a voluntary furlough to be a hardship or for work purposes unfeasible, that they can have options to utilize their own vacation banks and or work they can telework or potentially come into the offices depending on what their department heads determine is most appropriate.
All right, thank you very much for that. And I appreciate you bringing it forward, Supervisor Bohn, and we will have some people take advantage of it. So there will be some savings, and because this has started trying to do this kind of thing. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I recognize that possibly a lot of staff, might take that as a vacation day anyways, or ask for the day off because it's would be then a 4-day holiday. My concern is that the holiday being on Tuesday, I would anticipate possibly a lot of people from the more rural areas of outside of the county come to Eureka to get their supplies for that day, and maybe would, not anticipating that it's a holiday, would do all of their stuff that day. It's not very many days to notice people that the county offices will be closed. I would just be fearful that we would, not get that message out in time or have it widespread that people would know that the county offices are closed.
Right. Yeah, there are those concerns. Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Wilson?
I mean, I align myself with Supervisor Bohn's sentiment with relationship to this, and I think I do understand and have empathy with relationship to, the timing of this, and also just, sort of the long-term angst around the ideas around furloughs in general. But we also, I think, should, where we can, and encourage people to take some time off for their mental health and for the health of their families as well. So I don't know. I think I would be willing to support the agenda item.
Okay, great. So at this point, we'll go ahead and take public comment. Please step forward. You have 200 minutes.
Thank you. I'll only use about 100. It's an interesting, I do understand what Supervisor Bushnell is saying regarding that. It probably won't be that many people, but I think maybe in the future you should agendize an item, since you can't do it now, for your staff to come back and take your whole next year's schedule and see what days they be, and you can do them in advance. And then, of course, the guy from security out here, he definitely said, he said, no problem. I said, well, is that going to hurt your budget? He said, no, I want the day off, but he has to be here anyway, probably because the courts are open. So maybe you also want to go in conjunction with your court system to see if they're on board, since they only have a few cases. A lot of them probably you could shut the whole building down that way and not have to have security. Strongly support looking into this at all times possible. Probably not the best thing to do on such short notice. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Anybody else with public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for consideration of a motion. Supervisor Wilson.
I'll move that we close county offices and encourage staff to voluntarily furlough on July 3rd, 2023 to coincide with the July 4th, 2023 holiday. And that's my motion.
Is there a second? I'll second.
You brought it.
She's just looking to you because you brought it forward.
You brought it forward, so I was going to give you the option. I'll second it. Sure.
Okay.
And I agree that in general it'd be nice to have more advanced notice, but I realize this is a somewhat new thing we're trying to work to do more of. So I appreciate you bringing this forward.
All right. Supervisor Bushnell, are you raising your hand? I thought so. Yeah.
So I'm not going to support this motion. However, I don't want that to be from our staff and department heads. I'm supportive of people taking the day off and recognize that, it is a 4-day holiday for a lot of people. I'm not supportive, however, just because it's too short of notice, and I anticipate people from my district will be coming to town anticipating using the county offices, and it's not about staff. I'm supportive of staff having time off.
Thank you for that clarification. And with that, we'll go ahead and, do we have tabs for voting? Yep, okay.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, great. And so moving on the agenda. Yes, please, Supervisor Wilson.
Just to staff that, that our press release for the closing goes out as soon as possible.
Correct, yeah.
Yep,
Already
thank you.
working on it.
Thank you.
Great, good job. All right, now we're down to H2, because we already did the xylazine. And this one is, it's got 2 items at least, and maybe 3 actions actually. This is to form an ad hoc working group to conduct government-to-government communications between tribal partners in the county of Humboldt, and to amend the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors Code of Conduct and Ethics. So we're being asked to consider 3 actions. 1, the formation of the ad hoc committee. 2, to appoint 2 board members to the ad hoc working group. And 3, to approve amendments to the Code of Conduct. So CAO Hayes, did you have any more, or is it Zach's going to be presenting here? Director Hanson.
Good afternoon, Board. Zach O'Hannon, Director of Human Resources. I will keep this very brief, as you pretty much covered most of it. The only additional items I'll mention is that, so during the meeting where you gave staff direction to bring these recommendations back, you also mentioned cultural sensitivity training. Human Resources staff are still seeking that out. We're looking at potentially partnering with like Cal Poly. So we're still looking into that. There was a little bit of a struggle to find something that we felt was good, but we're looking at partnering on that. As you mentioned, there is a little bit in the staff report about recommendations how the ad hoc committee could operate. So definitely for your board to discuss. I will also mention that Chair Madrone did reach out and decided to step aside from the Trinidad Rancheria matters if he was to be chosen as an ad hoc member. And he has also stepped away from the interchange project, which was discussed at the last meeting where this direction was provided. So I wanted to make note of that. And then the Code of Conduct amendments that are in the staff report and the attachments. I believe there was an issue with the attachments not showing the red line, but I believe that was provided to your board. We worked on that. Human Resources, the CAO, County Council worked on that together and really just focused on the one section that was sort of in question. But that's certainly in front of your board today to discuss any further direction you want to give staff around the Code of Conduct. So with that, I'm here to answer questions. The CAO and County Council, we're all part of that committee, so we sort of work together on this. But I drew the straw to come and present it to you today. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. And on the red line version, which we weren't able to see the red lines, the changes were only in that one section. And can you read the change? It was just an addition, if I remember right. No?
That's going to be section item 9. I actually don't have it right in front of me, so I would love if I could pitch that. Yeah, that'd be great. So the amended language would read as Section 9, advocacy. Board members shall represent the official policies or positions of the entire Board of Supervisors to the best of their ability when designated as delegates for this purpose. When presenting their individual opinions and positions while acting as a board-designated delegate, board members shall explicitly state they do not represent the opinion of the entire board. Understanding that board members are easily identified by the public in their role as a board members should make every effort to explicitly state that an individual opinion or position does not represent the opinion of the entire board, particularly concerning matters discussed or decisions made during Board of Supervisors meetings.
All right, so that's the addition, change and addition. One quick question, normally ad hocs are for short-term things, and then standing committees are if it's going to be ongoing. But when we're doing G to G, I mean, standing committee then requires Brown Act compliance. Ad hocs do not. But when we're doing G to G, it's kind of a weird wiggle with Brown Act issues and stuff like that because they're confidential meetings with sovereign nations. So is it okay to have an ad hoc ongoing, or how does that work with this unique situation?
I believe that there can be an ad hoc, at least for a temporary period, with regard to government consultation with tribes. If it becomes an ongoing occurrence that we're having quite a few of these, I think we can come back to the board and then re-examine how we would like to do that. There's also, you can also look at each government-to-government consultation as a separate and distinct meeting, so that therefore the ad hoc committee isn't necessarily isn't necessarily a permanent fixture. It is addressing separate and distinct issues on a temporary basis.
Okay, thank you for that response, because I know we do have at least 2, if not 3, requests for G2G already at this point. So I think this is great that we're considering acting on this. Any other board input at this point? Supervisor Bushnell, and then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. I just want to throw out that I'm interested in the ad hoc position. I think that it would broaden my knowledge with tribes, and I would really love to gather that information and that communication and knowledge that they would bring, and by being on the ad hoc.
Great, thank you for that. I will say that I'm also interested, and as was mentioned, I have pulled myself out of all Trinidad Rancheria matters for trying to help build a better relationship there. But I do have a lot of contact with the tribes, and I have 8 out of 9 of the tribes and rancherias in my district, so I have a lot of interactions with them. But I know that Supervisor Bohn has also been involved and has great relations with the tribes as well. So Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I've been involved with quite a bit with Trinidad and Bear River, and Joe Davis and I are personal friends, and I bring something to it, but I will go with the will of the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
I actually want to speak to, let's talk about this part first, but I actually had a comment with relationship to the other.
I figure we'll do 3 items here basically and take them one at a time because each will require a motion. So we'll do forming the ad hoc.
Okay, let's do forming the ad hoc.
And then appointing 2 members, and then code of conduct changes.
I appreciate that.
So right now we're on forming the ad hoc.
Forming the ad hoc. Let's see here. With relation to, I'll just put out there that I've had long-standing professional relationships with at least 4 or 5 of the tribal organizations that we have in tribes and government organizations. But be it as it may, I don't feel the need to be on this particular committee unless asked or wanted or whatever. I mean, you guys decide. So, thanks.
Okay, so shall we take the forming the ad hoc first? Does somebody want to make a motion on forming the ad hoc?
So moved.
No,
we're just doing approving the formation of it. It sounds like we're doing 1, 2, and
we're trisecting this thing.
3.
We do. Before we take a motion, thank you. So to be consistent, I'll pull back the motion and we'll open up for public comment. Are we okay there, council?
We are you planning on taking public comment with each item?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially because there's only 1 commenter, so we can get it done. All right. Forming the ad hoc.
I will be brief. I had a question you may wish to ask your county council. Is it possible in an ad hoc committee to have an alternate? Should Steve Madrone be on there and not able to attend one of these, you would have an alternate who could attend that. That's a procedural question you may wish to ask. And I strongly support your government to government getting done as quickly as possible. Blue Lake needs to set that up, and I'm going to hopefully start setting it up on the next Blue Lake meeting because we don't have any relationship at all with our local tribe.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Nothing in Zoom. And so we'll bring it back to the board. Forming the ad hoc, do we have voting tabs for that? I'm sorry, we'll go back to doing the motion, and we had one. Is the motion maker still making
I
the
will
same motion?
make that motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Supervisor Arroyo and a second by Supervisor Wilson. And should we do, okay, let's see, there it is. Good job. Click, click.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. And now we'll go ahead and have a motion for appointing members to the ad hoc. And it was suggested by one member of the public that maybe we might have an alternate. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. Can we do that? Are we agendized okay for that?
I believe I would limit the ad hoc committee to 2 members at this time. If we would like to look into whether or not an alternate would be appropriate, I think my office can research that matter and get back and come back to the board if provided direction to do so.
Okay, so we'll stick with 2 members at this point. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a
I'm sorry,
motion.
before we do that, I think you already gave us comment on this, but you good? Okay, thank you. So 2, was that safe? Okay, good. So any motions for appointment?
I'll make a motion that we appoint Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Madrone.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Bohn, second by Supervisor Arroyo, and we'll go ahead and vote. No worries. We're doing good. There it is.
Passes 5-0.
Great. And then the last item was the code of conduct change, which is just one simple change of number 9, as read by our Human Resources Director. Any conversation, discussion? Supervisor Wilson.
Well, and I want to speak to the last 2 motions for just a second, which is, when we create this committee, and which we've done already, it's not just to one entity. It's actually this is going to be quite complicated, and we don't have, and I was wondering, we don't have dedicated staff member on our end. And we've talked about this for years, and I believe it was even a strategic plan goal of ours, maybe. I can't remember. We had talked about this for a while with relationship to a tribal liaison officer for the county. And I think it's important that we just put that in our kind of in the deck at some point.
Yeah, it is.
Because I think we probably have more tribes than I think any county in terms of, I believe our diversity is pretty bad. I think we have more than any county, and I'm just saying that it's quite a bit for an institution this size, and we're going to have to consolidate that communication in some way, shape, or form, or where it really is and where it lies, and who's kind of in charge of helping with the relationship to that, helping receive those requests, helping if we need to process those things. I mean, I'm just going to say it's not just about like getting 2 people together and meet with a tribe. We're talking about 2 people together to meet with multiple tribes with all varying interests in 3 different base languages even. I'm just saying, like, this is there. You're talking about a pretty diverse group of people. I think we're going to have to really, good luck to you in working in this, in terms of like, it's just going to be a lot of work. And I want to make sure we have support from staff. This is what I really want to get at.
Through the chair, yeah, and so I'm glad you brought that up. I've actually already started reaching out to other counties. Some counties have said, we don't have any tribes in our county. And I haven't actually gotten any feedback that anyone has anything like this yet. However, I do have a few staff in Human Resources that are putting feelers out. Not that we can't be, the trailblazers on this one, but it's always nice to kind of have a framework that someone has already set up. So we're looking into that for sure. It is referenced in the report that might be something that the ad hoc committee could provide some feedback on. But I'm really trying to look into our partners in the community, Humboldt Area Foundation, Cal Poly, like just reaching out to them and seeing what sort of framework they have that we can work from. Again, it's interesting, like you mentioned, we have a very diverse tribal, it's very complex, like you said, and even in the report, mentioning how this would even operate, getting those requests and meeting sort of separately and all those different interests is I think complex is the best way to put it.
And I think from my perspective, I think that the committees, I'm hoping that one of the committee's jobs is to really, over some time, flush that out a little bit. And again, it's going to be interesting and hard work, and I think very satisfying, and it's something that needs to be done. And so I'm grateful for you guys to really embark on that, because it's been long needed. So thanks.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. First of all, I'm going to apologize for keeping standing. My back is hurting, and that's.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm not trying to offend anybody out there, but I'm wanting to know, who is going to be the coordinator so that I have direction. Do we know?
At this point, no, we do not. At this point, a lot of things will come through the CAO or myself.
Okay.
So for the time being, it'll probably remain that way. I think if we had a tribal liaison, that would be the point of contact.
Okay. My question, I guess, refers around kind of what Supervisor Wilson said. Without having that specific person, I don't want it to fall to the wayside. And so for myself, I think for Supervisor Madrone, if you all could identify that, who's going to be maybe setting the first meeting or whatever, so that we know who to address if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, certainly. I think that my office is happy to be that known point of contact, and then from there we will obviously loop in your board, but then anybody else who might be pertinent to those conversations.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn.
With our current budget and everything else, I think we'd probably be remiss if we didn't talk with Cal Poly and their Indian Studies to see if they would like to help form and manage this committee with their vast, they have curriculum, they have interns, they have quite a bit of stuff going on. And our tribal liaison officer, it sounds like right now what we're trying to organize is somebody that's going to schedule these meetings, not have input or anything like that. And it seems to me we could probably get Cal Poly to be involved in that.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and I'm sorry to, talk about this after. I mean, it wouldn't have, I don't think that we're not going to change the vote or anything with relation to, I just wanted to have a little bit of discussion about the, the constructs that we're talking about. And I think we've done that. So I'm ready to move on to the next part of this, if that's all right.
We can wrap this one up. I will say that we currently have, I believe, at least 3 requests for G2G that this ad hoc would take on as the initial step, because some of them have been around for a few months. And I appreciate the CAO and her office saying that you, along with Zach, will help coordinate with the 2 of us as ad hoc to at least set up those initial meetings which deal with CWS issues, missing and murdered people issues, and other issues that the Trinidad Rancheria wants to discuss. So that would be a good starting point. And then I agree the comments that have been made here are good material to consider for additional ad hoc discussion and meeting, and then bring that back to the board, like a liaison, like ongoing relations and all those kinds of things. I also just wanted to say that every county has tribes, but the ones that say they don't have recognized tribes. There were tribes in every county of this state, right, at one time, but many of them are not recognized, and so then you think there are no tribes, but there are. And even in Humboldt County, there are still tribes that are still working to get recognized, like the Sonangwe tribe, which is in the Willow Creek area, and South Fork Trinity River. And there are others. So not that I was trying to correct you, I just wanted to add to that broadening of understanding. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And now I'm a little unclear, because I thought that we had a separate 2-person committee to respond to the request specific to DHHS. So can we clarify whether this is replacing that or this is for everything else?
Yes, you are absolutely correct, Supervisor Arroyo. Back in March, your board appointed Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bohn to coordinate with Health and Human Services to discuss government-to-government relations concerning child welfare services. So that is already formed, and if that's not in motion, I can circle back with Director Beck to ensure that that's moving forward.
It's not in motion. We haven't done anything with that yet, so.
In process. Yes, so this ad hoc that your board is addressing today would be wholly separate from that, but it would be the ad hoc that we refer to for any future requests for G2G outside of the CWS discussions.
So Supervisor Bohn and myself will represent the ad hoc to meet with DHHS and tribes that have asked for that G2G, but then going forward on other requests, that will be the new ad hoc, Supervisor Bushnell and myself. Does that clarify? Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes, so it sounds like anything topically that's not related to Department of Health and Human Services is going to be this other duo, which is fine with me. I just wanted to be sure.
It was just that one request in regards to a meeting on CWS. There may be
With one
future-
tribe.
There may be, yes, there may be
Okay.
future ongoing requests.
Thank you for clarifying.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I need to clarify because I understood that the CWS stuff would be you and Bohn, no matter the issue with CWS, that's the ad hoc for that, whether it's a different tribe or what tribe. And then the current ad hoc would do all the other stuff. And I guess I'm going to look to, thank you.
Yes, you are also correct, Supervisor Bushnell. The ad hoc previously created was to address government-to-government relations with Big Lagoon Rancheria, Blue Lake Rancheria, Bear River Band of Ronerville, Sherry Heights Indian Community of the Trinidad Rancheria, Hoopa Valley Tribe, Karuk Tribe, and Yurok Tribe. And I actually am vaguely recollecting that there was one other tribe that was included in there, but the point being that all Health and Human Services, Child Welfare Services discussions will take place with Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bohn. Outside of that sort of very narrowed topic of discussion, all other tribal relations conversations will take place with Supervisor Bushnell, Supervisor Madrone.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Director Beck is in the process of scheduling those meetings now.
Good. Okay. We have clarity now? Clear as mud?
Yes, so that, well, I remember at the time when we discussed this, this isn't the item that's before us right now, but since we're clarifying, that didn't include the Wiyot tribe previously. I think we talked about how that was just an
oversight,
administrative error, and so that would be included. So that, my understanding is that CWS committee will remain. Love it. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a vote on a motion and a second on this item, which was, we already did that, appointing 2 members. So we were just circling back on clarity. At this point, we have a third item, which is to consider additions to the code of conduct, which have been put before us. Any questions, discussion from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
I appreciate the work that's done on this. I'm just, from my position, I think that the attempt to clarify something for me just made it even more garbly gooky, and that would have been the sentence in the second half of number 9, which is understanding that board members are easily identified by public in their role as board members should make every effort to explicitly state that an individual opinion or a position does not represent the opinion of the entire board, particularly concerning matters discussed or decisions made during board meetings. I find that superfluous. I personally, I think that the first half is clear, which is board members shall represent the official policies or positions of the entire board to the best of their ability when designated as delegates for this purpose. When presenting their individual opinions and positions while acting as board designees, delegate board members shall explicitly state they do not represent the opinion of the entire board. I think that says enough. The rest of it is, because when you talk in public, you say, I have this opinion, or you say, we have an opinion, or whatever. And so we explicitly do that in our language as it is already. So from my perspective, I just don't think that the second half of this is necessary, and I think it's actually a little bit more, it's confusing, because now we're have an expectation, people are gonna have an expectation hearing us every time we speak in public, that we have to explicitly say, even though I say I have an opinion, but it's not the opinion of the rest of my board, which is weird. I find that it's not a normal expectation in the way we move through the community, and I find it unnecessary. I would prefer it removed. That's just my opinion. Thanks.
Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell.
I paraphrase, most of the time I'm only 20%. So I figured they get the idea that I'm just speaking for my 20%. And if they can't figure it out from there, then. Great. So I always paraphrase it with that. And it's kind of funny. This is the first time I mean, we can wordsmith it if you want, but I'd take out the last half. I just don't think it's ever going to be an issue again as long as we live. But, and I mean, usually the code of conduct's on me. So.
Very good. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I understand that it feels gobbledygoopy, but the point I think for this is that when I'm out in the community, and I'm not referencing myself, but I'm referencing what I've heard, people don't distinguish sometimes that I'm a person and not a supervisor, and so I think I don't mind the language. I think that if an instance comes back, maybe it's to help us. But I do have to say that even though what you said, Supervisor Wilson, is true, that when you say I, is it I as you as a supervisor, or just I as a single person? And I understand what you're saying, but in the context of community, people don't differentiate that I'm not always a supervisor when I'm out in the community. And so sometimes it's hard, and those lines are blurred. And so I do get what you're saying. I kind of understand the language for protection somewhat.
Okay, thank you for that, Supervisor Wilson.
Through the chair, I'm not saying I'm not a supervisor. I can say I, and people will understand I have a title. What I'm saying is I am not a board. I mean, there's just the language doesn't denote that I am a board. I am a person. I am a supervisor. I have an opinion. I just think it's just too much for me. And I like simple language when we're talking about these things. And for me, this is complicated. That's all. So.
Okay.
Can I ask whenever I want to get
Supervisor Arroyo, and then back to Bushnell.
I just wanted to share my thoughts on this. So the first couple sentences talk about, and I realize not everyone's seeing this paragraph, so talk about being a designated delegate to speak on behalf of the board. So the first couple sentences are about that. Like, you got to stick with what the board has agreed if you're representing the board and you've been assigned to do that. And there's been an official policy or position. And if you're stepping away from that and presenting your individual opinion, and you're a board designated delegate, then you got to say, hey, this is just me as a person saying this. And then in addition to that, we're saying that people see us, they don't know the difference between the two sometimes, so we should probably go above and beyond to be explicit about it, and especially if it's something we're going to vote on, which also ties into an element of the Brown Act that I don't think people necessarily always pay a lot of attention to. The Brown Act is very robust, and one of the things it talks about is not saying how you're going to vote before you hear public comment, that kind of thing. So, I think this also kind of underscores that, like, yeah, if we're going to be voting as a board on an item, we're going to discuss it or make decisions about it. We shouldn't be, perhaps saying like how we land on something, because we're supposed to hear from the public before we make those kinds of decisions. While I think the language is a little wonky, it could maybe use a little refining. I do think it's speaking to a number of different aspects of our role, and so I'd be fine with either fine-tuning it or keeping it. But I also think that that's incumbent on us to understand that, really, it's probably unwise to be out there saying how we're gonna, choose to act on something before we have this public forum. So anyway, I'm fine with keeping it, even though it's a little wonky.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Can I clarify, this came at the direction of this board from 3 or 4 meetings ago? Is that, yes?
Yeah.
So we asked for this included, and so now we don't like it? Or does it need to be refined? I know that this came from 3 meetings ago.
Yep.
Through the chair, there was direction. I don't think there was specific language that was requested, and I think Supervisor Arroyo kind of hit the nail a bit on the intent. I don't want to speak for the rest of the committee, but kind of speaking to when there is a topic that has been decided by the board, or maybe something that the board's going to have deliberations on, making that clarity there. Not necessarily every single aspect of life having to go out there and say, I'm not a board member right now, like you're saying, Supervisor Wilson.
That's okay. Hang on, Supervisor Bohn and then Wilson.
I'm going to take a shot in the dark before we beat this horse to complete death. I don't care which way it goes, but I'm pretty sure when certain people out there are talking, board members are thinking they're board members, or, they're not real people, they're board members. Corporations aren't people, whatever. I'm pretty sure when they're telling their opinion out there, I'm pretty sure if people are paying attention, they're going to go, he must be speaking for himself, because that's not the way Rex would think. So he's not speaking for me. I think we're pretty clear on this. So I think we all are definitive enough that we're not speaking for each other, and hopefully the audience we have is aware enough. So, like I said, I'm going to keep on saying my 20% thanks and go from there. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to vote for whatever you want to vote for on this. So if you want to take out your official language at the end, the wonkiness, I guess, Willy Wonky, I don't know, whatever word you use and everything else. If you think it's too busy and it's not attainable or understandable to our public, I think our public is a lot wiser than we give them credit for. I don't think they think we are, if we're going to beat this to death anymore. So take out what you want, and I'll vote yes. If we had public comment, can I say that?
Yeah.
Or not. So, it's just, we're wordsmithing this, and it's great. And I'm not a wordsmith, I'm a high school dropout, so.
And just to go back to why this is why we're doing this, we had a $20,000 investigation partially based on this language. So we do have to understand that it's not a nothing. And so if someone wants to make a complaint based on what is written here in a code of conduct, that can happen, and it will require our staff to have to go through all this all over again. So I just want to caution us on what it does kind of matter. That's why we're here. It's actually this sentence, this very long sentence, is why we're here, why we've even brought it back. So that's just my 2 cents about it. I'll leave it at that. If someone's going to make a motion, I'm happy to see what happens.
Okay, and with that, I think we're going to go to public comment here. And I just want to say that in the last 3 weeks, I have said probably 8 times in public gatherings that I am just here representing my own position. And I actually find that I think the public appreciates that, making that simple statement of clarity. So I've been appreciating doing it. I'm okay with this either way, but I'm not going to say how I'm going to vote, because we should hear public comment first, and I think that was important to hear, because County Council, that's true, right? We really shouldn't be declaring how we're going to vote on something until we've heard from the public. Is that accurate in terms of Brown Act and the ability to vote on something without a bias? I mean, we all have biases, right? But
it depends on the circumstances of a particular situation, but yes, that is
general principle.
As a general principle, that is correct. You should not be stating how you're going to vote on a particular matter before it comes to the board or before public comment.
Very good. Well, we've had some clarity, hopefully, today. So with that, we'll ask for public comment. I do not see anybody in Zoom, and so we'll go to those here in the audience. Would anybody like to come forward and comment on this change we're considering on our code of conduct? Seeing no movement forward, we'll bring it back to the board for consideration of a motion. Anybody want to make a motion?
I do have a
Supervisor
clarifying
Arroyo.
question then. Is it,
Okay.
do you, I mean, I do realize that it's significant. I don't mean to downplay it. I just, there's a certain, like, weirdness to that sentence. Do we want to, I mean, I think it's worth trying to resolve. Do you have a proposal for how to make it better?
No, my proposal was to remove it entirely, but that's just me. I am kind of actually like Supervisor Bohn, like if the board majority wants to move with what it is, then I will do my best to swim in those waters, so.
Supervisor Bohn? and
I'll
then
make a
Bushnell.
motion that we accept it as written minus the added sentence.
The last
official
sentence.
thing, the wonky part.
The last sentence. The very long last
And,
sentence.
and a clarification, we have $20,000 and $25,000 investigations on complete lies up here all the time, so.
Okay, so we have a motion, and that is to approve the changes without the last sentence. Is there a second for that?
Go ahead. Did you want this insertion?
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Bohn and a second by Supervisor Wilson. Comments? Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I want to recognize that yes, we have investigations all the time, but it is for the committee investigating things. I want to get
Hang on, guys.
some attention, please.
Yep. Okay.
For Alicia, because my question is for her and Zach. And I'm going to reference myself if I can. The CAO got a call from someone in the community that I made a comment to in the grocery store on a Sunday night, I think, at 9 o'clock, that they didn't like my prickly attitude. And all I wanted to do was get my milk and go home, or whatever I was buying. And Alicia, CAO, was like, well, was she in her official capacity? You know, it's very difficult for our staff to, especially with the code of conduct. And, you know, I believe what I said is I just need to get my groceries and go home. Please email me, or something to that effect. I don't even really remember, but it made them have to convene to say whether this was real or not. And so I think that if we could recognize and help them and help the committee with some language that, and I'm looking to Zach and Alicia to help us with that language so that we don't have to do this again and again and again. So could you help at least address that comment? You know, and you know what I'm talking about.
I totally know what you're talking about. Those weren't exactly the details of it. I didn't tell you the details because the community member very much wanted to stay anonymous, which, you know, made it a difficult conversation to have.
But it wasn't in my capacity.
Correct. It was in her private time, and what the committee's response was that we had a conversation with Supervisor Bushnell over that and felt like that had settled the matter. I mean, I feel like how the code of conduct written now does provide the committee, which is the HR director, county council, and myself, the platform to address issues as they come up while not inserting ourselves in that situation, which I would always advise staff to stay out of board member disputes or anything of that sort. So we have relied very heavily on this policy. And so if anything in this policy is not working for your board, I think that this is a good opportunity to mitigate that and change that language, because we will always lean heavily into this policy and what it says and the direction that it provides us so that staff can have some cover of not inserting ourselves into a potentially volatile situation.
Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Could I, maybe the motion maker, can I make possibly an amendment to, that we bring this back, that this board has some time to look over this, read and have some thoughts. The current code of conduct stands, and bring it back in a couple weeks after we've had time to think about it.
That's certainly a solution that I'm seeing a couple of heads nod. I would agree with that. And so I'm just going to, with that question on the table, is the motion maker willing to accept that change? That amendment?
Sure.
And the seconder?
Well, if the motion maker pulls back the motion, that's fine. I'm just the seconder, but I think I will offer a potential amendment, and that would be, I'm looking at the old version here. Basically, to put in where reasonable, right? And then that way, you guys can decide what is reasonable or not reasonable, and we can move on from there. I'm just saying, you can say where reasonable, because again, it's pretty explicit, like to the extent possible. It's like, what does that even mean, to the extent possible? I would prefer where reasonable, because then well, it's not the same thing, because to the extent possible is really like you're saying it virtually all the time. Like, I'm just saying, it's like where reasonable would make me feel a lot more comfortable. Zach?
Supervisor Arroyo?
So I did want to apologize. So what we were talking about was a language thing, whether I had seen a version. So I think the proposal to take a little more time with it, make sure we're all looking at all the most recent version. There was some confusion with the file, and I think that it makes sense to do that. And I also hope that we can be as clear and direct as possible with the language that we all decide on. So I think taking some more time with it makes sense, because I do recognize this is a very weird position to put staff in. And so you will follow it to the letter to the extent you can. We are making the policy to essentially empower staff to help investigate us, which is a very odd position to put them in. And I appreciate that we're taking the time to think about the implications. And I don't think it's to be taken lightly. So let's take our time with it. I like that, and come back with suggestions. And I would be happy to do that quickly so that this could come back quickly. But I concur.
Okay, and I've got Supervisor Bushnell in the queue, but I want to ask the motion maker, are you willing to amend the motion or withdraw it as is?
I'm willing to withdraw. If we're going to bring it back, are we talking about, so when we're at the grocery store, we're not on duty, or when we're doing things that we've always done away from this as Joe Blow and not, we'll be normal people, and then when we're representing ourselves as supervisors, that's when we're held? Now that you've opened the door, I'm just, when am I a supervisor, when am I not? When do you guys get to tell me I'm bad, and when do you guys,
So I would like to make a suggestion as chair, and that is that I appreciate your willingness to withdraw the motion, and I would suggest that it would be wise to take some time and get this right, and I don't think that's going to be difficult. And so I think a motion to continue this item and bring it back in a couple of weeks, and in that meantime, if any board member has language that they would like to see put in here that they think clarifies this, please send that to the CAO Hayes, and they, as a committee, will come together and provide us with options in a couple of weeks on how we may or may not amend this. Does that seem reasonable to the board? Supervisor Wilson?
It seems reasonable, but now I even think about this even more, I think removing it's even a better idea, because we also have, like, I have a state role, right? I state positions on there often. I do not, every time I state a position on there, have to refer back to myself as a supervisor, right? So we actually have roles that we have that are, I'm just saying that this is confusing in this context. It can be taken out of context. And from my position, it's just like, remove the ambiguity. We know what we want to say here very clearly, which is when you're representing the board as a board delegate, do so. And when you're not, when your opinion in that role is different, say so explicitly. This other stuff, it's just too messy for me. And we can bring it back. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, we have 3 more items on the agenda, which 2 are public hearings. They may go quick, who knows? I'm going to go ahead and jump in and make a motion that we continue this item out to 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever staff need. And in the meantime, if board members have suggested language, please provide that to CAO Hayes. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Madrone, second by Wilson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's vote on this motion in front of us.
I'm going to have to do a roll call vote. My
That's
tab
fine.
is frozen.
No worries.
So it's
That's
not
fine.
the right motion in there. So.
Yeah.
Um,
That's fine.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Speaking for myself, yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
5-0, thank you.
Thank you, staff, for your efforts on this, and we look forward to coming back. And please, if you have input, give it to them. Otherwise, when we come back, that's okay. So the next item on the agenda is item I-1, the Carillon lot line adjustment and zone boundary adjustment. 4/5 vote required, and I believe Director Ford is here to. Do you need to read into the record, County Council?
Yes, Chairman Drone. Currently before the board is an ordinance amending section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning property in the Bryceland area. PLN-14387-LLA, Carolyn.
Thank you very much. And Director Ford.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department to present the Carolyn lot line adjustment. If I could have the screen shown, I'll just walk you through this very quickly. This is a very simple lot line adjustment with a zone boundary adjustment to correspond to the new lot lines. What it really does is addresses an existing house that is right here, that is built on the property line. So it creates a new property line here, eliminates this property line, this 4.8 acres of area currently zoned TPZ. This would become an area that's zoned forest recreation. This parcel A is currently zoned U. This area is zoned U. This would be 4.8 acres, or more precisely 4.79 acres, that would go from U to TPZ, so there's no loss of actual TPZ property. This would be the new property line. This property line would be eliminated. Parcel B and C would be merged into one parcel. That is really the extent of it. There are no, there's no controversy with this. There's no opposition to this. The Planning Commission recommended unanimously to approve this.
Great. Thank you very much. And does the landowner own all of these parcels? One landowner?
It's not one landowner, it's a
Okay.
couple landowners.
Okay, but it looks like a good compromise has been arrived at. Supervisor Bohn?
I make a motion to accept staff's recommendation, but you'll want to ask
I'm going
for
to ask.
public comment. There won't be any, so.
So we'll go to public comment if there's no other questions from the board. Anybody here today like to come up and make any public comment on this lot line adjustment? This is your opportunity. Seeing none, and there is nobody in Zoom, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Supervisor Bohn?
Still stands.
So the motion is to approve staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Supervisor Bushnell. And let's go ahead, and do you need to do a roll call? Oh, she's working on it. Okay, so let's do a roll call, please. Well, but not for everybody. So we'll just do a roll call out of expediency.
All right, Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Great, thank you, everyone. And next we have item I-2, public hearing on coastal accessory dwelling unit ordinance as modified by the California Coastal Commission. And once again, County Council, please read into the record.
Thank you, Chairman Drone. Currently before the board is an ordinance repealing Ordinance 2679 and adopting modified coastal accessory dwelling unit regulations by amending Title III, Division 1, Chapters 2 and 3 of the Humboldt County Code.
Thank you very much. And Director Ford.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. John Ford, Michael Richardson to present this.
Who? What? Sorry.
Yeah, This is Michael's last presentation, so I think I'm just going to turn it over to him.
Nice. Welcome, Michael.
Yeah, thanks again, Board. This is an item, it's an ordinance that regulates accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone. We've got one in the inland zone that's working really well. Our ADU count is picking up as a result. We are permitting 45 ADUs in a year, whereas before the ordinance went into effect, we were only permitting 12 to 14 in a year. So we've seen some really good results with the inland version, and we're looking forward to implementing the coastal version. What we adopted, what your board adopted, looked fairly similar to what was for the coastal zone, looked fairly similar to what was adopted in the inland ordinance. The Coastal Commission had some ideas about how to make some changes to better protect coastal resources, and so they approved the ordinance with some suggested modifications, and those are what is before your board for consideration. The Planning Commission looked at this and didn't have any other recommendations other than to recommend approval of it. And that's what we are recommending at this point as well.
Great. And of course, the details of that are in our staff report and all the attachments. So we appreciate that concise presentation. Are there any questions, clarifications from the board? Seeing none, we'll go, Supervisor Wilson, did you? No? We'll go to public comment. And we do have one commenter, at least. Welcome.
In keeping with the briefness of Michael there, strongly support this. I feel it's the future of affordable housing throughout the county. It doesn't create poverty pockets where everybody's clustered into a big Danco project, and it goes all throughout the county. Everybody lives and can do it affordably in their areas, and I strongly support what you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other commenters? All right, we'll bring it back to the board for any deliberation or motions, et cetera. Supervisor Wilson.
I'll make a motion that we approve this staff recommendation.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion to approve by Wilson and a second by Arroyo.
And I just wanted to thank the staff for doing the work that required this, but I do want to say it wasn't just about protection of coastal zone resources, but it was also a finer conformance with state regs with relationship to SB 9. So
Great. Thank you for that. And I missed the number, but how many ADU apps now? What was that? That was a pretty good number.
We're permitting 45 a year on average.
Wow, that's fantastic. All right, any further deliberation by the board? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. And do we have voting tabs or? No? Okay, we'll roll call.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
All right.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you, everybody, for that. We're down to our final item on the agenda, and it's only 3:30. Let's go ahead and dilly-dally a bit and talk for a lot. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. We got item number 3, which is a public hearing on the draft safety element update. And do we need anything read in, County Council, or we're good there, huh?
We do not need anything read in.
Okay, great. Director Ford, and you've got a staff member here to help.
Thank you. Yeah, Chairman Madrone, thank you, members of the board, John Ford and Kate McNamara with Michael Richardson to present the modifications to the safety element of the general plan. Just wanted, before Mr. McNamara starts, to say that this is a required change. And there were some things that the county was out of compliance with and needed to come into compliance. And actually, it needs to be done by the end of this month. I apologize that we're landing here right under the wire. But this has strong implications for financial reimbursement related to natural disasters. It's the difference between 100% reimbursement and 75% reimbursement. The thing that took us some time was coordinating with the state agencies to make sure that we were getting everything right. We believe we've done that. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McNamara to give the presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome.
And I'm bringing up the Tracy, if I could share screen? Oops, sorry. It's doing that. Go ahead.
Just 1 second. I'll go ahead and just give it orally.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Director Ford. Again, my name is Cade McNamara. I'll be presenting on behalf of the county for the safety element update. So just to let you guys know, the last time that we updated the safety element was in 2017 when we did a comprehensive general plan update. This update will bring us into conformance with section 65302G 1 through 5 of state government code, and enveloped in that code are Senate Bills 379, 1000, 1241, 1035, and 99, and Assembly Bills 2140 and 747. And so I'm going to talk about what is in our safety element really quick. We have sections that cover geologic and seismic hazards, flooding and drainage, fire hazards, airport safety, industrial hazards, emergency management, and a new section, climate change. So Senate Bill 379, Government Code 65302G4, requires that an update include a set of goals, policies, and objectives based on vulnerability assessment, which is conducted on behalf of our county, which identifies risks specifically associated with climate change and what those pose to our jurisdiction. And so we've gone ahead and dived into the operational area hazard mitigation plan, which has that vulnerability assessment within it, and extracted the key components within that plan to include into our safety element. We also have the addition of a fire hazards map. So the Fire and Resource Assessment Program offered through CAL FIRE does fire hazard severity maps annually. We'll be including those new maps within our safety element. In 2021, this body, acting as the Airport Land Use Commission, adopted the new Airport Land Use Compatibility Criteria Table. That has been added to the safety element by reference and is included. Assembly Bill 747 and 99 requires that local government agencies identify evacuation routes and evaluate their capacity, safety, and viability in a range of emergency scenarios, identifying residential development in those areas and how best to address our emergency response. And so what we've done is we've included a new layer, a dead ends road layer, and this layer identifies areas that do not have more than one entry or exit for evacuation planning purposes. We also have a building footprints layer, which identifies all habitable structures within the county and non-habitable structures. And so these things allow emergency services to be able to see who are at these roadways where they might not be able to get additional services or have additional evacuation practices in place. And so they might have to take preemptive measures or act further in advance in the case of an emergency scenario. And ultimately what this is doing is it's allowing other emergency services and state agencies to be able to look at our county and best react when these kind of scenarios happen. Additionally, we have years and years of state requirements which we are actively including in our practice at the Planning and Building Department, but that we reference directly within the safety element. And so what I say that, what I mean is that the Planning and Building Department, by providing this safety element update, is not changing anything that we do actually in practice. More so, we're laying it out to where people are able to see where these are coming from and how they're applied. We also include maps that assess the risks associated with flood hazards and develop policies to minimize flood risk. This bolsters our flooding section, and also minimizes flood risk to new development and the development of essential public facilities. It also encourages effective working relationships among agencies who provide flood protection services. There is required document integration as a part of this update. And so we have two documents that we're including by reference within this update. We have our local hazard mitigation plan, also known as the Humboldt County Operational Area Hazard Mitigation Plan, and our Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Community Wildfire Protection Plan is going to address a number of risks associated specifically to wildfire, which is one of our greatest risks in Humboldt County. And then the Operational Area Hazard Mitigation Plan is going to be able to do a vulnerability assessment of all other hazards and go in depth on how we're going to respond. And that's been incorporated by reference into the safety element and is also a requirement of AB 2140. And so now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the financial implications that Director Ford had mentioned. So in December of 2022, we had a very large earthquake, which impacted Rio Del, and the county was able to offer some relief assistance. Currently, because we are not current in referencing our local hazard mitigation plan, we are not compliant with AB 2140. And so by referencing the Operational Hazard Mitigation Plan, we are able to then become compliant with 2140, and that allows the Office of Emergency Services to fulfill 100% of our disaster relief funding. If we were to, say, offer services to the city of Rio Del, we'd be eligible for 100% of the financial assistance offered to Rio Del. So we sent out building inspectors. Their time costs money. Instead of getting 75% of those funds back, through the adoption of this update, we'd be eligible for 100% of those funds. We do have required other agency involvement. We worked with CAL FIRE, and we had roughly 4 rounds of back and forth with CAL FIRE. In 2018, they did an initial review of our safety element when it was updated. We built off that and created an initial draft that was sent back to CAL FIRE. And then we went into an informal review. We did 2 informal reviews, and the point of this is to ensure, this is like a QA/QC at the state level to ensure that we adhere to the requirements of state code. And we eventually landed at a formal review on June 5th, where we addressed all comments and concerns outlined by CAL FIRE. And so that draft was then submitted formally to the Board of Forestry and will be considered for additional comments by the Board of Forestry on July 25th. However, I want it to be clear that just because they have an ability to comment, that doesn't necessarily mean that we as a local jurisdiction need to alter our plans. We've checked the boxes, yes, for everything that would be a concern for the Board of Forestry, and really, if we do have comments received by them on our element, we could always bring it back for text amendment. Tribal consultation was fulfilled in accordance with Senate Bill 18. The Native American Heritage Commission was reached out to on February 21st. That consultation concluded on May 22nd, and we did not receive any requests from local tribal governments to collaborate on this effort. We looked at CEQA, applying CEQA to this project, and found that this project would be exempt from CEQA. Typically, what would occur is we would apply maybe an addendum to a project like this if an implementation measure or a policy measure might have ground disturbing activities or permit development in any way. And what we are doing currently does not do so. It just identifies measures and actions which can be taken to identify these risks and create additional mitigation measures. Any kind of additional impacts on an environmental basis would have to be individually addressed on a project-by-project basis. And so what we are recommending is we're recommending that you adopt the attached resolution, which recommends that the board find the proposed amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to 15061, and that we adopt the proposed amendments into the general plan. Alternatively, the board could request specific modifications to the element, or the board could choose not to approve the safety element update if you find that the evidence presented does not support making all of the required findings. But you should be aware that if you do request additional modifications, or if we were to bring this back, that we would then jump past our June 30th deadline to be 2140 compliant. And I'll be here for questions if you have any. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn? And then Arroyo?
Nice job, Mac. This can be as amended later on, so there shouldn't be any delay today at all. We can amend as needed.
Okay.
That's correct. We'll also need an additional update in the future. The hazard mitigation plan gets amended every 5 years. We're due for another update in the 24-25 year. And so then we will then have legally 5 to 8 years to act again in addressing whatever is addressed in that document.
Great. Thank you for that. Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I just had a couple of comments, and I think we could incorporate them today should the board choose to do so. One of them is on page 14, TAC 27, with the Humboldt County Healthcare Facilities. I see that Redwoods Rural Health Center is there, but not the Gerald Phelps Community Hospital in Garberville. So my hope would be that we could include that. And then with respect to the tsunami mapping, in particular in our districts, Mike's district and mine, there are, this is just a potential request to include an additional page that's zoomed in. So 14, TAC 14 is the tsunami hazard areas, and some new maps have been recently released, and just at the scale that this is, it doesn't show that there are locations along the Samoa Peninsula that are outside of the tsunami inundation area that are safe evacuation locations. I don't know how many members of the community are looking at the general plan to determine where they'll evacuate, but I think it has implications for the LCP as well, and for related documents. So I'd just suggest that we consider adding another page that has that at a more granular scale. And those are my only questions/requests. Any thoughts from you all on that?
So I think we could absolutely take action to include the Gerald Phelps Community Hospital without any trouble. We could, I think the map that is there actually does show the inundation area, and we could, as a secondary measure, include a second map to show it at a little larger scale. And you're right that that will absolutely be addressed as part of the Humboldt Bay Area plan.
Great.
Thank you. I mean, another possibility would be to incorporate that by reference, and I'm not sure if this, I didn't see that it references another source of information for tsunami and inundation areas, but I do think that was, my understanding was that those safe areas had been identified somewhat recently. So I guess I'm open to your suggestion on the best way to accurately reflect that.
Yeah, there are exhibits that absolutely do show the refuge areas along the Samoa Peninsula. It's not in here, and we can either reference those and if you made a motion to approve with the addition of a second map to show the refuge areas, we can include that.
Okay, that's good information. Supervisor Wilson, and then Bushnell.
I appreciate this. So, I mean, this element will then inform all of our other policies moving forward, correct? I mean, that's really the point of it.
Correct.
So, I'm just going to put out there, we have a short-term rental ordinance coming. This will inform that policy decision.
Yes.
I assume.
Yes.
And maps with relationship to escape routes and all those other things will inform our policy around development within not just flood zones, fire zones, and tsunami zones. And we just have to that's the state basically requiring that. Okay, I get it. Because when I heard the sentence there that this is, it's not in practice, but it will, I mean, in essence, it will be in practice. Can you identify what you meant by not in practice?
To clarify, what my intention in saying that is that it actually is in practice. And so everything that we're doing currently is in practice. It's just now currently being referenced in the general plan.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think the minor amendments proposed by Supervisor Arroyo are great, and I'm supportive of this pending public comment.
All right, thank you for that. Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm just curious, was the Gerald Phelps Hospital left out for a reason or just by accident?
The facilities mapping that identifies hospitals in particular is requiring an update. And so the data that we have currently was used in forming these maps. It was directly taken from our information systems. And so we'll be able to look into that. We have an implementation measure to continue to update our GIS layers as new information becomes available. And so I think it would be fair that we include that as an implementation measure or as an action.
Well, I'm curious with you saying that because Redwood Rural isn't a hospital, it's a clinic. And so what's the difference?
Hospital, health clinic, anything providing a service to the public.
Okay.
All right, great. Supervisor Arroyo.
Sorry, I found one more. I know we want to try to adopt this today, so I'm gonna get them all out there. There was just one more that I had made a note of that I just came back to. So Eureka City, it's let's see, page 14, TAC 23. It's just a name thing. There's no longer a Eureka City Fire Department. It's Humboldt Bay Fire. So just that one. And it says it works in concert with Humboldt Fire Protection District number 1, and they were merged, so that footnote is also no longer needed.
All right, great catches. Supervisor Wilson.
And as this refers to housing, I would point out we do have Senate Bill 620 that's trying to expand the entitlements around private camping within all these resource lands, and I would say that we would want to. We're not going to do that today necessarily, but I want to put it on the radar that we should be cognizant of that with relationship to these safety plans. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that from the board. I saw the new fire hazard maps that just came out, I think yesterday or so. Thank you, Director Derby, OES Director. That was nice to see. And I don't think there's any major changes on that map for Humboldt County. Is that correct? Pretty much the same. What you would think of the coast. Some areas don't burn at all, like on the bay. And then other areas barely or, low risk. And then there's moderate and extreme. And those add up to where we have really high temperatures and other kinds of conditions that create those hazards. So that looked good. The dead-end road issue is a huge one. I'm glad that we're going to be including that and getting that mapped and figured out. I live on a dead-end road. I'm very aware of that because when we have a fire below us, we can't get out. And your comment about how not just identifying those areas, but also recognizing they may need an early response to be able to efficiently get people out in time when you're only one way out, right? And so I'm thinking that a nice overlay with these dead-end roads would be not a requirement, but an encouragement to form CERTs, you know, in those neighborhoods, right? And I know Director Derby and others have been doing some work in McKinleyville. The CERT team went up to Trinidad recently. Thank you for that. But you know, one of the most valuable things about a CERT is the phone tree. You know, having some sort of phone tree set up for your neighborhood so that you can get early warning out to the community. So that's great. In addition, some of these dead-end roads actually have potential second emergency ingress and egresses, but they usually involve local timber companies or possibly Forest Service lands. Like out in Willow Creek, some of the dead ends might tie into a Forest Service road that might have a gate on it, right? But I want to give a real shout out to Green Diamond Resource Company. They worked with my neighborhood. We identified the need for an emergency evac route because we're on a dead-end road. And we identified that about 20 years ago, and in this last year, they have worked directly with the neighborhood to actually blade and grade what was an existing road, but it just simply needed to be prepped into a condition that you could actually use it in an emergency. So kudos to Green Diamond for being such a cooperative neighbor and helping make our neighborhood safe. And I think there are many other dead-end roads around McKinleyville, Eureka, and other places where either Humboldt Redwood Company or Green Diamond. It'd be wonderful if we can continue to expand on that. I don't want to put the burden on them because, you know, people need to maybe help pay for the costs of doing this. But there is opportunity to create much safer evac opportunities when we can work with large neighbors like that. So just a note of interest, I guess, at that point. So nothing to change there. So at this point, we'll go to public comment on this item. And Director Derby, did you want to speak on this item? Please come forward.
Spot. I just have a couple quick comments. First, want to thank Director Ford and his team for prioritizing this. Following the earthquake back in December and January, as was alluded to in the presentation, we had a 6-month window to get this AB 2140 compliance done. We've already started receiving some reimbursement checks from Cal OES for the eligible projects that we submitted, but those are coming in at 75%. So just to give your board an idea of what the next steps for my shop are, assuming adoption today, we're going to be working on a project-by-project cost share waiver letter to submit to Cal OES that will then hopefully reduce our cost share as a county down to 0% for those eligible projects. And that determination is from the Cal OES director and their recovery directorate. So we'll be requesting 100% reimbursement for the 2 projects that we submitted, one being the non-congregate sheltering project and the other being the response and EOC project. They may push back a little bit, but we'll be having those conversations with them shortly. And just to speak to the hazard mitigation plan, recognizing that that is coming up for renewal in late 2024, early 2025. We've submitted a notice of interest for some grant funding to revise and update that plan with a targeted goal of early 2025, so we can maintain both that LHMP requirement and then get the next iteration of the general plan in line with that shortly. I'm not going to speak too long because I know it's been a long meeting and it's late in the day, but again, thank you to Planning and Building for getting this done. And if there's any questions, I'll be available.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I forgot to do this, but obviously the public hearing is open at this point, if it wasn't already earlier. And at some point we'll close the public hearing, but apologize for having to go backwards, but I don't think it had any material effect on anything happening here today. Please come forward. Welcome.
Well, I mentioned in the hallway, I really appreciate when I vetted Natalie Arroyo out there that she does her homework and she catches those catches in it. That shows she's reading all these things. I know Michelle Bushnell does. I talk to Steve Madrone on a frequent basis. It's really appreciated when you read. I did have a question on this. This element will be updated and actually put in the main binder then where you have these things, unlike Blue Lake does. And I strongly support that, where we can go to one place and find it. Regarding climate change, are you anticipating putting Q zones out there, or what is your implementation as far as notifying the public as far as these things that would happen, as far as how we access that kind of thing? And then lastly, we are hoping that something doesn't happen, and it's actually been mentioned to me by a realtor or two of them. It appears we have a shaded parcel process going on in the county, and I want to make sure that this doesn't happen where people don't have full access to this thing, and there's some ulterior motive on some things that are going on there regarding land use. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any other commenters? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation. Comments? Yes, Supervisor Arroyo.
I almost got a promotion there. All right. Well, I will move that we find adopt the attached resolution, find the amendment to the safety element exempt from further CEQA analysis, make all the required findings, and adopt the proposed amendments to the safety element of the general plan with the inclusion of the update to the Garberville Hospital, the change to the Humboldt Bay Fire name, the inclusion of a map showing refuge areas on the Samoa Peninsula, and one more, the inclusion of Samoa Field. And I will note that we included non-county operated airports elsewhere in that map, so I do think we should also include Samoa Field, which is operating in our safety plan. I think that captures everything, and that's my motion.
Great, very comprehensive motion.
Second.
So a motion by Arroyo and second by Wilson. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell? Yep. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, that comes to the end of our agenda, and I want to thank the public and the board for being concise and for the public saving us some time on their comments. All comments are valuable to us, but when we can be efficient with it, very much appreciated. We got this done before 5, so appreciate that effort on everybody's part. And with that, we are adjourned.